just got here.
Oh, literally. You've got 1 minute warm up. Let's go. Clock's on. Stop watch. Start. 1 minute warm up. Alex, call heads or tails?
Heads.
Last hit. Alrighty, Alex, you won the toss. Serve, return, or defer?
I'll serve.
You'll serve.
What's it to?
He's serving. You've got the board, Wes.
What's it to,
It's
Win?
1 game to 15, win by 4. Wes, do you want that in? Go, boys.
Oh, yeah. I've done it.
Andy, am I right coming on with you there?
Great.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. This is day 2 of the Sketchers Pickleball English Nationals 2023. As I was yesterday, delighted to be joined once again by the wonderful Richard Millman. Good morning.
Morning, Sam. What a great day we had yesterday, and how exciting the Dream Breakers that we saw were. And commiserations to your team, but we really had a great day. If you haven't seen it, I would recommend that you go back on YouTube and pick up the coverage. But who have we got here this morning, Sam?
So on screen currently, in the white top and orange shorts, we have Anakin Owen, very well known to you, of course, from the Norfolk area. And in the blue top on the far side, we have Andrew Portlock, one of the few over 50s chancing it in the open category this year, but formerly a very experienced high-level table tennis player. So it'll be an interesting matchup here. What are your sort of early thoughts? We've seen a few points already.
Well, my thoughts are that once Anakin settles down, it ought to be relatively plain sailing for him. I play Anakin pretty regularly. I was privileged to start him in the game, and I can't get near him in singles now. And in the English Open, I was able to beat Andrew Portlock. So just on that basis, I would say the likelihood is it's going to be fairly comfortable for Anakin, who's a very good athlete, has got good serves generally when he doesn't stand up straight like a beanpole, and is pretty good at getting into net, and he does have athleticism across the no-volley zone line, which I think is so important if you're going to play open-level pickleball.
Absolutely. So a little bit back and forth early doors, not much consistency from the players getting into the points. A few early mistakes.
Anakin does suffer sometimes a little bit from nerves and being over-eager, so it might take him a while to settle down. But once he relaxes, I feel as though he ought to do very well. I'm not seeing him really hit aggressive drives, and Andrew's mobility, he has got a hip problem, is really limited, so really you need to see Anakin taking him on a little bit more in that regard.
I guess there's also sort of a different quality about Andrew. He's very imposing on court, isn't he? You walk up on court, he's 6'4", big character on court, and it can be quite difficult when you walk up.
Nice view of that two-hander that Anakin's been working on just recently, getting a good angle across the court. Andrew getting nowhere near that. So I think Anakin's settling down a little bit now. As long as his error rate isn't there, he does well.
And he's taken an early lead in this 1 game to 15. So just as a reminder, this morning we will have the Open men's and women's singles on the live stream. They're all 1 game to 15 win by 2. This afternoon we'll progress into knockouts, and I believe those knockouts may well be best of 3 games to 11. So a grueling day for those who make it all the way.
Yep. A nice passing drive there by Andrew, and Anakin definitely looking a little early morning and casual. And I'm not sure if it's actually that he's casual or whether it's the nervousness.
It's also early.
It is quite early.
We had an early start today.
Those of you that play competitive sport, you may know that there's a physical quantity to being low on confidence, and it actually shuts down your physicality. And equally, if you want to get rid of a lack of confidence, make yourself physically very active, especially in the early parts of a match. Of course, if you've done a proper warm-up, the saying that I always use with my students is, the preparation is the performance. It doesn't come before the performance, it is the performance. So warming up is really not something that I think in recreational pickleball is being done well enough, and therefore the medical industry in this country, and in the United States in particular, is getting a lot of extra business that it doesn't really need to be getting, because people just aren't understanding what the difference between a dynamic warm-up and a static warm-up is, even if they're doing a warm-up. What's your experience on that, Sam?
I've got a fun fact for you.
Yep.
How much did pickleball cost the American medical insurance industry last year?
I don't know the answer, but I'm going to have a really big stab in the dark, and I'm going to say $120 million.
Double it.
240.
And double it again.
Oh my good lord. Well, what does that tell you about the preparation and focus people are putting into getting ready? We should just actually, before we answer that, have a look at this game, because things are not going the way that I expected at all, and Anakin is unfortunately really kind of languishing, and Andrew Portlock is hitting his well-known smash drives. I'm finding it difficult to believe, to be honest.
It's looking like a confidence thing for Anakin at the moment.
Yep.
I think back to that missed smash with the lob, and I think that's dented his confidence a lot. But serves back now.
But yes, so I would say that an aggressive physical warm-up is really important, and not just to protect the body, but actually to get your confidence up, because a lot of the warm-up is spent mentally going over in your mind what you're hoping to do, your basics, your fundamentals, thinking about getting a good length on the serve and the return. So I really strongly recommend that if you want to play this sport to the best of your ability and to have fun, you really must prepare properly. And I would submit that at least 20 minutes, possibly 30 minutes if you're serious, is necessary.
So a nice two-hander from Anakin.
He's really been working on his two-hander. One of his little issues sometimes is that he does, when he gets nervous, stand up very high, and his head goes up and the paddle face closes, and even on the serve he will catch the net quite often when he gets nervous. But looking a little closer now, 9-10.
And that's long, so we go even, 10-10. It's better from Anakin. I was looking for a big knee bend in that point on the drive.
That's a
It
nice
was consistent all the way through.
Yeah.
So retakes the lead, 11-10.
Nice hands.
Not sure dropping is going to be the way.
No.
And he's got a massive reach, and that table tennis background helps him out with that lovely topspin roll. Oh, nice redirect.
Sam, you would have been right here. Your lob would have been coming in right now. You would have chucked it over Andy's head, a little topspin. So not always in singles is the lob useful, but against a player who's got mobility issues, sometimes can be very good.
Especially over that backhand side.
Well, Andrews nips back in the lead, and I may have done him a disservice here, but there's the example that we were talking about earlier. Anakin standing up as he hit that return, head going up, and the body language is not of a G'ing up, excited, physical presence. Things are getting very tight here for Anakin. He'd be very disappointed to go out at this stage. As with Andrew, of course. (12-13). Yeah. The physical presence of Andrew Portlock had an effect on the shot selection there. What a good looking shot that was. So we got a match ball. Oh, that could be trouble. Well,
takes the
I'm
win.
very, very surprised and disappointed, obviously, for Anakin, but many congratulations to Andrew, who has really stuck to his game plan and done very well. Relatively few errors from Andrew, and the presence at the net.
Andy, you fill the sheet in.
So I would call that a bit of an upset, Sam. What do you think?
I think we can consider it an upset, definitely. So a quick look at the standings of... Obviously that result won't have yet gone in. But Louis, we can see, had an early win, as well as Tom Turney from the Isle of Wight. So a good start for both of those guys. Andy's obviously just picked up a win.
Yeah.
And I think in the distance, I did see Tom Turney picking up another win as well. James and Bernie starting really well in Group C, both with a win. I would have Daniel Wren as my wildcard dark horse for this singles day today, I think, alongside Ben Corston. We'll see him a lot later on, I think, but
let's keep an eye out
great potential
for Alex Oliver. If he keeps his head together, he is shockingly aggressive, but sometimes he can start spraying it. Next on court here on the exhibition court, we have one of the great supporters of the English game of pickleball, James Chowdhury. Who's he playing against today?
I believe this is Jacob Pitchford, tennis player from Leeds.
That seems like a
Relatively
familiar name.
Yeah, I believe he played last year. Not sure on the results, but still a relatively unknown quantity, I think, in pickleball. So,
what's his tennis pedigree like?
do you know what? I have no idea.
We should find out, yeah.
And I watched a little bit of his play in the last game he played, and there's one thing he does quite differently to a lot of our, other tennis converts into pickleball, and he takes the ball very early on the rise, which is quite rare in pickleball. Often the tennis players who come into pickleball realise they've got to let that ball come all the way up to the top of its bounce to give it the best chance of hitting a good shot. And it's not necessarily Jacob's priority. And of course, it does take a little bit of time away from his opponent every time. So,
yeah, really, really good half volleyers, I think, are incredibly talented players, and they do take the time away, but as you rightly point out, it doesn't always give them the option of a controlled, placed, accurate ball. But if you've got that skill to hit the half volley, and if you're not familiar with that term, it means that you strike the ball right immediately after it bounces, taking it as it's rising from the bounce. If you can hit the half volley consistently, actually, especially I would say in singles where there's more court space to aim at. So if your opponent doesn't play a full length on their approach shot to you, if you can half volley away from where they're standing, that can often put a tremendous amount of pressure on. But we've still got a couple of minutes here before this game starts. I'm sure that they'll be doing a few practice serves and returns. So we'll join you for the beginning of the game in a couple of minutes. All right, here we go. Talk to us a little bit about James Chowdhury and his involvement in our sport and what he's doing for us at the moment and where he's come from.
So James was a professional tennis player. I believe he had an ATP ranking, which is a good start for pickleball, definitely. He sort of based out in America playing tennis, and I think he found pickleball just over a couple of years ago. Got really into it, and I don't know if you were here that first year, but gave Louis a fantastic run in the final.
Right.
And I think James and his partner Darren actually went on to win the men's doubles.
That's right, I
that
remember
year,
that.
and it was a sort of a big shock to the system for everyone in pickleball, because we'd never really experienced someone walking in, other than Thadia maybe, walking in and just completely dominating everything.
What a great angle that was. I think it just caught the line.
He's showing off already, James. And yeah, so he became interested in sort of the runnings of Pickleball England and how he could be involved in help. He's got a good background in sports marketing and partnerships. You know, he's worked on 7-figure sponsorships and partnerships in his sort of day job.
Yep.
So it's got a lot of relevant experience for how Pickleball England can grow commercially as well as sort of developmentally. The only thing with James is he does carry a lot of injuries with him from his tennis days. You'll see him certainly strapped up on that ankle. He's had a few injuries there before, and he has struggled time to time in pickleball for his fitness.
Not struggling this morning.
Sure doesn't look like it, does it? A tough first ask for Jacob, I think.
Yep.
It looks like James is motoring, and he's normally one who gets better throughout the day. So it's nice to see that he's sort of off to a roaring start here. Ooh. That's the first one of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Saw that head stand straight up when the paddle dropped. It's great for, and very kind of James to demonstrate to us ways in which mistakes can be made.
He is very nice like that. If we ask him, he
Yeah.
would do it again for us. For the better of pickleball,
Absolutely.
James would do anything.
The greater good.
So 9-0.
Beautiful. I love that angled ball with the top and side. You can see him run the paddle around the outside of the ball and just curving away from the opponent.
So what, if anything, do you think Jacob can do in this situation?
Well,
Obviously
first of all-
facing one of the greats of pickleball currently in the UK.
First thing I would be saying is let's really slow down the return and get it deep and give himself a chance to get on balance for whatever James is going to deliver next. That was a much better return. Unfortunately, when he tried to hit the volley, instead of stabilizing before he executed the contact, he was still moving. And in pickleball, if you're moving as you're approaching and hitting the ball, it's very difficult. Your body weight can't really function doing two things at once. You can't weight transfer into the ball while you're still falling over. But yeah, I mean, that's what I would say is, let's really slow down and get the quality of the return, come in with it, and then get on balance before James hits the next shot. And you can see Jacob at the moment, he's just a little uncertain, isn't he? He's still moving when James is about to hit the ball. And if you're not stabilised before the person hits the ball, you can't really take off. What about yourself? Any thoughts?
It's difficult. Obviously playing against James, I would shy away from it. I would like to see a little bit more of a flat return. I don't think the slice was helping him with the amount of topspin James generates.
Right.
That slice return is effectively generating the topspin for James. So James already hits with a lot of topspin, and unfortunately for Jacob, he was sort of just adding to it with those returns.
You mentioned earlier his tendency to half volley, and I think what was happening there is that with the quality of James's serve, the half volley became a guesstimate instead of a calculated shot, and so I think the accuracy and the control was limited. And for me, with that sort of quality of serve from James, I'd want to really be well set up and try and place my returns rather than have a guesstimate return.
Absolutely. And it comes back to that open paddle face with... There's not many, I explain this when I'm coaching people, and there's not many people who have sort of thought about it before, but when you're hitting a ball upwards with an open paddle face and the ball is still rising, that, the two things are moving up. The result is the ball's going to go a little bit higher than you've intended to hit it. That's where a lot of mistakes come from at all levels, with dinking, third shot drops, returns of serve. So just maybe consider if you've got your shots are a little bit inconsistent in terms of the height that you're looking for. It might be you're hitting that rising ball with an open paddle face.
And I think it's important to note that it takes a lot of skill to hit an aggressive, low, hard slice. And the error rate is going to be quite high unless you've really got that shot down. And the high slice is very floaty and as you say, is going to go up. Topspin doesn't have to be smashed, but if you've got a good loop on it, you're not going to be giving the opportunity to the receiver to hit the same as with that high floaty slice.
Absolutely. So this is going to be one of our blockbuster matches early on. I'm currently Tom Turney's biggest fan. Over the last 4 months, he has improved massively. he's actually, you can see Louis there sporting his Premier Pickleball League t-shirt, official. I think he's on Team Pickle Play in the league. And Tom is also on Louis' team, and Louis uses Tom for singles. That's how good Tom is at singles.
I like the use of the word use.
Yep. Saves Louis a bit of running around. But he also trusts Tom with his singles. And usually Louis, backs himself tremendously. And he's happy to hand that over to Tom on the basis, knowing Tom is going to do a good enough job in singles is, I think, a big compliment to the growth of Tom's game.
That's great. Tell us what we will see with the best version of Louis Lville when he's really on it.
So Louis plays a fantastic cat and mouse singles game. So it's not all power with Louis. He's very much considered in all of his shots. Generally, we'll see him approaching the net after a turn. And a lot of the time, which is unusual in singles, on the third shot, we'll see Louis hit a third shot drop and move forwards.
Aiming that drop at his opponent's feet.
Feet, backhand.
Yep.
Whatever it looks like to Louis is going to be the best situation. With Tom, I would certainly be dropping it onto the backhand side. The beauty of Tom at the moment is he can quite literally get every single ball back. I've sort of celebrated points before that I thought I'd won, and he's got the ball back, and it's gone past me, and he's won the point off it. So,
here we go.
Fascinated for this game.
Oh, there it is. Immediately Tom taking on the Louis tactic that you just described and rolling a ball down Louis' backhand, causing Louis to have to quickly twist and turn.
And I think that's where Tom's going to get the majority of his success today. Down that backhand side of Louis. Ooh, that's unusual.
If we see that again, you'll see his head rise as he hits this shot. I don't know if we can get it again. Too late. But and I've noticed that in a lot of players, Sam, as a trait of a little bit of nervousness and over-trying is when the head pops up suddenly, trying to force it instead of relying on the technique itself.
Oh, so good from Tom. And you could see that on the last drive from Louis as well. His head came up, the ball went a little bit away from where he wanted it to go.
Yeah, it'll lead to shortness. Obviously, the shortest version is in the net, but rather than staying with it until you get that full length. I'm a great believer in the quality of length. See, on that serve from Louis, it allowed Tom to come in and take that ball comfortably early and get the angle. Whereas Tom's serve there was in the back third of the court.
So, early lead for Tom, 4-0.
That's a little short. And Louis up straight away. How much attention do you think players are giving to length and targeting generally in the game?
Honestly, I would say with these higher level players, the intention is there. But I think sometimes they're not quite at that professional level yet, and they sort of get a little bit carried away in these sort of situations. And, we spoke about it yesterday in terms of game management.
Yep.
And it's a very similar thing, sort of sticking to your guns, even if something's not going right, just focusing on that one piece that's going to give you the best standing in the rally.
I'm a great believer in mantras, and as a competitor myself, I developed a couple of mantras. One mantra that particularly worked for me when I was down and in trouble is I would repeat to myself, good work brings its own rewards. And that was really an admonishment to really do as you say, stick to my fundamentals and my quality and not get distracted by the situation.
Voila.
Nice
The
angle.
third shot drop to the backhand pays dividends.
Now, a lot of the American pros on that ball would be sidestepping across and volleying that ball.
As Tom just did there. On the forehand side, very well.
But it's
Here
not
we go.
an easy
Sidestep
movement to the
and volley.
backhand side, is it?
No, not as easy at all. I think it's very easy to get caught up behind yourself on your backhand. I think there's a bit of a mental struggle here for Louis.
Do you think the time of day has anything to do with it? That was out.
Oh, I was about to say good shot. I wouldn't say the time of day. I think it's more what we talked about earlier with Tom being on Louis' PPL team. I should say the Franklin PPL. I think because Louis puts Tom in for singles, there's just a little bit of a mental side
Right.
for Louis to this game, because he knows that he puts Tom in to play against the likes of James and Freddie, because Louis knows Tom is good enough.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes when I'm watching Louis, I just sometimes get the impression that he rushes through what he's doing instead of really giving full attention to everything he's doing. It's kind of like scant attention to something, as if like he should be doing better, but he's, just not feeling it. I'm not sure what it is.
I think he definitely sets himself an expectation,
Right.
doesn't he? And that expectation is high. He expects himself to, well, I think at minimum, he expects a medal. Certainly in these sorts of events where there's no international input. So I would, if you asked him his goals before the start of this tournament, I would suggest he would have definitely said a gold in men's doubles and mixed doubles, and probably a medal in singles, and that would be what he wanted to get out of it. Because also, with the element of trying to play more professionally, and he's been to a few tournaments in America, the prize money from this tournament all helps fund these opportunities.
Still serving pretty short. I was fortunate enough to play squash to a fairly high level. One of the struggles is the horizons that you're looking towards for your competitive game become ever higher. And then when you go back to a lower level, it's sometimes really hard to do the work necessary to finish off an up-and-coming player. So, for instance, if you've become a club champion, playing in the club leagues is mentally draining. If you become a county champion, playing a club tournament is hard. If you become a national champion, playing county is hard. But all of the stuff has to be done. It has to be due diligence, and you have to be very good at beating off the up-and-comers. It's much easier to beat the people 2 places above you than it is to beat the people 2 places below you mentally.
Absolutely. So 8-7 at the break. Tom with the serve and the very slender lead.
So I'm sort of expecting Louis to settle down, cut out his error rate, and give a bit more attention to targeting. I mean, that's what I would like to see. I don't know if it's going to happen. And what do you think Tom's going to do?
To be honest, I think Tom's just going to continue on the track he's been on, rolling those balls, moving side to side. He's got really good movement.
See, I didn't feel Louis was very poised during that rally. He sort of wasn't really on his toes, ready for that change of direction. So I wonder if that is just, you know, a little bit light in the level of attention that he's giving it. I may be wrong.
So back with the serve.
Good length serve. Good length approach.
Set him up perfectly for the point.
Absolutely.
It's almost like what you're saying is true.
I'm so good here in the commentary box. You can't believe how good I almost beat anybody. Except for you, Sam.
Mm.
Do you think things will change materially once we get to the sharp end of this match? Very nice ball.
It's difficult to say. I just think Tom has such, you know, a fantastic forehand and backhand roll. And the movement factor. And Louis is a very fit athlete. And he's still being run all over the place by Tom.
Yep.
Sometimes just describe Tom as a machine. Just never stops. He's carrying a slight knee injury into this tournament. You can see he's got a little support on his knee.
Getting tight now. If you are an aspiring competitive pickleball player and you don't yet have a good roll, I would strongly recommend you get in touch with my compatriot here at SB Pickleball and start working on that roll. Such a valuable
I love a good
shot.
roll.
Yeah.
Sort of my trademark shot. The backhand roll.
I think it's a weapon that everybody who's serious about being competitive needs to work on.
Oh, a bit of a change up. Louis, of course, turned the singles final around last year against Freddie Powell. Third game. Was it 9-1 up to Freddie?
It was. And I was commentating on it, and I would say it's not quite true to say that Louis turned it around. Louis, with considerable assistance from Freddie, turned it around because Freddie chopped serve after serve into the net. And I'd love at some point to have seen Freddie return the moonball serve with the moonball return.
Yep.
But it never happened.
I think he was just so shocked that he couldn't make a return. Although, you know, a year on, it's now referred to as Lobgate.
Well, it is getting tight now, and I'm seeing more physical intention and commitment from Louis here.
Yeah,
Great
I
angle.
think Tom tiring a little bit here.
And just, you know, visually in, you know, the body language, you can see Louis is much more on it now. There's not the sort of scant attention, the light-hearted. It's like, we're in business now. Of course, some of that looks intentional, but is, at the beginning, just nervousness. We all get nervous.
especially when you've got that level of expectation
Yeah.
for yourself.
Great length there. That's extremely well played. Well, I mean, because that attempted sort of semi-lob that Tom put in there, it takes so much effort to get up there and control.
Sort of pulled off that forehand, didn't he?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Just a little footwork missing there. He sort of stayed where he was instead of getting his feet round the side a little more. Oh, that's a tired miss.
Nervous.
Good length. Look at the length on that serve. Fantastic. Just puts so much more pressure on when you keep the ball deep. Opponent's choices are cut down. The angles are cut down. And you could see that Tom was actually running into that shot instead of setting up, pausing and running from the shot. Game ball to Louis. Who's there? Tom
So-
little irked with himself.
Yeah. So as a reminder, this is a game where you need to be too clear to win. So still time for Tom to bring this back. Just 3 points in it now.
Bit of a snatch there from Louis. Good length return from Louis. Look at that quality there. This is why I like to actually get, some little targets and put them down different places on the court and spend, 150, 200 shots aiming at the targets. Well, great match. When it got to the business end, we saw a change in the body language and the attitude of Louis Lville. Any other thoughts?
I'd say experience prevailed. Nice and calm, nice and composed. Shook off any errors that he'd made, and he knew he'd made quite a lot of unforced errors for Louis.
Yep.
He knew that had happened, shook them off, dealt with it, and it's that game management. We'll keep coming back to it because it's a very common theme. And Louis knows just because you make 3 mistakes doesn't mean you have to make 3 more.
I think also going back to mantras and good work bring its own rewards. The other mantra that I use when I'm on it and I'm doing well, it's a simple word, but it brings me to a peak. And I simply say to myself, focus. And I think in the early part of that game, although Louis was going through the motions, there wasn't moment by moment focus and attention to detail at the same level as there was later in the match. All right, so interesting game. What we got coming up
Oh, it's the battle of the backhands.
So the flying ATP merchant, Freddie Powell.
Freddie Powell, white top, red shorts, red cap, blue socks. Bit of a mismatch outfit. Against my family ties, Peter Hitchman.
There's a nice little chop in there from Peter Hitchman.
I think this is the best rally I've ever seen him play. And it's in the warm-up. How unfortunate.
But you saw him there hit a couple of severe attacking cuts. It's a very difficult shot to hit. But the ball skids and stays low if you can hit it. And so many quite good players, when they hit third shot drops off of that attacking cut, fail to get enough height on it. The problem is that the risk reward is so much higher than with a good topspin.
Peter loves a slice return, and I think you'll see it quite a lot.
But it won't be a high floaty slice return.
No.
It'll
No.
be that aggressive cut, which, as a squash player, I like to hit myself.
And it really moves in the air when you're playing against Peter. You'll see from your live stream angle, the ball will sort of slightly move in the air. Makes it quite difficult for his opponents to read the bounce and where to position themselves.
And actually, to that point, Sam, I was having a discussion yesterday about the importance when you're coming from your home club, which might be playing on a wooden floor with a jug, to a tournament like this with the X40 on this acrylic surface, which is very like an outdoor surface, of understanding the swerve on this ball and the way that it moves, and the importance of getting here early and actually doing some practice with these conditions. Not enough players come along and actually prepare properly. And it's a different game. It's an exciting game, and I think it makes us more complete as pickleball players. But if you're not ready for it, it's no good moaning about it once you get on the court.
Absolutely. And I think there's a very common misunderstanding, over the years. Previously I've ran this tournament, and the number of questions you get about why we're using an outdoor ball indoors. And it's very difficult to convey to people that they're framed as outdoor and indoor balls, but it's more dependent on the surface rather than the, whether you're inside or outside.
I think maybe we should start calling them faster and slower balls.
Faster and slower, definitely.
And, obviously the higher level wants to be playing with a faster ball, fast reactions, fast changes of direction. Here we go anyway.
That's the first backhand he's missed, I think. He made all of them in the warm-up.
I'm really good in the warm-up, Sam. So what is Freddie's propensity for errors?
Probably out of all of the top British players, it's probably the highest. Freddie, until he gets into the very competitive state of mind, doesn't mess around but plays freely, and when he's playing freely there are definitely mistakes in there. We've seen a couple already.
But would you say that the proportionality of the errors is cancelled out by the proportionality of the absolutely outrageous, incredible shots?
Yeah, I mean, the number of winners you'll see, probably between Freddie and James for the highest proportion of winners to mistakes. Louis overall is probably a bit more steady. Less mistakes but less outright winners.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll see the, as it's coined, the Bugatti backhand from Freddie out in full force today. And again, the level of topspin is immense. We saw some balls yesterday, didn't we? Flying over the head and landing in.
That's the great thing about that topspin, is that it just drags the ball down towards the court surface far earlier than you might reasonably expect. Nice approach on the slice there, but great line ball from Peter. Watch this double hander. Beautiful, and a lot of topspin on that. Big loop. Of course, if you get a lot of topspin, when it strikes your opponent's paddle, it will jump up unless they have the good control to keep it down. So it's another good reason for developing really good topspin.
And as we said yesterday, the Topspin Pro, very useful tool to help that. If you're wanting to learn topspin and maybe you've not got a coach local to you. The Topspin Pro is very, very useful, provided you're using it correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I think just a simple point on that Topspin Pro is it gives you the angle that you need to brush at, so you don't have to think that through. And then all you really need to do is create a kinetic chain from your toes up through your legs, through your core, through your arms, so that your weight is transferring forwards as you hit it. And I think you'll start hitting great topspin in that way. If you're interested in what a kinetic chain is, if you go online and look up Tyson McGuffin, he'll give you a great explanation of what weight transference is really about and how to play from your toes upwards rather than just using your arm. Well, a little bit plain sailing at the moment, I'm afraid. Peter sort of finding it difficult to stand up a scan or a pickleball shop poster.
Great camera shot.
He just needs a little more room for the topspin that's coming off of Freddie's paddle. There's an outrageous backhand.
I think I'd like Peter to try that. That's, hacked slice return.
Yeah,
at the moment, it's got to be worth a try, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to see it actually right at Freddie's feet. That was a good width and length. Yeah, a little fist pump and a smile from both of them. My only concern is, and these guys are obviously great friends, but the smiles sort of convey a bit of tacit acceptance from Peter that he's on the wrong end of this. Well, the thing with great players is they love it when lower ranked players give them matches. They hate it when they have to work for it.
Oh, great point from Peter.
Very nice ball. Very nice ball. What a great little... That's a
little
top
no
spin.
look.
Yeah, top spin, rolled drop shot perfectly into the backhand front corner.
Better length on the serve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was a good length on the serve, but there was an instance of a half volley from Freddie, which he moved immediately up with, and so negated the value of the serve.
Blimey.
Yep, there it is. Outrageous. It wasn't just top spin, it was top spin and side. I mean, it shouldn't really be allowed. Here it comes. Top and side, rolling and curving away. Yeah, it's really interesting watching both Freddie and Louis. There's a point at which in both of these matches their focus is what you might call superficial. And then when it becomes really important, there is a much greater depth of focus when they're really serious.
You've coined it perfectly, I think.
The players playing against them need deep level of focus from word one and no tacit acceptance. You've got to make these top players earn their position. Don't give it to them.
Yeah, Freddie's just shouted out. That wasn't going in, was it, Pete?
I don't know. There's a little top spin.
There was a little
that.
top spin on there. You never know.
No.
And we will never know.
We could plot it out. We've done it. we need the wicket tracking camera from cricket.
Yeah.
Although that's a dirty
DRS.
word.
DRS.
Yeah, I'm afraid cricket's a dirty word in this country today.
It's not gone very well so far, has
No,
it?
it's not been fun at all. Even less fun for the players themselves, who are very confused.
Sounds a bit like our attempts at all international sports.
Oh no, our rugby did great. I got to stand for our rugby. Compared to where we were before the tournament. But anyway, back to pickleball.
Oh, off the net cord. No apologies from Peter there.
No, quite right. Little roll. Yeah. See, interesting how the double-hander just gives you a slightly different range of shots to the single-hander. Although single-hander, you know, gives you more reach and dexterity. Oh, it's a beautiful ball. Did it go out?
I think it was in.
Here it comes. So there's a good example of a single-hander, just giving you that full flow. But the angled ball's closer to the net. The double-hander can give you that width on the cross-court drop and dink.
So 12-0 for Freddie. Freddie also won his first match 15-0. So clearly in good form so far this morning, playing well.
I just want Peter to have one good point. Yeah, I'd just like to see Peter get on the scoreboard and at least hold Freddie's feet to the fire for a minute or two, just so that we can see how Freddie reacts. Great anticipation by Freddie there.
Oh, that was loose.
It was, you could see he never quite got set up. He was just out of position slightly. A little bit of stutter steps required. Well, Peter trying the moon ball, but Freddie's seen that before, I think.
You know what? I think Pete's got a chance in a rally of just lobbing.
Yeah, I agree. I love the lob myself. Especially if you can release it with very little notice. If you've got fast hands and you can really work your paddle over the top. Now, no off-court coaching.
He's not listening anyway.
Sam Basford pickleball attempting to affect the outcome of the match. A little too late.
Yeah, I'm not sure, even if I said it at the start, if it would have had any impact. So, very confident play from
Yes.
Freddie.
Unfortunately, you know, because he reads the game so well, wasn't tested enough to really get us the opportunity to see what he does under pressure. But fine performance.
Change of schedule. Because they're ahead, they wanted to put one on here now instead. 15, win by 2. Yeah. Cool. Good luck, mate.
So we got an extra match here on the exhibition court, featuring Bernie Audebert and James Chowdhury. I've seen Bernie play before. Very talented strokes, very, very competent doubles player, but obviously, as you can see, not as young as some of the other players, and especially with James, who's got such great control, it may be a real struggle for Bernie. But there we go, that ball's out from James. So Bernie's back in hand. And a little backhand topspin, slightly mishit. You can see a keenness from Bernie to use that tennis style of backhand. Well, he did very well to pick up the first ball, but great half volley here. Look at that little half volley. And of course, half volleys just take time away from the opponent, so Bernie just not expecting to have to deal with the return so quickly. Yeah, players are struggling a little bit with how close they are to the backboards, especially with the amount of topspin that the top players are putting on. The ball re-shoots. You can see that coming off the ground there. The ball really shoots with a lot of topspin on the serve. And you feel as though you need much more room. James quickly out to a 4-love lead. And a little bit of physical presence from Bernie there, engendering an error from James. And swerve on that backhand return from James. Good drop. Oh, that's unlucky, because the drop pushed James into giving a loose ball, and unfortunately Bernie trying too much for an outright winner instead of continuing to work the point. Easy for me to say, though, because under pressure you feel as though against a player like James you need to do something. But there we go. There's a little error on the serve. Standing up. So Sam Basford is back from a well-earned coffee break. Sam, tell us a little bit about Bernie Audebert. I've seen him play doubles. Very good player. What's his age and where's he from?
Well, Bernie is another one of our 50-plus players taking a chance in the open category. Originally from Canada, I believe, and a very highly ranked beach tennis player.
I could see the tennis in there, yeah.
I think he still also plays, I think, to be honest, he just plays any racket sport he can get his hands on.
Right.
Moved into pickleball probably 18 months ago or so. Very quickly became the number one over 50s man. I would say, his certainly tennis skills are far beyond, I think, a lot of our over 50s
right
currently, and we'll only see more of it, happen. But nonetheless, fantastic player. He ripped me apart in a singles game once.
Is that right? He's got very good control, and he's using top and side spin to get not only good length but good angles. And those narrow angles, having played singles in the US, the top age group players in the US, they really do use those curved balls away from the opponent, short and wide, a heck of a lot. And it really punishes your body because you're twisting and turning just to reach the thing to get it back.
See the swerve on that ball.
Yeah.
Well,
So there you saw James using a lot of side spin on that ball as well.
so 8-1 at the turn. Anything Bernie can be doing? He's stretching a little bit more.
Well, I mean, I thought he played a couple of very good points. It wasn't just plain sailing. There was hand in, hand out quite a few times. You know, the problem is you feel when you're somebody like James playing against James, that you have to do more than you actually have to do. And so you put too much pressure on yourself and, you know, try for too much. I feel as though Bernie's basic game is very, very good. He's just got to get his length. He's maybe playing a bit too quick for himself with his physical limitations in the age group. He could maybe just take a moment longer to place his shots. He's been caught out a couple of times because James has hit some ridiculous half volleys off shots where Bernie reasonably thought that he was in control of the point. Nice to see Bernie practicing getting low. It's something that I'm a stickler for and try and teach a lot, is getting low, especially when you're getting up to that net, taking the ball in the yellow zone. What about you? What do you think that Bernie can do differently?
Just that. Strong return.
Yep.
Make James move backwards to hit the ball and capitalise. Talk a little bit more about that yellow zone. We spoke about it yesterday, but what are you meaning by that?
So, traffic light system is a very useful piece of training knowledge. Basically, balls that are above your head, that's the green zone. It's, you know, green for go. You can smash that. You can do what you like with it. Once we get down to just above the level of the net and just below the level of the net, sort of waist level, we're talking about the yellow zone. This is not so much of a go zone, although if you go to Sam Basford Pickleball and learn how to hit a roll, it becomes more of an available attacking zone. But finally we get down to below the level of the net, from about the knees down to the floor. That's the red zone, and really if you can put the ball in your opponent's red zone, there's a good chance that you're going to get fed something that you can capitalize on. That's my interpretation of it. Would you add anything to that, Sam?
No, very similar.
Yeah.
Very similar. We do see, with the more modern game of pickleball, we see a lot more attacking from the yellow zone. And I think that's purely to do with, you know, players not being too vigilant about being ready for each shot, and, you know, something we'll see more over the weekend, oh blimey, is that ready position getting lower and lower and lower throughout the day, throughout the points, throughout the games. And that's where those attacks from the yellow zone happen more, and players almost get away with it a little bit too much because the other players aren't ready for what's coming at them.
One or two of our players, though, do have fantastic topspin. And, you know, I want to point out Freddie Powell on the backhand. Quite often, he will get his eyes down below the level of the net and rip a ball. And you think, how can he possibly get the ball up over the net and down? But he does, because he's got so much topspin and he's got such a low position.
I think once Freddie's in the zone, he's a great example of how low you get actually dictates the level of topspin you're going to achieve on the shot.
Absolutely, and that's of course why, you know, I hate to labour the point, but that's why I love to watch Thadia Locke, because she gets so low. And she can really whip a ground stroke with fantastic topspin and keep it low and dipping. Well, at least Bernie's got in there and traded serves with James a little bit, and he's made James have to be honest here.
And that's what you spoke about in the last game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Forcing them to win it, not gifting them the win.
Absolutely. And you know, I love to see camaraderie, but all smiles when you're, 13 love down. That's not for me, I'm afraid. Oh, lovely little... There's a great example of what you can do with that double-hander to get the width here. Look at this roll over and around the side.
When you're playing against James, it's an unbearable shot. He's got such an ability from pretty much any position on that backhand side to lift that ball up and over the net and drop it into the kitchen, moving away from you.
But I would recommend, if you want to emulate that sort of stuff, that all of these simply inspirational shots from James have to be practiced. And if you're not hitting 400 or 500 repetitions of each of those situations, then you're not going to be serious about being able to do it in competition under pressure.
And it's big left-hand impact as well with that two-hander, isn't it? Huge use of his left hand to generate the actual direction and power on the ball. The right-hander is merely a guide.
Exactly.
For the paddle. So James takes it 15-2.
Beautiful technical demonstration of the skills of the game.
Absolutely. And good thing as well is that was a bonus game. We didn't even expect to see that one.
No, exactly. Just quickly while we're waiting for the next game, I want to mention that recently James and Thadia and I had the privilege of opening the new outdoor pickleball courts at the Beaverbrook Club, and the guest of honour was Tim Henman. And Tim, who's a wonderful human being, showed up early just to get the lie of the land and said to me that he had watched pickleball in the United States when he was over there for the US Open and didn't quite get it, couldn't really see what it was about. Within half an hour, James and Thadia had him tiger in his eye, up to the net, playing firefights, and of course he's got fantastically fast hands. And he came to me afterwards and he said, I was wrong. I get it. I completely get it now. And I think when you look at James playing, how could you not get it if you're an elite athlete and you see the skills available? And this is why people like Jack Sock and John Isner have been drawn into the game and are now really enthusiastic. Who else have you come across from other sports that are really beginning to embrace pickleball?
Oh, to be honest, any and every sport helps in some way.
Yep.
Even ones you don't think about. There's great positioning and hand-eye from basketball, netball, volleyball, cricket definitely helps with the ball going onto the paddle, rounders, baseball, softball, all for meeting the ball with the paddle. Obviously in all of those sports the ball's coming a hell of a lot quicker and your bat is smaller, so definitely makes it more transferable. Obviously all racket sports is a given, but also team sports, football, rugby, they all help with positioning, and especially in doubles, knowing your role in the team. It's only a team of 2 rather than a team of 11 or 15, but if you can set yourself up to have a very specific role on the court, which those players can because they all play 9-10% of the game in those sports, then it's just that understanding between you and your partner and your team. So but to me pretty much every sport can be useful in some aspect. There's a lot of professional pickleball players in the States who have gone down the volleyball and basketball routes. A lot to do with their speed, movement, reactions. So, sort of the beauty of pickleball, really. No matter what sport you did before, it's all going to be useful.
Well, and the other thing that's fascinating to me, because I've been living in the United States the last 30 years, the number of NFL teams that have got pickleball courts in the facility, and players just love to spend time playing pickleball. It's great mental, physical training for the sport, and of course, Judy Murray now is a pickleball aficionado and holds tournaments at her hotel and home. So who have we got coming up?
Well, I said we had a blockbuster match in the men's, and this is certainly a blockbuster match in the women's. Arguably, I'm going to say two out of the three top women, and potentially the final we could see later on. So Chow in the black tracksuit walking over, and Locke in the sort of baby blue hoodie with the red top on.
It's quite nice to see Thadia and James stood there, because of all the ambassadors that we have in this sport, they are two of the most wonderful outreach exponents for our sport.
Absolutely.
So I saw Pei and Thadia playing in Norwich quite recently, and Pei was absolutely on fire. She just was a warrior, and it was a very, very tough match for Thadia, because she was on the defensive most of the time and was finding it difficult to find purchase within the match. So, if that is the standard, it may be a very tough game here for Thadia. What's your feeling?
I think that's where Pei is best, on the offensive, dominating the play. So if I'm Thadia in this position, I'm looking as soon as I can to move forwards, attack the ball, move into the ball, and pressurize Pei. Ultimately, as similar to what we've talked about all the way through, as good as they are as pickleball players, the mental side isn't necessarily there yet, and it's very easy for both of these players. Thadia has had some training from her tennis days of the mental toughness and resilience, and we often see her sort of, it's not as visual as it might be with other players, but sort of mentally resetting after every point.
Right.
I don't tend to see that with Pei. Sometimes she gets a little bit caught up in what's been happening. So it'd be fascinating to see the tactics with these two. They've played a few times, so they'll constantly be learning about each other and working out how to beat each other.
I will say that when Pei had her Taiwanese compatriots here, there was some of the greatest noise I've ever heard on a pickleball court coming from their teams. As they do get very excited and they yell a lot. But as we're watching them warm up here, I think, if you're watching at home, you'll see what I'm talking about when I'm talking about how low Thadia gets. She gets a lovely position. She really uses that kinetic chain from her toes up through her legs, through her core, into her arms. And I'm a great fan of her weight transference and technical skills, certainly in terms of drives. As I said before, if I had a wish list for Thadia, it would be to develop some of the sort of wristy, sort of table tennis-y kind of skills that some of the other players have got. And because she's come from that tennis background, she, with her overheads, tends to straight arm the overhead and roll even the high overheads in the green zone rather than snapping the wrist and getting that explosive overhead. So those are areas that I think she could develop. Pei, on the other hand, tremendous mobility, incredible speed, good hand speed, good overheads, good directional control, great wrist and finger skills, I would say. And as Sam was saying earlier, really very good in offense. So she needs to be tied down and pinned down to prevent her using that kind of offense that she's such a warrior with. Anyway, we'll let them finish warming up, and we'll be back for the start of the game.
Okay, getting ready to get underway here on Championship Court.
Now, Thadia is not somebody that I would ever expect to see giving superficial focus to a game. She means business when she plays. And I'm not sure Pei would know how to be superficial. She just lives for competition.
Yes, you're correct. And as we said, on the offensive, straight away.
What great targeting that was.
Oh, she's made it.
So immediately we see that Thadia's problem is Pei's mobility in addition to her targeting skills, because Thadia earned a good position in that point, and it was of no avail.
She had Pei out of position.
And that hardly seems fair, does it?
Wasn't a fan of that approach.
No, and
to
also
that position.
Thadia didn't come in on the return, and it was a good return, and so I think there's an opportunity lost there.
So early lead for Pei, 3-0.
Okay, so that's the second time Thadia has hit a decent return and hasn't come in with the return.
And the approach has been a little bit shorter.
Right. Let's see what she does this time.
So, good start for Pei.
Very good start for Pei.
Sporting her SB Pickleball PPL t-shirt. It must be the reason.
Must be the reason. Okay, again, good length from Thadia, but no approach. And the thing is, when she leaves the approach late, she gives Pei time, and then she exposes herself. So I'm kind of surprised at this point.
Would you expect to see Thadia moving in from this return?
Well, I would like to see it's a quality return. It was a late move in, where she gets the benefit in the end, but I think it's tentative. And I think it needs to be more assertive.
And it's what we said about how we think Thadia can win this game, right? Being assertive, getting on the front foot, being aggressive.
Now, there's no hesitation from Pei coming in, but technical issue, she hit that volley while she was still running, and so there wasn't a setup. And so technical skills make a big difference. We talk about basics, Sam, but if you did a world ranking of basics, Ben Johns and McGuffin and, Waters, they would be in the top 10 rankings for basics. Such a great little shaved cross-court side spin there.
It's consistent placement from Pei, isn't it?
Yeah.
All the time you get consistent placement. So deep serves, deep returns,
But again, no
deep
follow-up.
approaches.
And so it's crazy that Pei is the one that comes into the net first when she's serving.
Absolutely.
I mean, easy for us out here, but we were talking earlier about the Ben Johns approach to singles, and it's recently been said that he plays pickleball when returning serve and tennis, in quotes, when serving. In other words, when serving, he'll hit a good quality length serve, and then he'll have a look at the return before he decides to come in. So in this instance, maybe oversimplifying, I just would like to see Thadia coming to net, because there hasn't been anything wrong with the quality of her returns. She hasn't really done any short, loose returns. It's a good length, but she stayed back, and again, Pei's the one that comes first. Ooh. Well, I think that's a bonus for Thadia. She wouldn't have been expecting
Very much
that.
a bonus. And these are the sorts of times where Thadia's got to consider really getting on that front foot, using the mistake.
What a great inside out. Oh my goodness me.
Great bit of commentary as well, if I don't say it myself.
Look at her footwork though. See how much space she gave herself.
Just
Fantastic.
faded away from Pei.
Oh, that's gone in.
It's a very common mistake across the board, isn't it? It's something I was taught in tennis very early on. When you're competing, always return the ball back.
Yeah.
Because if it lands in and you're not expecting it to, you're still in the rally.
Yeah.
It's very brave leaving a ball that's very close.
So let's have a look and see if Thadia changes anything here, because obviously what she's doing isn't working at this point. So right now is a time to change if you're going to change.
Again, depth consistency. I would say Pei is so far the best we've seen.
Yes.
For consistent depth.
Yeah, yeah. And very purposeful in what she's doing. You know, it's not a kind of superficial effort. It is directed, focused. So if you were coaching Thadia right now, what would you tell her to do from this?
Be aggressive. Gamble a bit more on the serves. They're still not landing in that back 3 or 4 feet of the court.
Well, that was aggressive.
That was aggressive.
She hit her targets.
I'd also want her on the returns to be taking more of a rising ball. She's got the closed paddle face for the top spin to be able to counteract.
It's a great width.
Lovely shot.
Great width. I was saying before the match, the one thing that I would like for Thadia is the wrist snap skills that some of their players have got. But there you saw an example of close control, and that in itself is very, very useful. If she added the wrist snap, and especially with her overheads, because she tends to straight arm her overheads or just roll overheads.
Yes.
If she could get the badminton squash players overhead snap, she would offer a whole different realm of threat.
So 10-3.
Great length. So difficult when somebody plays a fantastic length at you and you catch yourself leaning backwards. You can't get the weight transference.
Oh, so good. And we'll keep harping on about it.
Look how stable
Depth of
she
serve.
is. Look how stable she is on that volley as well. Yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely. The depth of the serve.
Again.
It's very hard on Thadia. But it's not as if she hasn't got potential upside here. There's lots that she can do. Oh, very nice. Millman and Basford approved of that lob.
Oh, always. I approve of a lob whether it's in or out, to be honest.
Yeah. That's nice. Nice redirect there.
Thadia does have a good lob. It's not used a lot for her, but it's very good. Again, great depth on the return. Pei must have hit that baseline 4 or 5 times in this game. And I think it's a tiny technical change for Thadia, but she's going for that depth on the return, which is good. Because she's on the back foot leaning backwards when she's hitting it, it's just sailing a tiny bit long every single time.
Absolutely.
So if she can stick on that front foot, keep that aggression on the return, I think she'd have a lot more success.
A lot of weight transference begins with early prep, and if you are late to prep your paddle, you're late to set your feet because the paddle tells your feet where to go. So if you want to really be good at getting that length return, it's about early prep, getting enough space, transferring the weight forwards, coming in with the ball instead of after the ball.
Overdone it slightly.
A rare long ball from Pei. And an error, but interesting to watch Pei's return. She comes in with her shot, not after her shot.
Just needed that roll on that backhand to take the ball down.
No doubt that will be a subject of conversation at some point. Thadia having a little late blast from
Cameo.
the past. Yeah. Another great
Oh,
inside
so
out.
much better. The front foot.
Yeah.
And that fading forehand.
And interestingly, although the shot won, she was moving forwards for her next shot, and that's an important part of the technique of hitting a shot, because your legs are being used both for movement and for weight transference.
We saw this a little bit with Pei yesterday, didn't we, in the MLP event. Had quite a big lead in one of the games. And just went a little bit off the boil.
It's a shame.
Thadia knows. She had a good run there. She knows she should be making that one.
Okay, well, she has to come in. And she had, it was a loose ball, unfortunately.
Such good depth.
Yeah. Off a loose ball from Thadia, that was the problem. Well, what a great win. You know, we've had a great demonstration of what Pei is all about. You know, it's the quality of the length and accuracy combined with early approach and tremendous movement. What a great athlete and example of our sport she is.
So, that is the blockbuster women's singles done for now. I'm sure we'll see these two both back later on. We'll be taking a short break with adverts from our sponsors, and we'll be back shortly for our next game.
How is it possible that pros can hit the ball so hard and still keep it in? The answer is topspin.
Here is how the topspin trainer can help you. Oh yeah, see? Feels good. Really nice. Boom, nice. This is a really, really powerful tool. Look how you're making that ball spin. Ah, that's it. Hitting with the topspin 2 minutes a day will completely change your game.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
In PPL. What's your expectation here?
I think we're going to have a very close game. We're definitely going to see Bernie targeting that backhand side of Daniel, or Dan even. And we're definitely going to see Dan trying to run around that backhand side to hit forehands.
Oh, there was an unforced error from Bernie. Okay, so early interchanges, a couple of errors, and just a little sort of nervy start by both players here. And there, as you said, Bernie targeting that backhand, and that backhand going wild and wide.
Yeah, it's where Dan is certainly less confident. His backhand is actually still very nice. He just doesn't show it off very much because his forehand is unbelievably good. The power he can get.
Oh, it's a very nice little cross court there.
Yeah, nice shot.
And this is reminding me of some of the great players I've seen in the States. The angles, the short angles that twist and turn people. Bit of a nervy start, I would say.
I think Dan's just running in a little bit too straight on. I'd like to see him running in. That's the one, a little bit more to the middle. I think that there's a part of him that's also protecting that backhand side as well. So slightly shifting across to our left. Oh, nice.
So a very, well, relatively rare sequence there. You don't see that much dink, dink, dink at the net in singles, do you?
Not a lot. And I would fancy Dan to win most of those rallies if they do end up both at the net. Ooh.
Oh. Well, he was hoping Bernie would go the wrong way, but Bernie wasn't having any of it.
Yeah. I sort of half expected him to run around that one and play a forehand as well.
The line ball was the winner there. Yeah, lovely wrong footer.
What I really like about Dan is he's very unassuming.
Yeah.
And you can never see where that ball is going to go.
Right.
Off that forehand side, it is almost impossible to tell. He holds it so late.
So he's made it back after giving up an early deficit. Yeah, just trying to force it a little bit too much there. One of the things I like about Bernie is his ability to hit drops from all over the place to make the other player play rather than hitting the drive trying to force a play. He's got very good close control. So 6-4 Bernie. It's a very nice width, and Daniel really left himself open by running around the forehand, left a lot of court for Bernie to aim at, and as Bernie's targeting is so good, he was really exposed. Oh, Bernie just not getting low enough there.
Do you think Bernie has to go for that level of accuracy to
No,
the net?
No, I don't think so. And in fact, what I liked about what he was doing before is he was placing rather than forcing. In fact, I was kind of shocked that he hit that one into the net, because he's been doing such a good job of really controlling his returns. Yeah, very nice overhead. Little beach tennis there, I think.
So 7-5. Oh. Ooh. Tough one to call. Highlight says
In.
In.
It is very difficult to call when you're actually playing, and I'm sure that I make errors occasionally.
Oh, we all do.
Yeah.
It's a bit easier in doubles to get away with it, because if your partner then sees it in,
Yeah.
you've got a safety net.
Yeah. Well,
Just
anyway, Bernie's got a little lead here,
Mhm.
and as we said yesterday, a little bit of the moral advantage going in with the lead. And Daniel, I mean, as much as he ever does, showing a little bit of sort of tension there by overhitting that return. So 5-9. What do you think is going to happen now?
Like to see that, exactly that, just
In.
3 inches the other side of the line.
Yeah.
A bit more of a considered roll from Dan.
Yeah. I'm not sure that he has got his roll to the quality that you would like it to be at.
I would agree.
It's a little flat. And so, his forearm and wrist skills could really use a bit of development.
Again, topspin pro.
Very much.
Definitely help him out.
I would say Topspin Pro would be particularly useful if worked on in the presence of a highly skilled technical coach.
Just wide from Bernie. Right, let's see if Dan can create a bit of momentum here. Just double checking they both had the score correct. And they do. 5-11. And that's where it's tricky for Dan, on that deep backhand side. Traditionally, he would be running around a few more backhands. I'm surprised he's not been.
He's also attempting, I think, a little bit too much to attack from positions of being under pressure. I'm not sure that ball was in or out there.
Oof, that one was close as well.
Well, he's under the gun now. So this would be a big turnaround if he managed to make it. But the way he's conducting himself at the moment, he's just not consistent enough. And he's not going for placement enough. He's going for too many winners.
There it is.
That was nice, rolled round the outside of the ball. He's, curving that ball in.
Sort of Nadal-esque,
Yeah.
especially with that lefty forehand.
But there again, you know, instead of placing that ball, he's trying to drive that ball. I think he's got to build his points much more carefully in the early part of the rally, and he's going for too much too early.
Yeah, lifted that ball up. Like you said, the skill of the half volley.
Yeah. And also, funnily enough, the topspin pro would even help with that because it gives you more feel.
That's game for Bernie Audibert. Don't think, probably fair to say, Dan never really got going in that game. The forehand wasn't firing as much as it could, and we've seen it do before.
Agreed, but I also got to give credit to Bernie because the quality of his length put Dan under pressure, and Dan didn't have a building solution when he was under pressure. Dan seems to function well when he has attacking opportunities, but they were taken away by Bernie.
Absolutely. So, as you can see, groups are starting to fill out now with results. So, there'll be, I would guess, a couple more matches. Maybe we'll have 2 or 3 more matches on centre court before we move into the knockout rounds in the afternoon. As a reminder for the men, the top 2 from each group will go through. And for the women, I believe they're all in one group, and it will be the top 4 moving through to semi-finals. It doesn't... Oh, go on.
I was just going to say, interesting contrast between Bernie's match with James and Bernie's match with Daniel, because Bernie was never under the gun in the way that he was with James. It shows you the importance of these attacking top spins that really throw the opponent back from the baseline.
Absolutely. So, next match, I imagine, will be in 5 or so minutes. We'll be taking a short break. We are running ahead, which is fairly standard of these English Nationals and the English Open. Only 2 minutes, says John, live stream man. Only 2 minutes. Oh, because we had a bonus match, didn't we? So we've fitted a bonus match and we're still ahead of time. Karen Mitchell.
Well done.
Efficiency. Oh, we've just turned around and she's not there. So, quick advert break and we'll be back shortly for Katie Morris versus Zoe Jeffrey.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
So, I don't know these ladies. Sam, give us some background.
So I've had to do some finding out. So, Katie Morris serving in the blue top is a completely unknown quantity in pickleball.
Lovely.
She works for Head, I believe, sporting that new Head paddle. You can see the other Head representatives in the background.
Yep.
Clearly a very capable tennis player. And yeah, to be honest, I don't know anything about her other than that, so it'd be interesting to find out.
My coach in the US is a Head-sponsored player, and Head's got a big presence in the US, so I would imagine it's going to come here as well.
I suspect so. On the other side, in the sort of camo top, we have Zoe Jeffrey. And we've been speaking about that Topspin Pro training aid. Zoe is Topspin Pro's resident tennis and pickleball coach. So she does lots of instructional videos how to use the Topspin Pro effectively.
Oh, good.
On Instagram. So you can find a California pickleball coach, I believe, based in Indian Wells. How cool is that?
Yep.
And sponsored by Selkirk also, I believe. And she's made the trip from America. She did the same last year. And here she is. It's a bit of a slow start to this game.
Yeah. So that sort of surprised Zoe a little bit. The short lob with side spin.
I think it had all sorts of spin on.
That's right.
Good defence from Katie.
Yeah, and looking to me as though Zoe is not properly warmed up. I'm not seeing the weight transference. She's sort of not prepping early. Typical sort of behaviour of somebody who isn't fully functioning physically yet. And I don't hear a sweet sound of the sweet spot coming off of her paddle, so she's not prepping early enough, she's not sighting early enough, planning early enough, so she's really kind of behind the eight ball a little bit here, to use her American vernacular.
So, whitewash first half. 8-0 lead for Katie. Anything Zoe can do here?
Yeah, well, get physically more engaged and get down, use her topspin that she's been developing with Topspin Pro, and get a decent length. At the moment, it's very tentative. She's not physically engaged. Most of her swings are coming from her arm rather than the whole body. So
that was a bit better.
Unless she actually gets herself, the entire body incorporated into her game here, she's in danger of, not getting going before it's over. A little neck cord, it came out for her, but again, the follow-through wasn't there, the body work wasn't there. That was better. There was a little bit of legs involved in that. But yeah, she just doesn't seem to be, physically into it. And there again, we see the ball going into the net, very upright, sort of armsy sort of shot. Ooh, free gift.
Yeah, the day has not been going Zoe's way today, unfortunately.
That was a little more tentative from Katie that time. She wasn't sort of as certain with what she was doing there. It was speculative rather than committed.
nice backhand from Katie. That ball just dipped down on Zoe.
Zoe doesn't seem to be very confident about coming up and taking charge. And again, you're not seeing that kinetic chain from Zoe. You're seeing a lot of arm work independently of the body, and therefore getting a lack of control. If you stress the arm muscles instead of using the legs for power, they have too many jobs to do. You can't be both accurate and powerful just using the little muscles of the arm.
She definitely does look more confident at the net when she gets there.
Yep.
A bit more dominant.
This match has never really got going yet, unfortunately.
Yep. Into the net. Another point. Could we see the comeback of all comebacks? Just with the simple change of strategy.
Yeah, it could be.
Good depth on the serve.
Good depth on the return, but not followed in.
There it is again. 3 in a row for Zoe at the net.
And noticeably Katie not following in a good return. So not following the Ben Johns prescription. That time she did.
And it was long.
It was long.
So good run for Zoe here.
Inside out.
Yeah. And I think now she's getting into being considered, being deliberate, keeping it simple, and keeping the ball low. I think she can see Katie's a very experienced tennis player. Keeping that ball low makes it really difficult for new tennis players in pickleball.
Nice lob. Counter lob.
Oh,
Ooh.
great angle with the smash. And a really good example of not having to hit the ball as hard as you possibly can on a smash.
Carved away nicely.
Yeah, and you can see Katie's not as comfortable up at that net.
This could be the comeback of all comebacks, couldn't it? Because the body language for Katie is now becoming...
Oh, came up on that ball, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. I'd just like to see her use her legs much more in combination with the arms.
Oh, just wide. It's that half volley again.
Yeah.
Sneaky half volley.
You see how much action there was on the arm on that. Nice little drop.
Oh, great rally.
There you go. The game came alive.
So, 10-14.
She's within shouting distance now.
Oh,
Very
tell you
nice.
what.
Very nice. And now, what happened to her, physical work on that shot? Got low, used the legs, got turned. That was really nice.
Bob's your uncle.
Yeah. That's right on the line.
Oh, nice backhand. It's very difficult, that backhand, high backhand, and out to the left of you.
Yep.
Really tricky to control.
So, is it too little too late for Zoe?
Oh, nice
yes.
drive from Katie.
Nice drive.
So 15-11. Valiant effort there from Zoe coming back. Obviously didn't start the game very well.
No.
And worked into it really nicely.
I would I may be completely wrong, but I would wonder how warmed up she was and how committed she was before she started, because she came back so nicely, but the first half of the game she hardly came to net at all.
Absolutely. And I'd wonder now if they played another game to 15 what the result would be. And I'd bet with you, you're not a bettor.
No.
I am. I'd bet with you Zoe would come out on top.
Well, it
We'll
would
never
be
know.
an interesting bet.
We'll never know.
Well, we
So-
may know.
Yeah.
May happen again.
Yeah, you never know. So, we'll be back shortly for our next men's singles match, which will be Alex Minogue-Stone of Lemon Pickleball against Ben Corston, who we've been very excited to see all day. The Rackets World Champion. If you're not sure what Rackets is, have a look at it in the next few minutes, and then we'll be back.
If you're
Introducing
American,
Skechers
it's
Pickleball,
known
the
as
official
hardware.
footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
So whilst the players are warming up, a little shout out to our sponsors for this event. Obviously title sponsor Skechers. Very, very comfortable shoes.
My grandson just bought some yesterday. He loves them and he's into gear, so that's probably a good recommendation.
Yeah. Nice designs as well. So Skechers title sponsor, really thankful for their support. Next up, Franklin Pickleball.
I use a Franklin pickleball paddle and I absolutely love it.
We're also using Franklin nets this weekend, official net of the Nationals and official ball. Best ball in the world, I reckon, Franklin X40.
I just love the way that it encourages a variety of stroke play, that it's fast, which means that the game is fast, the reaction time has to be fast, the setup has to be fast. It basically puts pressure on us to be better.
Absolutely. And we've got the UK Pickleball Shop, friends of mine.
And they have just been so consistent in their support of the sport. Very grateful to them.
Yeah, first pickleball shop in Europe, and have just grown massively, which is fantastic. Scan as well, not a pickleball company,
but one of the most enthusiastic pickleball supporters, and you know, their presence is always made to be felt because of how welcoming they are. They're a local company.
just down the road, literally across the road. from Bolton Arena. And we have Pickleball Addiction. Great newsletter. Obviously, they won the MLP event yesterday. So Mark, who runs Pickleball Addiction, will be very happy about that.
Where can you subscribe to that, Sam?
I believe it is pickleballaddiction.co.uk. I'm going to hope.
Well,
otherwise, he'll probably have a go at me in a minute.
Well, we should all have a look and catch up with that newsletter.
Definitely. And running through the others quickly while this match gets underway. 501 Fun. Great entertainment venues for bars. Inclusion of sport. Almost a little bit like Flight Club for darts and
Chicken and Pickle.
Chicken and Pickle for pickleball. We have Topspin Pro. Obviously, we've talked about them a lot today.
Yeah, brilliant.
And yesterday. Brilliant training aid. And last but not least, it's the one and only SB Pickleball.
Where if you want to learn your role, you need to get in touch.
There are other things you can also learn at SB Pickleball, but the roll is one of my personal favourites to teach.
And a topspin lob.
Topspin lob.
Anyway, talk to us about Ben and Alexander.
So, Ben, as you can see on your screen, white top. As we said, rackets world champion. Very difficult sport. He described it to me earlier and he said it's like squash, but on triple size court with a tiny racket head, really tight strings, and playing with a golf ball. And I said that sounds a little bit scary.
Well, as it happens, one of my former county players, when I played for Norfolk, was the World Amateur Rackets Champion. His name was Willie Boone. I asked him about it, and I said, isn't that a bit dangerous? And he said to me, dangerous, my boy? There's only been 2 fatalities since the war. Anyway, what about Alexander?
So, Alex hasn't been playing very long. Good tennis player, from what I know, but also a really great advocate for pickleball. So him and his friend Ash run Lemon Pickleball in North London, so sort of the Finchley area. Provide many a session every week for pickleball enthusiasts in North London.
So if you want to get involved, get in touch with Lemon Pickleball.
That's the one, lemonpickleball.com. Definitely know that one because I'm currently on their website. So they play in Finchley, Muswell Hill, Islington, and sort of close to Regent's Park, Kensington. So good coverage. They also play in Swiss Cottage and Hackney. So they're literally all over. So get in touch if you're interested in playing pickleball in North London, or if you've got friends and family there who fancy giving it a go.
And just remember, it's the easiest sport to begin for racket sports. So don't be discouraged thinking that you're not an athlete. Everybody can play pickleball.
Nice get.
Some interesting variety there. Very interesting variety. Lots of different stuff going on. 4-1 to Ben. Just a little deep.
Yeah, and Ben has only been getting better. It's crazy. He has only played 5 times.
Oh my word.
5 times playing pickleball.
Well, some people are natural athletes, and some people are natural racket sport athletes.
So, Ben takes the turn, 8-1. We've not had too many points here. I think it's been fairly straightforward so far for Ben. Is there anything you think Alex might be able to do?
Well, you know, a couple of times he's hit his returns out because he's still moving as he hits the ball. he's moving towards where he wants to go rather than setting up the shot and then going there. So I'd like to see him work more on that deep return. He did a good job there. And now he's got Ben under pressure. But good recoveries from Ben, and now he's got the length going. But Ben late to recover.
Oh, fantastic rally.
But what was great there was Alex kept him deep.
Constant pressure.
Oh, missed opportunity there.
Got away with that one a little bit, maybe.
So I have a feeling that his visualization was the top of the net, not the depth of the court. Oh, there you go. Slip catcher required. Getting a little frustrated.
That's a cricket reference for any Americans watching.
That's a very nice little cross-court angle there. So Ben getting a little disheartened here because, Alex getting a little disheartened here. Ben is so mobile at the net that it makes it very difficult to get control. That's why we were recommending that Alex kept Ben deep for as long as possible, because you can do much less damage from the back of the court.
I think the difficult thing for Ben is he's only going to get better throughout today. He's going to play as much pickleball today as he's ever played altogether.
Saw him practicing with James last night, and the rate at which he was learning was scary.
So 111.
Of course, if you get yourself into fantastic condition and your mobility is good, it gives you so much more confidence that you can deal with anything that's thrown at you. And you can see that in Ben. A couple of times he's played very matter-of-fact little shots back, not really trying to do much with the ball, because he's so confident he'll be able to deal with whatever comes next.
For sure. Using a newly approved Franklin beta paddle, I think to be released later on this year, courtesy of Jared Franklin.
Yeah, commiserations, Jared, for not doing the three-peat yesterday.
Yeah, tough to take for Jared, but
He'll
law
live.
of averages.
He'll live.
It was coming. He'll live. It's a nice forehand.
A very natural ability that Ben has when on the backhand volley, just slips the paddle around the outside of the ball very nicely. It creates a very difficult angle. Oh, good. We haven't seen enough of that today, back behind where the players come from.
Yeah.
A wry smile from Alex.
In or out?
Looked outish, but Ben didn't feel confident to call it. Now that was rather circumspect on the setup. Late prep, upright. Fundamentals really are so important, no matter whether you're a world-class athlete or not.
Would have liked him to be right up to that kitchen line then. Only reason he missed that shot wasn't up at the kitchen line. Oh, lovely from Alex.
Very nicely done. Yeah, a little roll on the backhand there from Alex. Let's come back a little bit, 6-11. So often when good returns go to a length, players try for too much on the drive. Another great ball back behind where Ben had come from.
Growing into this game a little bit, Alex, isn't he?
He really is. More positive in his body language as well. Earlier on he was looking a little negative. Again, making the same mistake, trying for a bit too much.
And a similar sort of thing. He's not got as much roll as some of the other players.
Yeah. Quite upright.
Very upright on the return.
Yeah. A lot of these, aspiring men would do well to watch Thadia and just see how low she gets.
Oh, great spot from Alex.
See Ben hit the cross court and moved late instead of moving with the cross court, and therefore was late to the next ball. Good choice.
Peppering that backhand side.
Yep. But again, there's a good example of where James's double-handed backhand comes in so much, because it makes the backhand less vulnerable. Because he's really a left-handed forehand.
Forgot to move his feet there.
Yeah, I foresee as the game progresses, worldwide and in the UK, I think the teaching of double-handed backhands is going to increase. It allows you to square up to where the threat is coming from rather than getting turned, and it gives you much more opportunity and variety of choice.
Absolutely. And I feel like we're already moving that way.
Yeah.
The number of people who are asking me about two-handed backhands now, in both cases on the offense and the defense. People love defending with the two-handed backhand. They feel like it gives them a bit more stability.
Yep.
On a reset.
Yeah, we were talking about the importance of getting the whole body, legs, core, arms working together. Well, the double-hander really leads into that, whereas the single-hander leads into the arm working independently of the body and much less stability.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's fine if you're well set up and you've got plenty of time, you can rip. But in the defensive state, I completely agree with you. So Alex has held out for longer in the second half. There's been backwards and forwards much more than there was in the first half before they changed hands.
Bit of almost a 6 that backhand went for, I reckon.
Yep. God, you mustn't rub it into the England cricket team, Sam. You're very unkind.
And that is game for Ben Corston. A good finish for him. So most of these men's groups are coming to a close now. So to give you a quick summary, from Group C progressing, we have James Chowdhury and Bernie Audibert. Daniel Wren just missing out as a result of that loss to Bernie.
Yeah.
Group B progressing, we have Louis Lville and Tom Turney. And Group A progressing will be Freddie Powell and Ben Corston. So Ben on his tournament debut, making it through to the quarterfinals.
Terrific. We can see why that athleticism and control, variation of stroke, they're all great implements for the future of a promising player.
Absolutely. So we have 2 more games on Championship Court for the round robin sections. First game between Jess Wilson and Zoe Jeffrey. And then a little bit later on, another one to look forward to, Pitchford versus Molly Kubrick-Finny. Molly is actually playing against Thadia right now on court 3, so I'd be interested to see how that one goes. Molly plays a little bit differently to Thadia and Pei. Her ground strokes tend to be a lot more flat, but she hits the ball probably the hardest out of the 3 of them. So it'll be interesting to see how she does in the singles.
Yeah, just watching, she is another player who is playing tennis on return instead of pickleball on return, and it gives the opponent an opportunity to get out there to the net early. So just watched a couple of points and Thadia getting the better of Molly in those 2 points. This time Molly came in but overhit the ball. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see in this next game whether Zoe can get, you know, her whole system working. I've watched her warm up there, and she was definitely getting a little lower knee bend, you know, a little weight transference. She looked more engaged, more activated than she did in the first match. But she's going to be up against it because our Jess Wilson from Norfolk, from Norwich, has had a meteoric rise in the game. Very athletic, good variety of strokes, good depth on her shots. So it'd be interesting to see if Zoe can put up a good fight against Jess. What's your expectation, Sam?
I don't think Jess has had the day that she wanted to have today. Obviously, she did very well last year.
Yep.
Taking silver.
I can't remember. You
Silver or bronze in the open singles. This year, a lot more competition. You know, Pitchford entering, Molly entering, Amelia Smythe entering. You know, having the additional competition of Katie, who's an unknown quantity, and Zoe coming over from the States. It's been a little bit more difficult for Jess.
What's she done so far?
Let's have a look. She's currently 1-3 at the moment. So
interesting.
This win, depending on how other results go, if she does get the win, could bring her up into that 4th spot to qualify. And I think she's just got to play her game here. She's a very good baseline player, but also good at the net, and I think she can use that all-round game against Zoe quite well.
Zoe has started completely differently to her first match, and she's hit great widths right from word 1 and found the lines, and Jess is immediately up against it. Yeah, so immediately behind, and Zoe looking like a completely different player. Engaged, committed.
Good depth.
Yeah. She didn't listen to our commentary, did she, between matches?
Maybe she went away and did.
I think she did, yeah. Such is our ability to affect the entire world of pickleball, folks.
So I'd like to see Jess attacking the backhand a bit more rather than going for that slice. I know she's got it in her locker because I've seen it before.
Yeah. Just putting a dead ball away. So new ball now.
Or just clip the top of the net.
One of the things with Jess that I would like to see change on her serve, she doesn't really create space for her swing. She plays it really in close to her body, and it makes it very difficult for her to actually work the paddle with topspin.
Sort of looks like she's forcing that elbow through, doesn't
Yep.
she? And that's why she ends up with the paddle quite almost. When she finishes, the paddle ends up in front of her.
Yep.
Rather than the more traditional over-the-shoulder
Yep.
swing. She's got back into this with a few good serves. Oh,
Again, there you see her footwork, how close she was to that ball, and the elbow's always going to buckle against her core because she doesn't prep early enough to be able to create the space that she needs.
I think what I'd really love to see with Jess, I'd actually really like to work with her as a coach because I think there's big potential there.
Huge, yep.
But I'd really like to see her, something again we've talked about, be more considered and deliberate about every single shot that she plays. Bit like that.
Yep.
I think having watched her over the last certainly 36 hours, it feels to me like she's quite rushed in everything.
I agree.
That she's doing. And when I was coaching yesterday, you know, I talk a lot about time now, and I've said to those players, you know, you've got twice as much time as you think you do to hit the shot. It doesn't feel like it, but you've got it, and it's using that time.
Well, if you prep early, you've got time, but there's a little idiosyncrasy that some players have, is that they use the arrival of the oncoming ball as a trigger for their prep. Well, that's too late. The prep's got to be up as soon as you know whether it's a backhand or a forehand. And if you're actually waiting for the ball to arrive before you prep, you're both trying to prep and execute in a very small, compacted time space. If you watch, Jess has this little hitch to her prep where she goes back and forwards, and that means she has to do double work to play the shot.
Yeah, lovely drive down the line. And even that was a fantastic shot, but I still feel like she rushed into it.
And she's very tight to the ball. And so if somebody's putting pressure on her with a good length, it's very difficult for her to actually execute the stroke properly because she's got a hitch back and forwards, and you just haven't got time for that. I don't know if you've ever spent time watching the great Venus Williams, but on return of serve, her prep was unbelievably early. And so her thinking time and design time was far greater than most players.
There's some good pickleball examples as well. Young singles player called Jack Foster. Very early forehand preparation.
Love it.
Sort of been likened to Agassi's forehand.
Yep.
Sort of quite compact, but very early take back. And just gives him time to figure out what he wants to do and where he wants the ball to go.
And this has been a speciality of mine over the last 45 years as a coach, teaching people to understand preparation. The other thing that preparation does is if you hold the prep still, your opponent doesn't get a trigger for their adrenaline to know when to react. Whereas if you have a hitch in your prep, or what happens is the opponent gets notice of when you're going to play, and their reaction system is triggered much earlier. So there's so many advantages to early prep that are beyond the simple striking of the ball.
I mean, there's not really a disadvantage.
No.
Other than preparing for the wrong shot. Forehand instead of a backhand.
Yeah, there is no mid-hand. Your choice is it a forehand, is it a backhand? As soon as you recognize that, prep before you step, low before you go, and you're in business. It's a very nice inside out. She gets her feet round well there, and you saw the prep was actually quite early. She had a good picture in her mind of what she was trying to do.
So 11-6.
Yeah, she's come back really well in this game after initial problems. But still a little bit sort of racing through, as you said earlier.
Yeah, I think if she's going to return, she's got to commit all the way and come in.
And it's got to be on the basis of a good return.
Good deep return, is it, Richard?
Yes. I mean, this is what's amazing about Pei, isn't it? The depth of the returns, the precision of the returns.
Oh, nice. Nice bit of top spin from
Yep.
Jess. Dragging that ball up and over the net.
Yeah.
So, 12-8.
Yeah, the physical confidence that was there with Zoe at the beginning just sort of gone off a little bit.
So, game point for Jess. Any ideas on what Zoe can do in this last point?
Turn deep, get up.
Voila.
I'll be sending her my invoice later. And again, an earlier prep there for Jess on that return.
Right into the corner as well with that backhand volley.
Yep.
And there's the match for Jess. As you said, Zoe just waning in that physical confidence throughout the match. I believe we have a men's quarter-final coming up in 10 minutes or so before the last women's group match. And I'm just going to go and take the opportunity to have a look and see what's going on in that Molly-Thadia match. It might provide us some good context when we come back to women's singles. A quick advert from our sponsors, and we will be back in 5 or 10 minutes.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Yeah, go on. Means if you're ill one day, I can do your tricks, So we're pretty much ready to get underway here in the first men's singles open quarter-final. And just to give you a brief explanation of what's happening, we had 3 groups in the men's singles this morning. So 3 winners of each group and 3 runners-up, all qualified to get through. That totals 6, which doesn't make for a full draw, so 2 players have received a bye. Those 2 are Freddie Powell and Louis Lville. So Tom Turney and Bernie Odar is the first quarter-final, and the other one being played on court 2 is James Chowdhury versus Ben Corston.
So we've got Tom.
We've done a quick intro already, but what we haven't talked about is the difference on this score sheet up here. We've got 3 games this time.
It's all very confusing.
3 games to 11.
Win
by
by
2.
2.
So for any Americans, very traditional scoring system for them.
Yep.
And just remember, this is a single elimination following the round robin. We're very generous here at the English Open. We guarantee at least 4 English nationals. We guarantee at least 4 games for everybody. And if they make it through, there's a ball running across the court. If they make it through, then they get even more games, and they get longer games too.
God, it's amazing, really. And it's as if, you know, we're rewarding them for no effort. Oh, just out. It's unlucky. Just unlucky.
Just been looking at the draw, Richard. Freddie, I think, has definitely got the favourable side. So he's received a bye. He'll play the winner of this game. Louis has also received a bye, but he'll be playing the winner of Ben. Corston and James Chowdhury.
Oh,
So a bit trickier for Louis. I'm hoping we'll get to see maybe that semi-final.
once again, we just saw there from Bernie what I was talking about earlier. These very, very severe angles that he's able to play. And he's given Tom a little bit of trouble with that so far. And I think there's another ball coming across there. It's James and Ben. They're so disappointed with not being on the camera court that they're trying to get in the action. Ooh. Was that in? It's very close. Let's watch this hit the ground. Boom. Yes, it was well in.
A little bit closer than it needed to be.
Yeah, that's right. So, I would feel in this match that Bernie may have a very good early showing, but that time, I'm afraid, will not be on his side. It will wear him down.
I suspect you may be right. Although Tom is feeling it. It's a long weekend all round. Tom with that knee strap on. We'll see how he holds up.
Looked out. But Tom very generously.
I don't think either of them knew, to be honest. There's that knee strap supporting Tom's knee. Just a little niggle he's carrying into this tournament.
That one's out. So, yeah, very good start by Bernie. What's the score here? Yeah, 4-0. So, yeah, Bernie really carrying the war to Tom here. That's a fantastic reaction from Tom to get that net cord back. That is an incredible skill. If you're at net and the ball hits the net cord, to be able to restart your swing and return it, I think it's marvellous stuff. Tom dismantling the court. Oh.
I think we may see that more than once in this game. Cracked ball. So just changing it. Tom trying to give himself a little bit more room on that sideline.
Some of the tournaments we play in the States, if the surround gets touched during play, local rules have a let played. It's quite interesting.
Generous. Oh, Bernie goes body. Tom too quick.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of these guys on the younger side of the draw. Tom may look it, but he's sort of mid to late 30s. So
ancient, really.
Ancient. But runs around as if he's 12. I say runs, charges around.
It's a great angle, and almost no backswing there. All weight transference here. Watch this. Beautiful. And it's hard to see, but that actually came from stable legs. You can't do that without using your legs.
I think we need to close that little gap at the back where that Skechers pickleball banner is.
We do.
Some pesky balls running across.
All right, so 2-4.
Just wide from Bernie. Just a 1-point game.
So a very good early start. But will the physicality begin to show? Nice touches. Oh, lovely ball. I think that was good.
I think it was. Just held it a little bit longer, didn't he?
Yep.
It's a bit like taking a penalty in football. If you can make the goalkeeper move first, you've got a really good chance.
Oh, that's a very good approach there. And that's a good example of using a quality drop to create an opening for yourself. See, he sees the opportunity. Very nicely done.
Oh, yeah. Behind him.
Yep.
So 6-4 now. Tom's paddle. Nice little run for Tom.
Yep. You can see he's, you know, emotionally engaged. You know, it's good focus. He's talking to himself. Hopefully his self-speak is positive, which is what we want. Talking about what you want to do, not what you haven't done.
Oh, tell you what. Even lacking weight transfer in that shot, still managed to pull it past Bernie on the back foot.
Yeah, he was on the back foot, but he did manage to get his hips all the way through, which made a big difference. And since the hips are the center of gravity, oh, it's such a lovely little drop from back there. That was an outside out. Good pickup, good athleticism, unlucky.
Just long. Good run from Tom though. Started off 4-0 down. Made his way back up to 9-4.
It's a little casual.
There's that ball across the back.
Just if they angled that Skechers hoarding
oh, I thought James was going to do it then.
And he wanted to be on camera. Oh, that's just
horrendous neck cord, that one.
Yeah.
It's going straight to Bernie.
And it's rolled. Oh, yeah. There you go. All about the spin, you know.
Big diversion. So, game point for Tom. Returning the net.
Yeah. Just a little loss of concentration there from Bernie. A couple of balls you wouldn't expect him to put into the net.
A little break here. Thoughts on performances so far?
Thought Bernie started very well with good concentration and a game plan. Bit little on his behalf disappointed that as he got down, he sort of played as if he was down. Didn't quite do the footwork, didn't do the fundamentals, made the errors. Now that may be tiredness, I grant you, but it's so important late in the day to make the player that's ahead actually earn it.
So relatively quick start to this second game. Normally players are after a bit of a break, but these guys want to go straight in.
So it'd be interesting to me to see if it sort of follows a similar pattern with a good start from Bernie and then fatigue breaking in. Nice controlled drops there from Tom.
Oh, off the frame from Bernie. Great defence from Tom there.
And certainly overheads are the first thing to go when you haven't got the spring in your legs and you're bodily, physically fatigued.
Oh, at last, the Skechers banner has been moved.
Louis done the job.
I think after this game I might go and move it so it's on the diagonal. Just so we can see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 1-1 early on. Great initiative from Tom.
Yeah, volleying the volley. Yeah, that time on the backhand attempt at the drop, his weight was still going back. And again, you know, I'm not sure whether you would advocate the double-handed backhand from the back of the court, Sam, but certainly if you use the one-hander, you're more tempted to lean backwards. under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big proponent of the two-handed backhand, sort of across the board, really.
Yeah.
I think especially when you're driving. I was saying this to someone yesterday. To hit a one-handed backhand drive with topspin is hard enough in tennis with strings, let alone in pickleball without strings. And Freddie Powell is really the only person I've seen who can, even sort of across the professional game, nobody's coming to mind that can really whip and hold the ball on the paddle on the one-handed backhand.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for topspin, even if you've not played tennis, a two-hander is definitely going to be helpful for you.
And I think also when you're deep on the back of the court and you're trying to play that third shot drop, using the two-hander tends to make you get lower and put your weight forwards. You saw then, again, Tom going backwards onto the left foot and leaning back trying to play, whereas with the left hand coming onto the paddle, there's a greater chance of you actually pushing your weight towards where you want the ball to go. Beautiful shot by Bernie.
Yeah, Tom sort of got stuck a little bit in
no man's land.
No man's land, transition zone, whatever you want to call it. I feel like in singles it's probably more no man's land.
Yeah. Now,
I think their serve may have been long, so maybe very quick.
I have a little rule in volleying, Sam.
Go ahead.
Football, not ball foot. So the foot must go down before you strike the ball to stabilize. If you're striking before you've stabilized your foot, you get ball foot. And ball foot just doesn't make sense, does it? Whereas
Not
football...
at all. Oh, great. Well, just a great word, football.
There's, again, Bernie's little angles. I do love the way he hits those little curved balls across the net.
So, 3-5. Top of the net.
And just a fraction lacking in setup there and paying the penalty. Oh my word.
You had John panicking then with Tom charging towards the live stream equipment.
I was going to say, joining us in the commentary box, we have Tom Turney. Oh, no, he's on the court.
I had a little bit of a pat on the head on the way through as well.
Maybe we should replace these hoardings,
Joe
because otherwise
is
the balls...
abandoning his position on camera to fix our advertising hoardings. Oh,
Beautiful
lovely
shot.
inside in.
Beautiful shot.
Very technical shot, that one is. You've got to get your feet out of the way.
Yep. An early prep, you saw how his paddle was held back way early so he could measure up the space that he needed for the shot. And there, Tom giving us an advertisement for deep returns. I feel like my next novel is going to be called Deep Returns. Oh, there we go.
Oh. Little tomahawk from Bernie. I just didn't quite appreciate the lack of height on that ball as it bounced.
That ball's deep.
Just a couple of mistakes creeping in.
Yeah, one wonders what Bernie would have been like if he'd been able to come to the sport, you know, when he was in his 30s.
I dread to think.
Yeah, being a phenomenal player, I suspect. I mean, he's a phenomenal player as it is, but, you know, you can't fight Father Time, as I am finding to my cost these days.
So Tom's slightly running away with it now.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a look at that technique there, again, Tom stuck his head right up in the air as he hit that. I was quite surprised. That does happen when you're tired, however, or fatigued. Good curve around there.
Oh, stunning. I think we may be a bit wayward on the score. I think he's up to 10. Yeah.
Good athleticism to cover that
great
ball.
leave as well. A fantastic game for us there, Championship Court. First semi-final done, 11-4, 11-5. The other semi-final looks like it's already been finished as well. Please hold. I'm going to try and find you out the results for that game.
By the way, I'm not sure if you already told folks at home.
4-4-5-4.
I'm not sure if we've already updated folks with Thadia's result, but she did come through against Molly.
She did. You're correct. 15-11. Very grindy game. Lots of baseline to baseline play.
Although I saw, from the little I watched, I did see Thadia coming in more than she did against Pei. Obviously, given confidence by the fact that Molly was staying back, but even so, it was good employment.
Yep, absolutely. So we will take a short break. I believe the next scheduled match is 12:20. So we may have a little interlude here.
Get back to our sponsors.
Yes.
How is it possible that pros can hit the ball so hard and still keep it in? The answer is topspin.
Here is how the topspin trainer can help you. Oh yeah, see? Feels good. Really nice. Boom, nice. This is a really, really powerful tool. Look how you're making that ball spin. Ah, that's it. Hitting with the topspin 2 minutes a day will completely change your game.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Well, here we go with a very exciting tie between Molly Kubrick-Finny and Pei Troncal. As we saw earlier with Pei, she has this tremendous accuracy and placement and is very quick to come to net. Molly, we haven't seen this morning, but we can report that she played Thadia earlier and lost. Now, Molly has this tendency to want to play the deep game, and she doesn't seem to want to come to net very much. And this is going to play, I feel, into Pei's hands, because Pei is always looking to come to net and use her athleticism. So unless Molly, on return of serve, starts hitting good depth and coming with it, I think she's going to struggle here, notwithstanding Pei's errors, of course. The only thing we have seen with Pei a couple of times, as Sam was saying earlier, is occasionally she goes off the boil for no apparent reason and sort of just gets a little bit down in the mouth. You can see the body language is just not quite as on fire as it usually is. But she is one of the great warriors of the women's game, and I think she's going to be bringing fire and brimstone here. As you can see, this is still a group game. It's not a best of 3, and so, you know, providing Molly can go through to the group game, she may bring a different energy level to the knockout draw, but we'll see. Anyway, she's in hand now, serving love 3. And again, very sort of tentative in terms of wanting to come to net, but she does have such marvellous ground strokes that, you know, she may occasionally, as of that last one, get away with not coming to net. Yeah, so the MO for Pei tends to be when serving, she'll stay back for 1, providing the quality of the return is good, and then she'll come in on her second one. For returning, she tries to come in on the first one unless the quality of the return is such that she can't. Whereas with Molly, we're not often seeing her come to net. She does occasionally. I've seen in earlier matches she occasionally will come in. But she watches her shot for a long time after she's hit it, rather than looking to come in. Yeah, we're getting this little range of errors from Pei. We have had these sort of periods when she's gone cold, as I said before. I'm quite surprised. Anyway, Molly's sticking in it at the moment. You see Pei immediately up. And psychologically, that puts a lot of pressure on the baseline player, because they've got to go for the pass. And if they get it slightly wrong, as in that case there, you know, they're on the wrong end. So let's see what Pei does here. She stays back for 1 and then comes in for the second one. All right, she didn't execute it well, but that tends to be her MO. And then on return, if she gets a good return, she'll come in right with it. Molly's still on the move there. She ran through that shot rather than stutter step, stabilize, pause, play, move up, which is what I would recommend. Again, Molly giving Pei control of the court by staying back. And I'm sure that the senior players are in Molly's ear and advising her. It's, you know, she's just going to have to decide at some point to commit and take the risk. Again, very difficult to get to that ball, but you have got to stutter step and stabilize before you execute, because your body weight is used both obviously to transport you around the world, but also to convert energy into the shot, and it can't do both at once, or it's very difficult to do both at once. So you have to bring the body under control so you can redirect its potential into the shot rather than running through the shot. Running passes in this game, not advisable. You can get away with it to a certain extent in tennis, although I see it happening less these days because there's a bigger court and there's more time. But in this small court, there's very little time. So if you run through, it's very difficult to get back in time to cover. There's a very nice cross court there. Bit of a short return there from Molly. Again, such are the quality of her ground strokes. She almost gets away with it, but you know, my advice to anybody playing against Pei is, you know, find a way of keeping her back, and the best way of keeping her back is to get yourself forwards. Of course, this requires a good, deep, accurate return, but I think Molly's more than capable of targeting if she's really focused on targeting. 6-3, Patron. And the short return. And if you're at home and you're an aspiring pickleball player, really recommend that you either mark some targets on your court or place some targets on your court and get into the habit of hitting 100 balls at a target and then splitting it up and hitting 50 at one target and varying with 50 at another target. But I can't overemphasize the importance of target work once you've got your fundamentals down. See, Pei's targeting is just marvelous. She's catching lines and corners all the time. That ball very deep. Just makes life very difficult for the opponent when they're having to go back to retrieve a ball. So this game up to 15 as it's a group game. Again, Molly's return not finding anywhere near the baseline encourages Pei to come in, so change ends. Quite a big advantage for Pei here at 8-3. Beautiful, she painting the lines. So let's see if Molly can turn this round. My advice, were I the one giving her advice, would be let's find the deep returns, but let's push in with the deep return when you're returning. It was a very nice line she hit. Did really well getting her feet round. So Pei's MO to come in on the second ball, but she couldn't because of the quality of Molly's ball. That's a shame because Molly built a great base there. Taking the part of the underdog, I apologise. But she built a great base with quality accuracy. There's the short ball again, and again, just encouraging Pei to come in. I appreciate it's easier said than done, but you have to start doing it in order to change the pattern. And as we've often said, the road to success is built with stepping stones of failure. Fail often, and learn. Beautiful overhead. So 10-3, Pei well in command of this match. Love the way she really bends down to play her serve there. She see her afterwards practicing that double-hander with her left hand, which she knew needed to do a little bit more work there. Well, now a little sojourn for Molly into the net, and although maybe not with the greatest confidence because she came straight instead of to the middle, Pei saw it and made the error. Physical presence often leading to a lack of concentration with players. You'll see it in the doubles that quality players will fake just before the opposition strikes the ball, in fact quite a while before, and then come back, and often that'll result either in a loose ball or a ball in the net because the player is stopped concentrating on the shot and is worried about the opponent. Yeah, body language displaying Molly's disappointment. It is hard work, very, very hard work. It's all experience. Yeah, see that nice low position Pei. She slightly overhit that ball. But if you're lucky enough to spend some time watching the videos of Simone Jardim, spelled Jardim, you'll see that she teaches on serve, get very low and strike up through the topspin. Don't stand high and strike down through the topspin. Simone Jardim, one of the great professionals of the American game. Again, if you want to write that down, Jardim, Simone Jardim, highly recommended. Beautiful cross court there. Yep, straight into net with a quality return, putting Molly under tremendous pressure. Good deep serve. Oh, didn't set up right. Walked straight to the ball rather than setting up the shot. Common mistake. But you have to get your angles right before you approach the ball, not when you arrive. Certain amount of resignation now in Molly's body language, understandably, but going to make these players earn every last point. Nice little deep sliced backhand from Molly. It's a shot that I particularly like. Good deep serve from Molly, and in she comes. And guess what? A result. That's what we want to see. If both players start playing like that, then we're going to have a real barn burner. Now, of course, Pei comes in on the second shot when she serves. But you've got to be able to get a quality ball back from the return to be able to come in on the second shot. And unfortunately, Molly just leaving it too high. We saw Bernie Odar earlier on, and Tom Turney, actually, credit where credit's due, playing great drops from the back of the court from good returns from their opponent. Such an important part of singles to be able to play a well-placed drop that is below the level of the net and makes the incoming returner have to dig. Anyway, 13-6. Pay within 2. In she comes. The pressure from the good length again. So if I was coaching Molly after this tournament, I'd be doing a lot of drills where, a simple combination of good length and coming in on a good length on return were practiced. And interesting also to note Pay's habit of wanting to always come in on the second ball when she's serving. Anyway, good win there for Pitchford. And what's the state of play here? Let me get my glasses on so I can tell you. So, as it stands now, Thaddeus at the top, but by dint of having played one more than Pay, because that result hasn't come through. So as soon as that comes through, Pay will be at the top of group 4. Group 1, apologies. And it looks like Thaddeus will be second. And then, trying to see what else is going on here. Yes, looks like it's going to be 1 Pay, 2 Thaddeus, 3 Molly, and don't know who's going to come next because there's still... Oh no, they've all played, so it'll be Jess Wilson who'll be next. Okay, little gap now, I think, because we went on a bit early with that match. We should have been at 20 past 12, but their players were keen to play. So next up we got Freddie Powell and Thomas Turney. I think, to coin a phrase, this match will turn on Tom's ability to cover versus Freddie's error rate. And I think, obviously, Freddie's going to be the favoured player. But who knows? Tom's drops in the last match were really very good, but his mobility is limited by that little injury he's got. So not sure that he's going to be able to cope with the dramatic style of Freddie Powell, but we'll see momentarily.
How is it possible that pros can hit the ball so hard and still keep it in? The answer is topspin.
Here is how the topspin trainer can help you. Oh yeah, see? Feels good. Really nice. Boom, nice. This is a really, really powerful tool. Look how you're making that ball spin. Ah, that's it. Hitting with the topspin 2 minutes a day.
It will completely change your game. Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
So a nice embrace there between the two players before they start. You know, that's the great thing about the British game at the moment. We're still small enough to be very friendly and familiar. We've got players coming from all over the place. Occasional new players, like our World Rackets champion. But a lot of these players have spent a lot of time together on PPL or just in these tournaments generally. So, re-nourished, re-souped, we have Sam Basford coming back to join us.
Bonjour. Good soup still today. Not as fantastic as it was yesterday. Although it's not because the soup is worse, it's because it's a lesser desirable flavour.
But it's a good staple.
Oh yeah, tomato soup.
Yeah.
Quite a thick, still thick soup, and I like thick soup.
You know, we're going to get the same reputation as Radio 3's cricket coverage of the old days, John Arlett. I'd like to thank Mrs. Beecher, who sent in a lovely cake for us today.
On that note, I did receive some handmade fudge earlier from a lovely lady called Rena. Very nice, very sweet.
Sam Basford, the new John Arlett.
So, Netcord giving Freddie his first point of this game.
So, interesting to see Freddie, how far back from the baseline when he's serving. He's really giving himself room to move in.
And Netcord giving Tom his first point.
I'm not sure if that went in. Did it go in? Let's have a look. Boom, boom.
Impossible to see from that angle.
It did go in. Well, it's been given anyway. Short serve there from Tom. Oh, that was so close. That round the outside swerve. Again, I know we've said it before, but this Franklin X40 does encourage shot making and a range of shot making.
Considered approach from Freddie.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got much more of the eye of the tiger. I'm saying there's some focus here. And once again, with the stronger court. Okay, we should move the table back, Sam.
I was going to say we should make a prediction as to how many collisions with barriers we're going to have in this match.
It's a longer serve there, but a superb return from Freddie. Ball an inch from the back line. So hopefully if you're an aspiring player, you're getting the message from what we're saying today, that accuracy and particularly depth, so important, both in terms of putting pressure on the opponent and as a platform for bringing yourself to net.
So early stage, just a little bit of a cagey opening. Oh. So that's what we would describe as a scorpion shot at the higher levels, crouching down and taking that ball above your head.
Yeah. Okay, Freddie running up the score now. Nice little curve.
I think Tom's going to have to do some work on that return.
Yep.
Taking it deeper. As you said, transferring his weight forwards to keep that momentum moving.
It'd be interesting to know what's going through his mind when he is actually hitting these returns and how much he is actually targeting where he's trying to land the return and how much he's just happy to get the ball back. You know, there's been some experimentation done in University of Florida in Tallahassee with actually miking players up during competition and having them talk through what they're thinking. And it's very, very valuable work. I was involved with some of the discussions. And what you're thinking reflects what you're doing a great deal. So helping to develop the thinking can develop the play. My wife has just come by to say hello. Oh, lovely ball back behind.
Unfortunate net cord for Tom. Didn't really go his way off Freddie's shot.
You're interested. Go ahead.
Go on. Freddie just remaining consistent with that deep serve, I think, at the moment. Very powerful serve.
I was going to say, if you're interested in the new science of expertise and what it takes to become excellent in anything, the professor I was talking about, Anders Ericsson, who sadly passed away a couple of years ago, has written an incredible book called Peak, P-E-A-K, and if you want to become good at anything, from chess to violin, from football to pickleball, I would strongly recommend that you read Peak. Very easy read, but full of nuggets. Yeah! Oh, that's very nice quality.
I do like that sort of loopy ball down the line from Tom. Didn't quite take advantage of that next mid-court ball. And the net cord's not really going his way at the moment.
But some very good serves from Freddie, just putting enough curve on the ball for it to just land in on Tom's backhand side, putting a lot of pressure on. Short serve from Freddie. Oh, just not quite there in time to set. Let's see if Freddie uses this same serve again that curves into the backhand, or if he goes right across the court this time. Oh, it's gone straight down the middle.
Moving through that one, Tom.
Yep.
It's understandable, I think, because he's so desperate to get into the net and get that deep return. But he's really compromising himself.
The issue is that the racket prep is what triggers the mind to set the feet correctly for what you're trying to do. And if you're thinking about the movement before you're thinking about the setup, you're not going to prep properly and you're not going to set properly. You've got to get the sequencing right.
So that's game one for Freddie. A fairly straightforward game for him.
Yeah, I was really impressed with his attention, his competitive attention there. You could see from the body language and particularly the eyes that he was committed. That this was not superficial. You know, he's in business now. He knows that this is not just about this match. This is preparation for where he wants to go in this tournament.
So changes for Tom, if you were coaching him on the sidelines.
Good setup, accurate returns, trying not to let Freddie's pace be the dictator of the way that I play. So again, that's short, and you've got to put Freddie on the back foot. Look at him, ripped with his body weight travelling forwards. Still short. Still short. I prefer to see a slower return that actually finds the baseline or the corners.
Slower and higher.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind if it's a quicker return that finds the corner and the baselines, but the key is the corner and the baseline. That's way too short. Great pickup.
Oh, good duck out of the way.
Massive celebrations. Tom has just won the FA Cup. Nice half volley there. Oh.
Look at that open court.
Yeah. Sometimes the kiss principle is the best way. Great length return.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see where the serve lands and where the return lands. Serve is short, return is deep and wide.
I knew where that was going. I know, I didn't really. Fancied it.
Great try. You just needed the top spin equipment there. A little bit more of a brush up. Great depth of return, but nice counter there from Tom. 10% less power, 10% more top spin.
Clearly frustrated with himself there. I think he knew what he had to do on that one.
But of course, as we said earlier, when you're playing a player of this quality, you feel like you have to do something extra, and that just puts more pressure on you. You're playing at the limit of your capacity instead of within your capacity. Little practice session for Freddie. Let's hit a few backhand topspins. Oh, it's called in. Good effort. I think it was probably out.
I think it was probably 6 inches out.
Yeah, let's have a look here. And no, it was on the down line. Excuse my French. I cannot believe it. Was surprising though. Yeah, very nice drop there. I loved that little drop.
Perfect apex. We talk about the apex a lot with the drop. It's a little bit of a misconception. That looked long as well to me.
I think players coming from other racket sports often think that the apex should be over the top of the net. And that gets them into a lot of trouble, and they get frustrated. But if the apex is on your own side of the net, it really puts pressure on the opponent to be dealing with the ball that's below the level of the net as it comes over. Now, Sam, if you were going to recommend a policy for aspiring players, I sometimes say I think you should over-practice drop shots. What do you think?
Always.
Yeah. Because it's the main differentiating factor between, you know, the 3-5/4 and the 4/5.
And I think it's also the main way, if you're in trouble, to buy yourself time, either a lob or if you can. And sometimes what I say about the best players in the world, if you watch them whenever they're in trouble, whatever position they're in, wherever they are on the court, however hard the ball has been hit at them, they can drop it back into the kitchen.
Oh, extraordinary racket work there. Let's see this here. Inside out backhand. As you were saying earlier, one of the most difficult shots to play.
Very difficult. But yeah, all of these top players can reset into the kitchen anytime they want, and it's a massive differentiator. So, you know, we talk about resets and transition zones, and actually it's best for these players to practice everywhere behind the kitchen line, all the way to sort of 5 feet behind the baseline.
Yeah.
They can find themselves in all of those situations, and it's also the mindset of resetting rather than resorting to a hard ball, which is very easy to do.
Well, let's not turn away from the fact that Tom has taken a lead.
Let's not turn away.
Yes. Puns of the week.
That was a double from Freddie.
And Freddie's just got into a little trouble briefly in this match because he's caught the top of the net a few times with his attempts at drops. Oh, that's a lovely little... I mean, that's
over the top.
That's like a catapult coming out of his hand there. You know? He got the elastic back and off it went. Now there's the a deep return we've been asking for. Oh, that's great play by...
Lovely angle.
But nothing, not to take away from Tom's return though, because it was a quality return. It was just super play by Freddie that didn't give him the point. Little backhand shave here.
Oh. Look how much that dipped. We're right on that non-volley line.
It's that forearm and wrist and finger skill.
Dipped to below knee height.
Red zone. It's a bit frustrating. If I was coaching Tom here, or if I could be in his head, I'd say double down, and really work hard now. Don't let anything go cheap. Short return. Oh, great whip. Oh, almost made it. Almost made it.
Oh, it was there. It really was there.
Yeah, no. Not to take anything away from these fantastic players, but I feel as though as the game goes the direction that it's gone in the United States, where there's professional teams and managers, that this kind of light-hearted camaraderie is likely to disappear at the top of the game, because these players are playing for fun. Once real money gets involved, I think we may see the end of that. Now, I'm not sure that that's necessarily a good thing, and it's lovely to see these players having fun with each other and laughing, but when professional coaches and managers are going to get involved, they're going to really make these guys dig much, much deeper when they're under pressure. And there's a skill to that, and there's training involved in that. It's not a lack of willingness. I'm not suggesting for a moment that these guys aren't trying their socks off, but the professional game has a way of tightening everything up.
So, much closer this second game. It's been a lot backwards and forwards. A few runs of momentum from each player.
A few more errors from Freddie, and a few better lengths from Tom.
The semi-final on court 2 has finished, and I have no clue who won.
You kept
I've
me
been
on
trying to catch
tenterhooks
the
there.
eye of somebody to tell me.
Oh, there. Another rip. So you know, that's quite interesting. Freddie just having a couple of little mental arguments with himself. The devil on the one shoulder and the angel on the other. They're having a little conversation.
He's a little bit lazy from Tom, I think. He's feeling that strain.
Yep.
A lot of outpour to go into this match.
So 8-6. Super length, short, up we come. But so well rescued by Tom. That, you know, what a great example of a third shot drop from the back that looked airy-fairy, but took away Freddie's ability to attack. Oh, it's unlucky. Tried to curve it round.
Had word.
And
James Chowdhury through to the final.
my word. Well, not entirely unexpected.
No, it certainly would have been a close game. And I think Louis, as much as, you know, Louis can do, and he does, a lot of work to work on his pickleball. James has got that inherent tennis advantage with the topspin, with the natural strokes, with the fitness.
And I would say with the severity.
Absolutely.
There again, Tom getting out of trouble with that third shot drop. It's a shame.
I don't mind the lob.
Nope.
Especially to Freddie's backhand side. Makes it quite tricky to be potent on the smash.
The next thing for the Topspin Pro is to hook it up to a monitor that gives flight tracking of the shot you just played.
Yeah.
So you can see the curve on your lob or the curve on your drop.
So 9-7. Freddie 2 points away from a final with James Chowdhury. There's life in the old dog yet, though. Tom Turney.
Think Tom can turn it around? Too much, right?
Just wide.
Yeah.
I still find it crazy how many balls he gets to.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it may not be paying dividends here for him, but certainly at the lower levels, if you can make your opponent play one more shot, I'd love to know a statistic as to how many points you win off that.
And actually, on this particular game here and now, may not do good, but it's doing good for his continued development as a player.
Absolutely.
You know, if people are going back through these tapes to sort of watch some good technical examples, I think we can say go to Tom for the third shot drop under pressure.
Absolutely. Great return from Tom as well. On match point for Freddie. Just inside the baseline.
That's what we want all the time, Tom. Hint, hint. The serve was not a good length. Oh, that's a beautiful touch. Oh.
You get the entertainment factor, don't you? For sure.
Absolutely. Slices, curves, top spins, tickles.
Second match point for Freddie Powell.
It's a little airy-fairy there. Oh.
Yeah.
Good effort. Good effort.
Fantastic second game for sure.
Yep. Very well played.
Good friends, these two. So, mutual respect.
Yeah, it's an interesting little club, the top of the English game at the moment. And as I said, I'll regret when it goes away, but I suspect that it will go away with the advent of the professional game.
I think I agree. We will see though, and we'll be back shortly for, I believe, a women's singles semi-final between Waiting on John to tell me the answers. Jess Wilson and Pei-Chuan Cow. So, back very shortly. And thank you once again to all of our fantastic sponsors, players, fans,
and organisers. Karen Mitchell and her crew, fantastic job once again.
Absolutely. See you shortly.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Molly Kubrick.
So just coming up to this match with Patron and Jess Wilson. Before we do, we'll just have a look at the brackets. See the semi here. Jess going to be up against it against Patron. And a repeat of the earlier match between Thadia and Molly in the other semi-final. And Thadia coming through last time, but they do go backwards and forwards, so it might be interesting to see what happens there. So here we go, and Pay serving, just getting the sweatshirt off. It's going to be tough for Jess. She really does need to get her length deep and get into net, and the quality of the return is going to be the platform on which she bases her decision to either go in or stay back. So 0-0, Pay serving. And immediately a very good wide serve. And you can see Jess's paddle coming out very late there. And she decides to stay back, and of course that plays into Pay's hands, but uncharacteristic error there from Pay. Decent deep serve, but a very deep return from Pay. So straight back in hand at 1-0. Another great deep return. Good deep return from Jess, but she didn't follow it in. So this is becoming a little bit characteristic of the matches that we've seen today, that the players that are straight in on their return with a quality return tend to get the upper hand. So good effort from Jess to go in on the second ball, but it wasn't backed up by the quality of the depth. So much of the time today, the consistency of the length determining where the players are on the court and the openings and advantages that they gain. Short return immediately puts Jess under pressure, and Pay just puts that ball away summarily. So Sam Basford is back from yet further soup.
Becoming a soup addict. I'm going to have to go to this place before I leave the north and just buy maybe a gallon of each. Last me the winter. Oh, lovely. And that's what we want to see more of, that top spin.
Top and side spin, flicking across the court, severe angle.
Do you know what I think the difference was?
What's that?
She was very much side on when she played that shot. And a lot of these, again with that baseline forehand, she was side on. But a lot of the time, you know, we've talked about just slightly rushing her shots. And when she's rushing them, she plays them very sort of open, square stance to the net.
And tight, in, you know, her arms into her body. And when she gets a little more square, it gives more freedom for the arm to swing through. 4-1 to Pay. That's, I think, the third or fourth ball in the net from Pay. So again, she's having one of her little cold patches. She does sometimes play those volleys leaning and on the move.
I think we should call it a pink patch.
A Pink patch.
You know, purple patches are good patches. Pink patch, bad patch. Right, yeah, trademark that.
Pink patch.
Or blue patch.
I hesitate to say brown patch, but grey. That's
patch.
it.
Grey patch.
It's
yes,
a grey
good
patch.
one.
It's interesting watching Jess. She does not set her feet for both shot and recovery. So she is running through a lot of balls and sacrificing her balance and weight in the action of striking the ball. So that was much better. She set up and she was able to both execute and move on. Yeah, well, definitely a little of the grey patch here from Pei.
She did really well to set in all of the other shots.
And she ran into that and cramped herself.
And that's the difference with, if you watch the approach of someone like Pei or Thadia into the net, when they've got that lower ball, they're stopping, they're getting low.
Well, you know, I don't blame Jess there at all. She did the right things, and it was a great piece of athleticism from Pei that caught her out. But I'd love to see her going in more.
Yeah. I was hoping for a dive, man.
Good return, but she hasn't followed it in. Oh, it was just, yeah.
Just long.
But you shouldn't find out that it's long.
The principle.
Yeah, you should only find out that it's long when you're already in. And funnily enough, if you come in, it's less likely to go long because your footwork is going to be better. Good ball.
Oh, nice rally.
She does work the paddle around the outside of that ball really well on the forehand side when she's got space. She can't do it when she's cramped, but when she's got space, she does.
So, as this semi-final is playing on championship court, we also have our other women's open singles semi-final playing on court 2 between Molly Kubrick-Finny and Thadia Locke. We will update you as we receive information. I'm going to be messaging my informant, Peter Hitchman, to help me let you know how it's going.
See, now that return from Jess, she didn't set up for the shot and then move. She started moving and tried to play the shot on the way. That's the wrong sequence. I call it loading to leave. So you set up the shot, but you load your legs to be moving as you play the shot. Oh, it's very well reworked from Pei. She was under pressure, but she lobbed, moved in with the lob, took advantage, took position. Great turnaround there.
I'll tell you what though, I think overall this is Jess's best performance to date. In terms of the pickleball she's been playing today, I think she can definitely consider that for the most part this has been an improved performance on the other games that she's played so far.
That's a good shot. That is definitely her go-to strength, is that round the outside of the ball topspin.
Let's see if she can make a run. Great serve. And great approach.
Much better quality of width and length into that corner, really putting Pay under pressure. We could see Pay just can't hurt these players as much if she is dealing with quality width and length.
Oh, just long. And again, it's that game management side for Jess, knowing where she is in the big picture of the game. Serve went out, return went in the net, and that's first game done.
And so in that instance, the player that was behind didn't make the player that was ahead earn it. It was given away. And higher seeded players love having games given to them. They hate having to work for it.
Well, it means they're conserving their energy, doesn't it? Pay knows there's potentially going to be a more difficult game for her in the final. And if she's not having to have extended rallies in this game, it's doing her a huge favour.
In all our racket sports historically, the lower seeded players that make the high seed players work in the early rounds are the ones that get the upsets. Later in the rounds, the top players have got their games together generally, and they're much more difficult to beat later. But they don't want to work in the early rounds. Second game, here we go. So I don't want to be simplistic about it, Sam, but Pay really does use great common sense based on quality approach. I mean, it is a simple system which she effectively operates.
And it's one that anybody can copy.
Absolutely, if you're willing to do it. But I have to emphasize, if you don't practice, you will not get the consistent accuracy, especially under pressure in a competition. So I'm a great believer in hitting hundreds and hundreds of balls. You know, when I was preparing for tournaments, I would be hitting 1,000 balls either side every week without fail. And coming up to a competition, more like 500 each side each day.
Meister splits.
And why? Because of the accuracy and quality of Jess's shot. Very good length serve, and she's coming on that ball. Bit tentative on the come in. I'd just like to have seen her really push that into a corner.
Jess, if you end up listening, we're rooting for you here. Just want to see a bit more stability on those ground strokes and approaches.
Yeah, the setup isn't just for the shot. That's what everybody's got to remember. The setup is for the shot first, but with the second thought that you're going to use it as a platform for position.
Oh, that was incredible. Innes, Pay's great friend, consoling Jess on the sidelines.
That would have been a great time for putting the ball back to where Pay had come from. The wrong footer. Great return. Not a bad idea. Now, Bernie would have hit that roll very short, dying away there. And that's a shot that we've all got to learn and use more often. Or I'd say Tom would hit, maybe not the same roll, but he'd hit that little floated drop that he hits to prevent the attack.
Early lead for Pay. Oh.
But Jess did exactly the right thing. Exactly the right thing. She came in, but the quality of the shot from Pay was just too much.
And that's it. She's hit that sideline a couple of times with that sort of hooked forehand. Just long from Jess. Could pay up to 6.
Yeah, if I was a player like Jess or some of our other players, I'd be watching back these tapes and then writing down 6 to 8 different shot locations and setups, and going and hitting hundreds and hundreds of them over and over and over until it became second nature. Of course, you need somebody like Sam Basford Pickleball to be able to feed you quality ball over and over and over again. Ball machines are okay, but you don't get feedback from ball machines, and you don't get variation in the moment from ball machines. Sam Basford might well be the best ball machine we've got.
You certainly get a bit of variation from Sam Basford.
But repetition, 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 folks, if you want to be able to do it under pressure.
I would wager still that none of these... Oh.
Beautiful shot.
That none of our top players still really put an emphasis on repetition. And it's why we see a lot of that inconsistency creep in.
I think a lot of our top players are spending far too much time in rec play or non-competitive play. And you talk to Ben Johns, and Ben Johns is saying, I hardly ever play a game of pickleball. I spend 7 hours a day practicing.
Yep.
And if you don't get the message, you're not really serious about it.
Some of the videos him and his brother Colin have done, where they're just smacking balls at each other from the kitchen line.
I love that.
All comes from just pure... Whoa, hello.
A backhand ripper.
Some might say Freddie Powell had made it back onto the court.
Channeling Freddie Powell. Love 9.
Unfortunately for Jess, it didn't score her a point. It was on pace serve.
There's, again, the stutter steps didn't happen to get the stability before she executed. She ran into the ball.
Just wide from Jess.
So often I've had world-class players come to me to be trained in squash, and I've said, right, well, we've got to work on your fundamentals. And you get sometimes kind of a raised eyebrow, but fundamentals aren't beginners' skills. They're the essential skills
for everybody.
All right, well, good effort for Jess, especially that first game. But, despite a grey patch for Pei, she consistently finds quality length, but also her approach to the net is timed immaculately consistently.
Absolutely. So, I don't think it will be long before we see our next men's singles. As you can see, bronze final between Tom Turney and Louis Lville. Obviously, those two played against each other earlier. Close match. I think 15-11 from memory to Louis. So, fascinating to see if Tom can turn it around.
Now, prior to the event, would you have expected Tom to be in the top 4?
Yes.
That's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, it really is, because where would you have expected him to be 18 months ago?
One of the people that enters
Right.
and loses all of their matches quite considerably.
Right, so huge credit to you. So, I mean, he's already won his tournament in many respects here.
Yes, absolutely. If he can knock Louis down, I think that'll be the icing on the cake for Tom. It looks like there's no rush in getting this one started, although Tom has made it onto the court. So I think we'll be starting in about 5 minutes' time.
What do your spies tell you about the Molly Thadia?
Well, I've not heard anything. I'm going to have to go and have a look at it myself.
You can't get the staff these days.
I know. Oh, and Jared Franklin's just arrived in the house. Bit of a late night for Jared Franklin last night, I think. Not woken up till, what's the time now? 1:30.
He's got extra caffeine in his hand, obviously trying to get himself woken up this morning.
Needs his morning coffee. Alrighty, we will be back very shortly for our men's singles bronze final.
Oh, there's a whiff there
from Molly. Right, I'm going to go and check on it. We'll report back.
All right, see you soon. So, as Sam was saying earlier, you know, in many respects, Tom has already won his tournament by getting to this stage. A reflection of the marvellous improvement he's made. Louis Lville has been our number one in this country and has played professionally in the United States in some of the top tournaments there, and is still working very, very hard on his game. He is one of those players that I think does do some very serious practice and works really hard at repetition. Louis just showing us that it was number 1 and not number 2. That's how we choose who's going to serve. So, you know, I think it's a tall order to ask Tom to get by Louis, and I think it'll have a lot to do with just how much Louis embraces this match. If he really gets his head down, he should do very, very well, I think. It may be kind of psychologically a little tough for him to get himself going, because clearly he would want to have been in the gold-silver match rather than in the bronze match. But, you know, he is working on being a professional, and so I suspect that he will get the job done. And that's not to take anything away from Tom, but, you know, the all-round polished abilities of Louis Lville are, without question, you know, it makes him a leader in this game for the last 3-4 years. And he is, of course, a great ambassador as well. You know, the time he puts in helping people to understand the game, working with clubs, you know, I have great admiration for him. But anyway, here we go. Louis off to a very nice early lead, finding his lines and angles. .50. Right idea for Tom, but again, just a little lack of calibration on that setup. He sort of approximated the setup as he ran in, rather than really prepping and measuring the setup.
Oh my God.
Not happy with himself on that shot. He kind of improvised there, and it didn't improvise well. Sam Basford is back.
Apologies for the delay. I told Louis and Tom to take plenty of warm-up time. You know, no rush.
They were hiding from you. So, what have you got to report?
Thadia, pretty dominant performance
Really,
against
that's
Molly.
excellent to hear from that point of view for her. I'm sorry for Molly, but you know, I was a bit worried about Thadia after her match against Pei, where she became a little negative.
Yeah, I was speaking to Molly earlier, and surprisingly for a tennis player, she was saying she actually has a much bigger preference for doubles to singles, and she doesn't know if she's actually going to play singles moving forward.
Huh, interesting.
Not just because of today, because it didn't go her way against Thadia. It was before that. But yeah, I'm not sure how long Molly will be playing singles for. I know today has certainly retired Peter Hitchman from singles. He's had the realisation that maybe it's not for him. It's only taken him 7.5 years to figure it out.
Well, I mean, I don't want to cast aspersions, but, you know, apart from squash, singles pickleball is one of the most physically exacting racket sports. And not in terms of duration and endurance, of course, but in terms of the physical toll, twisting and turning the body, it is really a great physical sport. And sometimes people are just not up for that. That was a rip.
2 from 2 on that inside-in forehand. Will we see a hat trick? I'm going to bet Louis will go to the backhand side.
Short serve, I'm afraid.
Oh, should have gone for it again. It was open.
I'm wondering how much, I may have said this before, I apologise if I did, how much Tom is aware of his targeting when he's serving, or whether he's just putting the ball in play. Because it makes a massive difference to whether or not Louis can come in and the quality of the shot Louis can execute. Again, very short serve, immediately on the defensive.
I think that one hit his foot. It's a very funny thing with Tom is I think he gets a bit excited and has a sort of a, I'm going to call it a bad tendency to move into the court after he's hit a shot when he's not moving forwards. Does that make sense? So he'll hit a ground stroke from behind the baseline,
Right.
take a step in, but not with the intention of moving forwards. It's just his natural reaction is to take a step in after he hits that shot from the baseline.
Revamp that description, bearing in mind what you've been saying to your students about time management lately.
Exactly. And, you know, he's actually doing a great job today of not stepping in after he's serving. And it's buying him time.
Yep.
You know, the ball has got longer to travel. Ergo, more time for Tom. See that one, he sort of stepped in after his serve. I know the serve went long, but that's going to give him a lot less time. And also, the ball could still bounce behind him if he stepped in.
Absolutely.
So there's multiple considerations.
Big problem for former tennis players who, when they serve, naturally want to rush the net. And, you know, it takes a while of repetition to train yourself to use a pickleball mentality instead of the sport that you've come from.
Absolutely. And it's the, you know, the momentum of the serve. When you're taught a tennis serve, if you're right-handed, your left foot leads.
Yep.
And when you're serving, you can do a little drill to create good sort of, like you said, kinetic chain through your legs. Is your left foot lands 2 feet inside the court, so your natural, you know, your technique almost takes you inside the court. Whilst in pickleball, there's not many players who need, you know, so much power that they end up inside the court off of their serve.
And interestingly, if we watch Freddie on his serve, I mean, he's like 4 or 5 feet back from the line, and that helps him a lot, I think.
Oh, just wide. Like
One of the
idea.
things about Louis is that he loves the art of the game. He's entertained by imagination, and that's a great thing, I think.
Oh, I like that phrase. I'm going to keep that one. Entertained by imagination. I think as well, because he's had to grow his game from the ground up. You know, and both of us, when we first started, we played against each other in a tournament in 2017. And I won't brag about beating Louis Lville in 2017. But we were both around 3-5 level. And the journey has been much, much harder for Louis than it has for James, Freddie, Thadia, Molly, Pei. Because he's not got that tennis background. You know, he played squash. So he's had to work on all aspects of his game to get to this level. And he's managed to take it to a 5-0 level, which is amazing.
And also, you know, I think the sport nationally has got to be grateful to him for breaking that trail, because he has literally broken a trail for so many that have come after him.
I like that off-pace, directed forehand.
You know, that's another great drill, isn't it? You know, baseline 90% power, transition zone 60%, short of the net 30%, and less than that as you go in. And I think that's a great feeding drill as well. You
Absolutely.
Repetitively feed one deep, one transition, one net.
I like creating margins on the court as well. So, I didn't really play tennis that well, but I had a touch of coaching, and the coach would always say, right, Sam, you're hitting within a metre of the tram line today. So you'd hit cross court, but your focus was landing it between the tram line and a metre into the court. And that's really helpful as well, because it's the easiest visualisation of where it's going to be difficult for your opponents to receive the ball, down the lines and deep at the baseline.
100% with that, and I would even go further, and I would either tape or chalk all of those margins, because the indelible image that's left in the subconscious lasts you forever if you do those practices.
Oh, stunning.
That was a lovely shot.
That was Jess Wilson-esque. Wrap around the forehand.
Yeah, a little roll.
Just inside the line.
But again, there's a good example. He didn't use 90% there. That was a 60% guided missile. Doing well here. Sort of like his last match with Freddie. Second game. Bit of a turn up for the books. Sam, you missed it.
I did. I was paying attention to something else. Oh, good lead from Louis.
4-4. And there again, you've got just a lack of detailed attention to setup because he was more interested in movement. Oh, my word.
Yep. Right on the outside of the line, I think. Perfect view here.
And look at the off speed. Beautifully targeted. So Louis just coming into the ascendancy here.
Wide. And I think that's, a good trait of Louis is no matter how tough the competition is, he will always, if the ball is out and he's hit it, he'll call it out.
Right.
There's never that argument with Louis as to whether the ball was in or out. He's very matter of fact.
Which is why he's such a great ambassador for our sport. Walk the walk. Talk the talk. Lovely little flip across there. And again, good wrist skills. Good try.
Barrier crash. Just had a quick note to give a shout out to the Kitchen Dinkers, Everything But the Kitchen Dink podcast. Rob and Andy. Have a listen. It's on Apple, Spotify, all the usual places.
BBC Sounds?
Oh, not sure about that one.
Okay.
And they just love talking about pickleball. Great to listen.
I love that little change. Now, some of that does come from squash because we're so used to using late wrist in squash that you can change direction. That's some of what I'd like Thadia to add to her game is late wrist. Louis bodily trying to help the ball over in midair.
Sort of J.W. Johnson style. A little bit of a jump.
It's what the Americans call body English. I don't know why, but apparently if you try and help the ball you've just played by levering your body in the direction you want it to go, that's called body English.
Yeah, didn't make a definitive decision there, Tom, about if he was approaching or staying back.
And again, running through that shot, I'm afraid.
And that is game, set and match. 11-3, 11-5. Louis takes home the bronze medal in the open singles. Congratulations to him.
And as we've said before, congratulations to Tom, who won his tournament by getting to this level, and hopefully he'll continue to grow his game.
Definitely win the most improved award.
Brilliant. Yeah.
So, next up, men's final. Freddie Powell versus James Chowdhury. Won't be long. Quick word from our sponsors, and then we will be back.
How is it possible that pros can hit the ball so hard and still keep it in? The answer is topspin.
Here is how the topspin trainer can help you. Oh yeah, see? Feels good. Really nice. Boom, nice. This is a really, really powerful tool. Look how you're making that ball spin. Ah, that's it. Hitting with the topspin 2 minutes a day will completely change your game.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Oh no, what happens is sometimes there's a hole to fill. That was funny, wasn't it? What? You got weird one. Can you hear me? Hear me now? All good, perfect. Okay, let me know when you're ready. Give it a minute, one sec.
And if it's really like close, but you guys are honest, that's all fine. Fred, 1 or 2? 1. James, what do you want to do? So, which side do you want, Fred? Stay? Farewell, guys.
So, exciting match coming up, the final of the English National Championships between James Chowdhury
James,
and Freddie
one
Powell.
time out a set each. Fred, 1 time out a set each.
Apologies for the delay. We've been trying
Time
to get
in.
Louis' mic
0-0.
working. So 0-0.
So, big match. Inspirational player Freddie Powell.
Side out.
Against seasoned
0-0.
national class sportsman James Chowdhury. My initial thought on this is the intensity of consistent focus from Chowdhury
Side out.
versus the 0-0. Up and down genius of Freddie Powell. What's your thought?
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what happens here. I think a lot of it depends on how James's fitness is going to hold up throughout this game.
0-0.
I'd say Freddie's got the advantage on longevity. But I do fancy James sort of in terms of the play.
Side out.
I think James is probably most adept at dealing with the weapons that Freddie holds. So
0-0.
Still 0-0.
Point.
I just feel, looking at James when I'm watching him playing,
1-0.
that he is fully engaged. It's like, yes, it's on. Whereas sometimes with Freddie, I feel as though it's on, and sometimes I feel as though he sort of leaves the building temporarily.
Yeah, I think we'll see a little bit more
0-1.
of his focus shining through in this match. Obviously, the singles title eluded him last year, courtesy of Lobgate, Louis' lob serves. We won't talk about much of that because I think we talked enough about it for Freddie's liking.
1-0.
But he obviously lost out on that last year, and I think there's a good hunger this year for Freddie to right the wrong, so to speak.
2-0.
What's Freddie's background pre-pickleball?
So grew up in Dorset, playing tennis. A very, very strong tennis player.
0-2.
Went over to America, played Division 1 tennis at Drake University, which is again a very good tennis university, one of the best setups they have in the country over there.
2-0.
Came back last summer from America.
Side out.
We saw him first time at the English Open last year, where he was, relatively unknown quantity.
0-2.
Went all the way to the singles final and lost out very narrowly to another guest of ours at that tournament, Josh Gilmore. Since then has sort of gone from strength to strength. So really excited to see how he plays his part in this final, but also the higher end of pickleball in the UK moving forwards.
Point.
So Freddie putting some pressure on
2-2.
with quality striking at the moment.
Point.
A mistimed shot there from James.
Yeah, sort of surprising because we know the
3-2.
quality that James is. So it tells you something about the quality of the striking that Freddie is
Side
using.
out. 2-3.
Quite the crowd gathering round for this game.
Point.
Off balance and falling as he struck that ball.
We can't see all of them on our cameras, but there is a balcony
3-3.
up behind us in the commentary booth. It's pretty much full.
I would say in the region of 200, 250 players, crowd, all the way
Spectators.
Spectators,
Definitely. There they are.
3-3.
Joe doing God's work on the cameras for us there, making us look good.
Side out.
Great length of return there from James. So, few uncharacteristic errors from James, mishits at the beginning, settling down a little bit now.
Yeah, that's it. Oh,
Side out.
It's just beautiful.
Bugatti backhand.
Yep.
There it is.
Had time to set up, and a lot of whip on that.
3-3.
Almost table tennis-esque, except that the paddle was held stiffly rather than loosely in the hand. That ball looks so close to being out.
Collision with the
Side out.
barriers.
Yeah.
Number 1.
Yeah, we are a little bit limited here. Oh, it's a great shot. We're a little limited here because we've got so many players. We've got to
3-3.
fit all the courts in. I mean, I was saying earlier that in the States, sometimes we hold pickleball competitions in big tennis stadium.
Point.
And when you have the final on the tennis stadium court, you know, players have got 30 feet behind
4-3.
the baseline and 15, 20 feet either side. It makes for a different game.
Absolutely. And I think as well, this
Point.
court is a true court from Pickleball United, which is fantastic because it gives our players a great playing surface. But the space is not endless.
No.
Oh.
Point.
So James taking a touch of a lead here.
6-3.
Once he gets into his stride, there is something inexorable about James Chowdhury. He is
Point.
all business, and he marches on in that fashion.
7-3. Side
Great
out.
hands from Freddie Powell there, because he was on the wrong end of that rally, but through inspiration worked his way back in.
3-7. Side out.
Came up on it.
Just
Very
a little
upright,
bit, a
wasn't
little
he?
bit.
Generally,
7-3.
Freddie gets very low, especially on that backhand side.
Oh,
Side out.
just such great. And we talked about Freddie's ability to get low. Watch this. Watch how low he gets here. Goodness me.
3-7.
I reckon that might have been off the frame of the paddle. There was a little wry smile between Freddie and James.
But even so,
Lots of applause from the
Side out.
crowd.
beautiful. Beautiful to see.
So back with James at 7-3. James and Freddie both sporting that Zane Navratil
7-3.
Pro XR. Very gritty paddle.
Side out.
Love to get Zane over here sometimes. Sometime I'm a big fan of his. Very personable and beautiful player.
3-7. Point. Four-7.
Interesting.
Flop serve.
Oh, yes. Such great
Point.
pace that even James couldn't absorb.
Just
5-7.
wide. James again, another. And Freddie. They'll all call their own balls out if they see it.
It's a great rally. There's a lot of work here.
Oh, hello.
Scorcher.
Side out.
You know, I was going to start nicknaming this the Rock versus the Scorpion.
7-5.
But there was a bit of a volcanic outpouring from the Rock right there. Yeah.
Point.
great technique, and appropriate use of pace. He's very good at judging
8-5.
what's appropriate in the situation. Short serve, though.
Right on the... Oh,
Oh, my word.
Point.
Is that an advertisement for topspin or what?
I think Freddie's getting a little bit of a taste of his own medicine there. Ball overhead height, dropping into the baseline.
Just great loop.
He now knows how all of us feel when he
9-5.
does that to us. So 9-5, James. Bit of a lead.
Side out.
Just rushed a little bit there. You feel as though Ben Johns might have just
5-9.
played a ball to stay in there rather than going for it. Oh, it's unlucky.
Side out.
Louis stepping in to be our referee today. Done a fantastic job so far when he's been
9-5.
on the side of the court.
Point.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So again, just a little lacking in the setup
10-5.
particulars. Wasn't quite calibrated.
Wow.
Point. First set.
Wow.
Wow. So, game one. Chowdhury. Wow.
Yeah.
Told you, he's fucking good.
Bit of additional commentary there from Louis Lville. Not sure if it made it through to you viewers, but
This is the X-rated version of the final. Anyway, my commentary at the beginning was that I was looking for the all-business rock-like attitude
Right. Second
of
set.
Chowdhury
0-0.
versus the inspirational, sharp play of Powell. We got some of that, but we got more of
Side out.
the inspirational from Chowdhury than I was expecting.
it was truly inspirational, some of those shots.
0-0.
It's difficult to actually contemplate when you're watching
Point.
online how fast, how powerful,
1-0.
and how much dip they had.
I feel as though there would be
Side out.
justification for having a camera on Sam Basford when those shots are made, because he actually winces.
0-1.
I know exactly how the players on the other side of the net are feeling.
I couldn't see it to overrule. Too close, James. Point.
James not
Entirely
sure
happy,
on that
yeah.
call.
1-1.
Louis
Out.
doing must have been
Side out.
must have been in after all. Louis doing
1-1.
the right thing, not seeing it clearly enough to overrule.
Point.
Yes. A great hold there. And again, an example of what you can do with early preparation. You see him, he's just going to hold this prep and then let rip.
2-1.
Beautiful technique. Lovely
Point.
little topspin lob.
Love it.
Love it.
Love
Absolutely
it.
Love it.
One of the trickiest shots in the
3-1.
game, that overhead backhand almost smash.
Yep.
Ooh, just wide
Side
from
out.
James.
If you've got a really good wrist, it makes it a lot easier to get that wrist flick overhead on the backhand. But if you
It's where
haven't
those
got that-
badminton players excel.
1-3.
and squash players actually,
And squash.
you'll watch Louis hit that shot because we're so used to hitting a cross-court nick on the backhand side.
Side out.
So thoughts on how Freddie can bring this back? Richard, obviously
3-1.
Went down in the first game. A little lead for James in the second.
Well, I think it's very difficult because I'm not sure if it's in Freddie's nature to be a spoiler and shut James down with steady Eddie. But I feel as though wearing James down, especially, I mean, not to be unkind, knowing that he's got these physical issues, rather than playing the explosive short rallies, I personally would love to see him start working the baseline,
3-1.
and get at least 2 or 3 very long rallies in somehow.
Oh,
point.
That one drops in as well.
But at this point, it is, I'm afraid, playing into James's hands to play the short, sharp rallies because he picks off openings so well. That's great.
Side out.
Great inside out from Freddie. See if he can use it. Gain a bit of that momentum.
1-4.
Step onto the front foot.
Look deep.
Side out.
Getting a little bit frustrated here.
But we go back to what we talked about yesterday, the difference between building and forcing.
4-1.
He needs to build here. Build a platform from which he can get a foothold back into the game.
Point.
Blimey.
And you see, this is a building shot, isn't it? He hasn't smashed that. He's put that where he wants it to go.
5-1.
And putting under pressure requires great technique.
Point.
Wow. I think this is probably the most dominant James Chowdhury performance I've seen ever so far.
6-1.
What do you think of his pace management?
You could literally paint it as perfect.
Side out.
I mean, again, classic. Sam says something that's perfect, and
1-6.
James does something imperfect. But James knows that he doesn't have to swing full swing
Point.
to get the ball up and down.
Oh, Freddie needs a bit of support. He's asking the crowd to help him.
Urging the crowd on. Tell you what he needs.
2-6.
He needs a bit of a
point.
He needs a shot to get the crowd going, doesn't he? Not winning a point. He needs a stellar around the post shot, or one of his backhands that flies into the back corner of the court.
But he needs it after a tough rally.
Point.
Few points on the trot for Freddie.
He needs to keep it tight and focused and not let anything loosey-goosey.
Point.
I wonder if we might see a timeout from James coming up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. He's just a little weary.
5-6.
I haven't seen him looking physically quite so grey. But see, that's classic.
6-5.
That's the wrong time to make the error from Freddie. He had to keep it tight. You talk about game management, classic there.
Point.
Yeah. And again, the game management.
And that's the one he needed. Like we said, if he'd have got that up and over the net and past James, I think he would have had a big reaction from the crowd.
7-5.
Can't buy it. You've got to earn it.
Oh.
Point.
Yeah. Well, I'm afraid the Rock is being rock-like at this point. When he was
8-5.
down, he was rock-like.
Oh my goodness.
Word.
I think line.
Well, ever the entertainer.
Point.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful shot.
James just saying to Freddie that Freddie could have made whatever call he wanted because Freddie was in the way of the ball for James.
9-5.
Though Louis did say he thought it was on the line. I love that shot.
Side out.
That forehand volley going back behind.
Right. And especially as James's shot was a good shot.
And I think that's where
5-9.
Freddie can catch James out. That sort of sharp movement. Oh,
look out,
here we go.
Lobgate. Slightly different
Side out.
answer to the Lobgate of last year. I'm not sure if I was Freddie, I would be doing that. It brings back bad memories.
Well, I appreciate that he thought he had to do
9-5.
something a little bit different.
Good sense of humour.
Not this
Side
time, says Freddie. Ball goes wide. So let's see him use it now.
5-9.
In a way, I wish it had been going in so that he could work him again back across
Yeah.
the court. See, that is the moment where he has to make James play if he's going to get James worn down. Because, I mean, James clearly is visibly
9-5.
quite weary.
Mm.
But having played high
Side
levels
out.
of sport,
Yeah.
he's used to being
Might be an
tough.
illusion.
Yeah. And also, he's used to playing for his team. And even when you're on your own, you're never really playing
5-9.
alone. That's one of my poems from my book, Angles.
Points.
There we go. So volley goes long from James.
6-9.
6-9.
Side out.
There it
Own
is
goal,
again.
I'm afraid.
Own goal. Double fault.
9-6.
Wow.
Point.
Such great control, isn't it?
So, championship point for Chowdhury.
10-6. Side out.
Oh,
That's it. Make him hit the shot.
absolutely.
Make him hit it.
He was going for a little bit of a star
6-10.
finish, I think.
I think that sums up James quite well. Good serve.
Side out.
See, to me, that ball set up really nicely for his backhand drive. And it might now be a confidence thing for Freddie.
Yeah.
He's missed a couple
10-6.
because he chose the wrong shot to go for it.
Point.
Yeah, into the net,
Game
into the
match.
barrier. And that sums it up.
It's a tremendous win for James Chowdhury. Tremendous win. What a fantastic exponent of the game he is, especially when you consider his physical situation.
Should we see if we can get him in for a little chat?
Yeah, it'd be great.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
All right, James. Congratulations.
Thank you.
First ever national singles title for you. How does it feel?
It's good. I mean, I've played really good pickleball all day. Semi-finals had to find top level, and once again against Freddie in the final had to find a very top level. Very, very tight matches, and it's a point here and there that makes a difference. I was finding the lines and being really accurate with my balls at key times, and I think that was the difference. But really pleased to be on the winning side of it, and I lost to Louis in a close one a couple of years ago. So.
Fantastic. And you had a tough side of the draw, definitely, with that Louis semi-final. Obviously, you said, hitting lines, making balls. What do you think really helped you to bring you through that final? Obviously, a bit of a grind against Freddie, someone a bit younger than you as well. What do you think helped bring you through?
I have a pretty deep background in tennis, and I've played a lot of really tight matches, so I could pull that out of the bank and the memory bank to sort of rely on at key times. I think about where am I trying to hit my serve, where's that first shot going, really trying to plot in my head where he's going to hit the return. And just if you know where the first few balls are going, or 70% of the time you know where those balls are going, you can plan the point a little better. So when the nerves creep in or at tight points, you know what you're doing on the court.
Perfect. And little prediction from you. Women's final is Thadia versus Pei. Who have you got?
I'm going to be horrible and sit on the fence, but I'll tell you why. They played each other in the group stages earlier on, and Pei was painting lines. Thadia played really, really well. If Pei keeps that level up, then I think I don't see anyone stopping her, and that includes a lot of the pros out in the States. If Thadia can dig deep and make it tight early on, so Pei doesn't have a free hit at waist-high balls, then I think Thadia's got a really good chance as well of winning that. So I expect it to be tight. They both know each other really, really well. I wouldn't put money on either one of them. I think it's really close.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dan.
fight.
That's that. Yeah, best of 3, 11, win by 2 again. He said Molly was coming down, but I don't know if she's cheating, isn't it? Right, and then it's Daddy
And we are back live with our Women's Singles Open Bronze Final between Jess Wilson in the grey-white combo and Molly Kubrick-Finny in the very luminous pink. Richard has unfortunately currently deserted me, so riding solo at the moment. So 0-2 on Jess's serve. I'd probably say, I know she just made a mistake, but Molly would be the favourite for this game. Very strong tennis background. Former British junior #1. Previous appearances at Wimbledon, both in the junior and open categories. But Jess has shown she can fight and hold her own in rallies against some of the better players today. So it'll be really interesting to see how this game goes. Wow. What a return from Jess, clean winner. So Jess takes the lead for the first time in this game. I think if she's going to find some success in this game, it's going to come on that backhand side of Molly. The score is 4-2 on Jess's serve. Lovely backhand from Jess. I want to see that a little bit more. Just wide from Molly. And again targeting that backhand side of Molly. Raced out to a 7-2 lead as Jess. And I think if Molly's going to have success in this game, it is definitely, or should I say, definitely going to be at the net. Richard is back. Not sure where he went, but he's back.
Went to see my wife competing in the over 70s.
Yeah, how's she doing?
Doesn't know her partner, and her partner's new to pickleball, so they are taking part.
It is, after all, the taking part that counts.
This is true, but you will not convince my wife of that. She was former captain of England ladies squash, and she's two-time national masters champion of the United States, and the taking part isn't quite up to the winning with her. But there you go.
So we're at 3-7 on Molly's serve.
Give us a little rundown, as I've been away, as to what the character of this first few points has been.
It's been very much domination stations from Jess Wilson. We've seen her approaching the net.
Wow, that's great to hear.
Oh. She goes cross court with the backhand, approaching the net, feeling confident, hitting those balls deep, moving in, and cleaning up whatever comes back as a result.
What do you feel her time availability in this match is compared to the time she was being given in the pay match?
I think, to be honest, it depends on how Jess is going to play this game. She started out very aggressive. If she continues that way, I think she's actually going to generate more time for herself. Molly hits the ball very hard, but not as much on a counter shot. Molly's got to take the initiative if she's going to hit the ball hard.
So has Molly come to net?
Once, and she's won the point. But as I said before, I think even since she started pickleball, she's been a little bit disillusioned with singles, and she's not sure it's her game. I don't know if we'll see her entering any more singles after this tournament. And I think you can sort of tell she's a little bit disillusioned with the singles side of it, based on body language.
Yep.
And her sort of mentality in this game on she's holding her ground, playing sort of what comes back to her. And I think just almost testing Jess and seeing if Jess can actually take the initiative and win this game. So it actually might be a good mental battle for Jess, this one. She's going to be her own first enemy.
Yeah, Molly may be just slightly dragging herself through this match. It's good width and length there, and Molly comes in. Yeah, good hands, very good hands.
And that's what we know she can do.
Yep.
Again, net point, Molly wins it. So 6-9.
Oh, it's
Great serve.
Very good length.
Great serve.
Very good length. Yeah, and it is difficult with the restrictions of the court because we have so many matches to play. We've got limited space around this court. But starting back and moving into the shot rather than starting forwards and moving back will help. Lovely little rip.
And I love Molly's forehand. She can hold it so late. And that's where she had some success against Stadia earlier on, where they had that group game, 15-11 to Stadia. Molly had so much success with those central balls, holding the forehand. Yeah, and here she is, starting to get into the groove. You can see she's repping a T-shirt with Team Spicy. Spicy Pickleball is her new pickleball venture.
All right, that's Molly's herself.
That's Molly's herself, Spicy Pickleball.
There you go.
So if you're in the Essex, Hertfordshire, northeast London area, then you may want to look out for Spicy Pickleball. Might be appearing very soon.
What does Spicy Pickleball do?
I think the plan for Molly is going to be running sessions sort of similar to Lemon Pickleball, I guess, what we talked about earlier. Yeah. Running sessions, providing some coaching, developing players. And I had quite a long chat with Molly the other day, and it's really her passion is getting young women into the sport.
Great. Need more women in sport.
So she's going to be doing some great stuff with young girls, encouraging them into sport and also keeping them in sport once they're in as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, there have been endless grassroots programs in sport in this country, but there have not been endless retention programs in this country, and it's the retention that keeps people involved that is the most important thing, because otherwise we constantly do these thriving grassroots programs and then lose people after a year to 2 years.
Yeah, and I think Molly's a great proponent for young girls in sport. She'll be the first one to admit she wasn't the best behaved at school, but growing up with sport helped her, and I think that could be said for a lot of young people. Just long.
So Molly turned that round really well, from being well down to now being a game ball up. Jess going a little tentative here. Hasn't folded that in. Fold this one in. Yeah, good. Sort of slight backhand inside out. Little swerve on the serve.
So, game point now for Jess. She's managed to survive the game points from Molly and turn it around to 11-10.
It's a good angle.
And that goes long from Molly. So game 1 to Jess Wilson.
Yes, so a good turnaround from Jess because she got herself a little bit negative and behind there, but turned it around and followed in at a couple of key times and used some good inside out and some good roll to get some angles with. We shall see how Molly proceeds in the next game. She, as you rightly say, her body language doesn't look thrilled to be playing in this singles match. But she's giving it due diligence.
She certainly is.
John has lost one of our players. He's now regained her.
So Jess Wilson getting some reassurance and some encouragement from the sidelines.
Just before they start, quick shout out to John and Joe, our producers and technical experts. Thanks so much for all the work you've done to bring this to everybody.
Supporters right from the first English nationals. Well, not Joe. Joe wasn't here, but John was. Don't know where Joe was.
Well, we don't want to get into that. Well, there we go. A sudden approach to the net from Molly.
That's every single point still. She's won when she's approached the net.
What are you trying to say, Sam?
Oh, she didn't get to the net, so that one doesn't actually count.
But it's on a serious point. Again, she didn't set up the shot before she approached the net. She started approaching the net and tried to play the shot on the way through.
I guess we could call it a bit hasty.
Yeah, and sequencing is very important. You've got to get the quality up before you start trying to rush into the net. Oh.
Great shot from Jess.
It was a great shot from Jess. But Molly using the pay system there of when serving, staying back for the first ball and trying to come in on the second ball. Pay does that absolutely consistently unless the quality of the length stops her from doing that. Which, of course, is another vote for quality length. It's a great width and length on that serve from Molly. There she is on the second ball, and
so much better.
So what we'd like to see is Jess come in on the return so that, you know, battle is joined with everybody. But she stays back. Run out of court space. I feel as though Jess or Bernie might have rolled that paddle round for a very severe cross court there.
Yeah, Molly is quite a flat hitter of the ball, so she doesn't generate tons of topspin.
Right.
I think she's found it quite difficult with that topspin change from tennis because she had a very, very extreme grip
Right.
in tennis, especially on that forehand side. She played a one-handed backhand as well, so not the easiest transition into topspin.
The handshake grip in pickleball, when you're trying to use the wrist to roll round the side, is actually helpful. Doesn't seem to be helpful for, tennis topspin, but for us, we can get more angle on the paddle with it.
And that's why we teach it. Because of that, and also because every other shot is accessible.
Yeah.
With that continental grip.
Right off the line.
Called out.
Called out. Okay. Very tight at the beginning of this second game. I thought Jess was going to come in there.
Oh, don't think Molly thought it was going in.
Play the point to its conclusion no matter what. Let the referee or the out call stop you, not your assumption.
Yeah, lovely short volley. And again, at the net, gets a volley. And wins the point.
Again, I'd love to have seen Jess come in on that. It was a super length and width. And I know she won the point, but it's just good practice, good form to use a penetrating length as the basis for approaching the net. Molly straight in and wins the point. Am I right in thinking you had a conversation about this with Molly earlier today?
What was that? About what?
Coming in.
Yes.
Well, she's doing it. Didn't set up. Prep before you step. Do not step before you prep. Simple but very important maxim.
So still a cagey start here.
It's a lovely little third there.
Yeah, it was closer than Molly thought from Jess's forehand to landing in. Wasn't the furthest away.
Yes, Jess can get that paddle around for that spin that swerves the ball inwardly. Here comes Molly again. She's becoming a presence at the net. Well, certainly in this period of play. Good length. A very good width and length from Jess on the return. Yeah, right out there on the sideline. You know, it sort of strikes me as a bit sad, and unless Molly just really doesn't enjoy it, because she's a talented athlete and there's so many things she could do to improve from the point where she is here in the top 4 in the country. working with a good technical coach who could really train her, she's still got an awful lot to offer. So it'd be a shame to lose her, in my opinion.
Yeah. Similarly, I think you can almost tell when people aren't enjoying it.
Right.
Can't you? I think we can see that with Molly. I've also had a chat with some of her friends, and it appears she's got a little niggle in her back as well. So maybe a reason for the lack of, not lack of movement, but sort of a slight lack of
inhibited movement.
Yes.
Really, yeah.
And I think she knows that some of those balls are out of reach, and she doesn't want to sort of damage any further opportunities this weekend, I imagine. But we can see when she's... I know Molly quite well, and you can tell she's not playing at 100%
right
here,
yeah,
whether that's the injury or the sort of singles disillusionment.
The injury I completely get, because I've played for years. I've got a replaced hip, my knee doesn't work anymore, and it's so frustrating to be prevented by a physical reason rather than the limitations of your own skill. But in terms of the game itself, if a person's not enjoying it because they are not sure what to do, there's always a possible upside. Because is the lack of enjoyment because you're not sure what to do? And if you are taught what to do you start enjoying it much more because you've got more options and choices?
Here we go. We're seeing a little bit more movement now. A little bit more enthusiasm.
Yep.
And I think it's quite clear from... Oh, almost a little smile on the face then.
That's a good width.
Yeah. Here we go.
Didn't recover though.
Oh, nice play. Good rally. And there's your prime example of Molly knows she's not going to get to that ball, and she's not going to hinder her potential injury any further. So 3-9.
A nice inside-out cut there, actually inside-in cut on the backhand from Jess, made the ball skid off the surface.
Ooh, not far. I don't mind the change-up. She struggled a little bit on that backhand side deep as Molly.
Yeah. It's a good roll.
I think if I was Jess, I might want to go mid-court with some of my shots. I feel that Molly's struggled with that zone where she's got to really get the ball up and down over the net. Obviously with her lack of top spin. Oh, that's stunning.
That's a lovely shot. Lovely shot.
She made that look ridiculously easy.
But the shot from Jess did give her enough time to get her feet set.
Yeah, a little bit floaty. Oh, wow.
Oh, there you go. Lovely. There was a little topspin on that. She got her paddle up, out and around the side.
There's our lovely photographer, Paul. I think that was the best shot she's hit all day.
So 1-1.
1-1. We continue.
So big change there, Sam. Molly into net, I would say something like a dozen times in that game.
Yes.
And therefore more of a physical and psychological presence in Jess's mind. What do you think Jess has got to do?
I think the more Molly applies herself in this third game, the harder it's going to be for Jess. Like I said, a few shorter returns, maybe shorter volleys, goading Molly coming into mid-court. But otherwise, I think she's just got to keep hitting the backhand, deep on the backhand, and see what comes out as a result.
And I would like to see her come to net herself on the back of good approaches, not tentative, but, confident approaches. Jess herself's looking pretty weary here, so.
And that could be the other difference. Molly's tennis career. She said to me once, we were just all playing together, and she said, you lot who didn't play tennis at a high level, you don't realise how much time we spent in the gym gaining strength, gaining fitness, doing conditioning. None of you realise how much work went into that, and as a result you don't understand actually how fit we are, how strong we are. Having a little snack on our way onto court.
Yeah, and the tennis players do the work. And, if they wanted to then step up to another level, they'd come and play squash. Because we really trained. But there you go.
You're saying you're fitter than Molly?
At one stage, I was very, very fit. We used to do court sprints, a minute court sprints on, minute off. And at the age of 35, I could do 19 sets of 21 lengths of a squash court.
Oh my goodness.
I used to train physically for 90 minutes non-stop. So we know a thing or two in squash about physical training. But anyway, back to the important stuff, because Molly's already made a very good start to this third game. Jess does come in, and Molly rewards her, perhaps unnecessarily there. Jess's return wasn't deep enough to really pressurise, but she got away with it by being a physical presence. Oh, and there you see again running to the ball before she set up, getting on top of it.
And Jess isn't far from you in Norfolk, is she? Do you think you might see if you can do a bit of work with her like you're doing with Anakin?
Well, I would love to work with her, but she is in Norwich, and it's a funny thing in Norfolk. Cromer is only 20 odd miles away from Norwich, but it's almost a separate existence. So always happy to try and help those that want to come and work. We actually are seeing, and I'm sure you're seeing, an increased incidence of people taking private lessons in pickleball now. Initially, they weren't too sure what it was all about, but now people realise that just developing strategic and technical skills can massively increase their enjoyment of the game, and it's money well spent. Changes people's lives,
especially if you can have a consistent one with a consistent coach as well. I know, my main student at home is Atto.
Yep.
We saw him yesterday, his first foray into the upper echelons of pickleball.
Right.
And overall, I was, very pleased with his performance, but equally, there's definitely some stuff we can do to help him even further. And I know, when I first saw him, I knew I could improve him. And now I've seen him play, I know I can improve him even more.
Yeah, it's a great partnership, and we need the competitions as ways of mapping out where we are on the way.
So Molly taking a very quick turn.
Yep.
There's no one called Turney on the court for our puns anymore, but not sure if we can make a pun out of Kubrick-Finny. Might be quite difficult.
No, but we might be able to mull over how things are going
Mull
in
over,
this game.
yes, lovely. So yeah, quick turn for Molly. A bit more robust, I would say, in this game.
Yeah.
A few less mistakes. Do you think we'll see that continue in the second half?
I do feel it's likely because Jess has lost her accuracy a little bit and made a few errors. Oh, it did well to get that length in, and wrong foot Molly there. That's a nice little turn. I'd like to have seen Molly get round on her backhand there. She was too late to get her feet round on the forehand. So, let's see what Jess can put together here. See, that's fatigue, I'm afraid. So...
It's the Millman commentary curse, I think.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. But I've only borrowed it from you.
Yeah. Just while you're here with us.
This is good play.
Yeah, great play from Jess. A good point construction.
Yep.
Anticipation.
And also early enough to keep the pressure on. Sometimes the obvious shot doesn't pay dividends if you take too long to play it. Especially with somebody like Pei, who is just going to cover it so quickly. Oh, net cord went in. Oh, just long. Just long.
And I think that's going to be where Jess is going to struggle with this sort of second half of the last game.
Yeah.
I think with Molly's back, she's going to want shorter points, not longer. And she's got that ability.
Oh.
Well, so it's Jess to hit the corners.
But, you know, a couple of times now there have been good examples of where I might like to see double-hander from Jess. That ball that she put down the line on the backhand with one hand, I think with a roll would have gone in.
Oh, a third shot drop.
Very nice shot.
Not common in the women's game.
No.
Singles, women's singles.
Yeah. Needs to be more common.
Absolutely.
Which is why we were saying earlier that I'd like to see third shot drops over practiced, because it's an addition that needs to come into the game.
Again, Molly held that forehand right to the last minute.
Right off the back of the line, I
Yeah.
think.
Looked like it to me. No, I think Molly's called it out. That baseline is very, very difficult to call, especially when you're moving backwards. Myself and Peter, my cousin and doubles partner, have definitely had our fair share of terrible baseline calls over the years.
Given or received?
Given and then overturned subsequently by other doubles partner who didn't make the call. You know me, trying to be as honest as I can.
Absolutely.
It's still difficult. It's a nice whip round forehand from Jess. Seen that plenty of times today.
Yeah. She gets her elbow outside so that she can get that paddle around the outside. I kind of wish she would do that on her serve. Oh, it's good little comeback period for Jess. Oh, you can see that's a tender back. Didn't want to bend over for that.
No. Yeah, and I think we're going to see a sort of more deliberate attempt to finish these points a lot earlier.
I wonder if Jess has recognised the physical deficiency. I mean, I'd be tempted to be just popping a few little volley drops in and volley dinks in and just ask her to come right up and see what happens.
I don't think she would come up. Oh, what a shot.
Great shot.
What a shot.
Well seen.
Woof.
Well recognised.
Right in the corner.
Yep.
Applause from Molly. She can recognise. Oh, and matched. There's not many people who can play a sort of slice drive in the game. So low over the net.
But of course, that ball was very short from Jess, and she came in on a short ball. Very risky. Yeah, very nice. Very matter of fact.
Double bounce. I like it off pace as well.
Yeah.
So, not championship point. Match point for Molly.
Oh, it's gone in.
Just long.
Oh, that looked very close. Let's have a look
Did.
here.
I'm not sure we're going to get a good enough angle.
Nah.
Joe's
removed the
teasing us.
possibility.
He's teasing us. And to be fair, Jess has had a couple of really close calls on this baseline, hasn't she?
Yeah.
So, not that it's the right thing to do if the ball was in to call it out.
No,
but
absolutely. Here is bronze medal ball.
Just wide. We did say we think she'll look to finish these points nice and early.
Yep.
And the depth has changed quite quickly, hasn't it?
Yep.
Drive's going a lot deeper from Molly at the moment. So, third match point. Yeah, great play from Jess. I think Jess is really confident when she knows she's got Molly running onto the backhand side.
Yep.
So 4-10. 3 match points saved so far. Oh,
That'll do.
making it look so simple.
Although that body doesn't look like it's feeling very simple at the moment. It's a little gingerly. Just comes in.
Oh, and she saved another one.
Molly put that more in the middle than she intended, I think. This ball should have gone very wide. It's gone straight down the middle.
Jess looks shattered.
Done.
Not done yet.
No.
She's saved 4 match points.
Yeah.
We've talked about lots of comebacks so far this week. Wow.
There's the ball that she should have played on the previous point. That's a beautiful shot.
Oh, ball on court. Unless that is our ball. It is.
It's a lovely shot.
Right. Match point number 5. There we go.
Right into that back corner and comes up to the net.
And long again. 5 match points for Molly.
Love to have seen Jess doing that much more earlier.
Ooh.
Oh dear, what happened there?
It's very wayward.
Yeah. I will say that if you get your paddle angle wrong with this Franklin, it will exacerbate the error and really spin out. So, again, trains you to really think about your contact points.
Jess has had some success with those sort of shorter balls we talked about.
Yep.
Forcing Molly to hit up on those balls.
Oh, she's lucky there because she was coming in on the back of a very short ball.
And you can see Molly, as
Is
soon
in
as she
some
hit that
pain.
shot, hand on the back. That one hurt.
Oh, ouch, ouch. I think Jess may have recognised what was going on there.
Oh, great pickup.
Yeah.
Here we go. Match point number 6, 7.
Yep. I think that's the 4th time we've said here we go. So we're definitely.
There are
had
at least a
few.
couple before that. We'll call it 6. Match point number 6. Oh, and there it is.
Beautiful shot.
Just inside the baseline. Nice little bit of respect at the end between the two players. The marathon match.
Well, despite the bad back, I think we should give plaudits to Molly for changing her game plan and really starting to come in much, much more effectively. And she even got the topspin rolls going a couple of times on that forehand cross court. So, yeah, much credit to her fighting the back, but also coming up with a game plan that was effective for the situation.
Absolutely. And big credits to Jess as well from fighting through. It's really difficult when you've won that first game and you end up losing the match. But she played really, really well that first set and throughout. Some hints of some fantastic play. Just that consistency factor now.
Exactly what I was going to say. You know, like if she can become more systematic and train systematically and you know, sort out a couple of those technical issues. You know, she's got great mobility. She's got great insight and imagination. You know, she can be carried along with this English wave in pickleball and stay at the forefront, I think.
Absolutely. So a quick word from our sponsors. And I suspect the next match will start in around 5 to 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Apart from, if you're on Facebook, the Facebook Live will restart just as soon as we cut from the court picture. And it will restart immediately. So just head on to that Pickleball England Facebook page and you'll find the new stream up and running already.
By the way, do share the Facebook stream with all your friends. We want as broad and wide a coverage as we can get.
See you shortly.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
you hear me? Yeah. So best of 3 to 11. If it goes to the third set, we change to 6. Basically, I'll do the scoring, I'll check foot faults, and if it's really close, then I will only overrule if I can see it clearly the other way. Play 1 or 2? It's 2. Thadia? Okay, which side do you want to play?
So Thadia to serve.
Okay.
Pei is going to start at the end closest to the camera, although she's walking the opposite way. Right then, the ultimate question, Richard. Which way do you see it going?
I am a Thadia fan, but I have to say, I'm going to say to love to pay.
Sam can hear me, okay?
And the reason being the severity and accuracy that Pei uses and her willingness to get to net, I think is the difference. I would be very happy to be proven wrong, and if I see Thadia starting to play quality, deep as she comes to net, I think it may be a closer match.
Well, time will tell. As a reminder, Patreon sporting the SB Pickleball PPL team merchandise. What a great T-shirt that would be in. That would be to win in. Pay is actually run to the bathroom. So slight delay here before we get started. I'm going to do a bit of crowd spotting with Joe, our cameraman. So first off, we have the Oliver family, Rodri in the red.
Talking to Alexander and his mum, sitting down, paying attention. Judy, very, very great part of the Chroma Pickleball group. And now we're going to...
Oh, the Thadia loyalists. Emma Rickson and I believe it is Simon Farr's son, although I've forgotten his name. Do we have a third? Ah, Panini. Panini time.
Don't do that to me. My tummy's rumbling. Keep meaning to get out for soup, which Sam constantly advertises, and I've failed. The best I've gotten to so far is a banana.
Is there one more? Yes, there is.
But the London Pickleball.
It's the London Pickleballers. I think we'll definitely see some support for Pay coming from over there for sure. Alrighty. Here we go. 0-0 Thadia to start.
Best of 3 to 11. Time in, 0-0. Point.
Interesting. The first reticence I've seen from Pay on approaching the net.
1-0.
And she stayed back again. Oh, she
Side
read
out.
it. Thadia read it.
Very Roger Federer-esque of Thadia, charging in.
Yep.
0-1.
Do you think we might see some more lobs from Thadia in this game?
Maybe.
Side out.
It's risky because Pay is very good overhead. She's got a good snap, can attack that ball.
1-0.
Harrison in the background there, giving us a nice smile. He's obviously excited for this women's singles final.
Oh,
Side out.
just a little loss of concentration there. Didn't set up properly. The ball's gone wild. Rueful smile from Thadia.
0-1.
Oh,
Side out.
lovely.
Now that shows you how with the double-handed backhand you can do the same from the backhand as you can from the forehand. Look at her work that paddle around the ball.
Thadia sporting her
1-0.
Skechers attire, one of our Skechers athletes here in the UK.
Side out.
Not happy with the depth that Thadia's serve is going to. I want to see that deeper myself.
0-1.
Pay right on the baseline with her serve. But good returns from Thadia.
Yeah, perfect point from Pay, I think. If she can continue to do that, I think she'll be on her way.
1-1.
Here she comes.
And that ball is long.
Point.
Following the usual prescription
2-1.
when serving, staying back for one and in on the second one. I mean, it's a very good prescription. Well,
Oh, such a good drop.
it was a great drop, but I'm very happy to see Thadia come in on a good
3-1.
return. And I hope she doesn't stop doing it because of that. She did.
Side out.
Ball just long.
It was very, very close, wasn't it?
Adjacent.
1-3.
I like Pay's confidence in her own ability to get the ball up and down.
Side out.
and she fully commits to every single shot she plays. There's belief.
3-1.
And again, Thadia hasn't come in.
Point.
Yeah, and we spoke about it a little bit earlier, didn't we, about spotting patterns in play. And we've seen Thadia obviously play against Pei once earlier today. We both spotted some patterns, and you know, it may be.
Side
out.
Now she came this time.
She came and she conquered.
She did, and it's a beautiful behind wrong footer.
Yeah, approval from Pei
1-4.
as well.
In on the second ball.
Oh, right
Point.
off the line.
And so she's sort of applying a little bit of Pei's emote against Pei, which is very, very good. I'm impressed.
And we did say earlier on today, if Thadia can be confident and play on the front
2-4.
foot and dominate, she's got one hell of a chance.
Side out.
Just long. Slightly open paddle face.
Yeah, sometimes you know,
4-2.
she's thinking about moving in, but she's neglecting the setup, and so the stroke itself is not adequate. Oh,
Point.
good try.
Could be said that Pei is painting lines today.
Dear. I think I'll make you pay
5-2.
for that later.
So 6-2,
Point.
early doors. I do wonder, there's not been a
6-2.
timeout used yet, has there?
No. And
In any of our games. Underused when they're available
Point.
in the UK.
just at the moment, Thadia getting in a bit of trouble, not quite getting her setup done
7-2.
early enough, and spraying the ball about a little bit.
I
Point.
do wonder if it's worth it for Thadia now. Take a minute, take a break, have a pep talk.
8-2.
You know, I'm not sure if she's thinking about a timeout, but it would be a good time to do it. And just break Pei's rhythm.
Side out.
I think that's the first short serve Pei has done
Right.
in a while.
I wonder if she's aware.
2-8.
That's a good length serve, but it's such a good
Side
length
out.
return. It's ridiculous. I mean, that's a real disappointment when you've hit a quality
8-2.
serve that it comes back with interest.
Again.
Again, spraying it around. Just not doing the little calibration footwork that's needed to be able to really transfer the weight properly.
9-2.
Oh, she's put it out.
Side out.
She had the whole court open as well. Thadia was committed to that backhand side.
2-9.
Now that
Point.
is actually the best overhead I've seen Thadia hit this weekend, because she didn't straight arm it and she actually let her wrist work. That's beautiful. So she can do it. I just wish she'd do it more often.
3-9.
Oh,
Side out.
Didn't quite get the depth and width on the volley. Made do with volleying it. And this is a problem with Pei, because her mobility around the court is
9-3.
just so tremendous.
Point.
great work from Thadia. She really clung in there.
$3-10.
Short return from Pei. Rare and great behind the body again. But this is good work from Thadia because she's really thought her way through this rally incredibly well.
See if she can make up some ground. No.
4-10.
And again, a short return from Pei. Oh, good use of the wrist. Very good use of the wrist there.
Point.
Do you think she's been listening?
Possibly.
I think that might be independent of Millman and Basford.
5-10.
I think that's about a talented player. Oh, it's great width again. And, but Pei clever enough to know that might come.
Side out.
Back to where the player came from, had worked so many times effectively. Watch Pei hold a position and then she went back again. But a good little run from Thadia.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Oh, very nice.
Side out.
I think we could say that Thadia has joined the battle. Maybe late in this first game, but she's definitely in it.
5-10.
Great length on that serve. Oh, such a shame. She did such good work.
Out.
You remember the earlier match where we were saying what would we do with Pei? Well, we would keep her deep and keep her honest. And
absolutely.
She really did the job there, just didn't quite...
Point. Game, first set. 11-5.
Not how you want to lose it. But fairly solid first game from Pei. Hint of Thadia coming back into it towards the end.
Yeah, no grey patch from Pei, which we have seen earlier today. But something to console Thadia in that she managed to engage. Her length was much, much better. She used her wrist cross-court, loved that overhead. So there were some very good things there. It's now got to be consistent and keep Pei back if she wants to have a chance of winning this second game.
So Thadia getting some advice here from James Chowdhury. Probably a good idea since James just went on to win the men's singles national title. See Freddie there sat next to him, who won silver. Listening in, seeing if it's sound advice. What do you think James is saying to Thadia in the break?
I imagine largely what you and I have been saying here, wanting the quality of the length. I doubt he's making the technical comments that I was making about setup, because you can't do that in a competitive game. But I should think length and getting into net appropriately and maintaining the quality of the width and length even under pressure. Like when she's volleying, not just volleying for the sake of volleying, but volleying to a fixed target. But we shall see.
10 seconds.
So Pei to
Time
serve.
in. 0-0.
Game 2.
Short serve from Pei.
Side out.
Wasn't really punished as such by Thadia, was it?
No, I'd like to see her really come in on that short serve.
0-0.
And again, this is a situation in which I would love to have a mic on the players and hear what their thoughts were during the game.
Absolutely. I think they have tried it in pickleball before at the first Major League Pickleball event, and I don't think it continued because the players felt restricted in terms of what they could say.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, and I think it's really only something for training and development. You can't do it in a competitive match, but you can do it in a competitive training game. Oh, nice lob. Okay, great start for Thadia. 3-love up, and she's taken the initiative. Obviously, the team talk with James effective, and
3-0.
She's sort of in the driving seat in this second game at this point. If she can hold this together. Good approach there from Pei.
Point.
Oh, Pei running through. So Thadia keeping her head down and
4-0.
really staying in the groove at the moment, which is very exciting. Good approach. And up she's come. Yep. Physical presence at the net again. So she is striking while the iron is hot. Good body language there as well.
5-0.
Great width there from Pei.
Point.
Oh, and Pei has missed an opening there. So little shaky for Pei Chuan at the moment.
6-0.
In on the second ball with Thadia stayed back. Yep.
Side out.
I mean, I think it would have been risky going in for Thadia, but I still think it's worth doing it because the physical presence has definitely had an effect on Pei's shot selection and execution. Yeah, she stayed back. Yeah. She's got to remember to keep coming in, because once she's got once Pei's got her on a shoestring at the back of the court, it's very difficult for her to progress. So short ball, little lob. Oh,
side out.
Beautiful little ball there, and Pei just a little bit of sort of negative body language and chat. So
6-1.
Definitely at the beginning of this game, Thadia's presence and attitude has had some effect. Only trouble was when she got to 6-love up, there were 2 or 3 occasions where she could have gone to net and she became negative. She stayed back, and I'd like her to continue getting to net. Yeah, it's turning into a little bit of a baseline game here.
Yeah.
Side out.
Nice ball from Thadia. So let's see if she can keep this momentum going. 6-1 currently.
Needs to come in on the oh.
Side out.
I would have said it was long.
It looked long to me.
See if we can have a replay. No. Too late, says John.
We must behave better. John,
1-6.
You know, he punishes us when we behave badly. Oh, it's great width.
Did it touch the paddle?
Width. It did.
I think it was going out.
Oh, I thought it touched the paddle.
2-6.
No.
Huh.
There was a noise, wasn't there?
There was, yeah.
Maybe we should get...
yeah, but she's come in... She's come in on the short ball.
Yeah.
Which tells us she wants to be coming in, but she hasn't executed well enough.
3-6.
The targeting is key.
Great serve.
Yeah. That's a
Side
good
out.
lob. Very good lob.
Pei not very happy with herself
No.
about that smash. Had a little bit of a stumble just as she was taking off.
But it was nice and early, the take from Thadia as well. Pei thought she had a little more time. Thadia half volleyed that lob, took the time away.
6-3.
Right, in on the second ball. Come on. Oh, she thought about it and didn't go.
And punished
Side out.
as a result.
Yeah. Sometimes, even if she's not sure, I think she should go just to be the physical presence.
3-6.
Because Pei has netted several balls when she's gone in, even when she had an opening.
Yeah.
Point.
And it feels to me certainly that, you know, when we see Pei hitting that topspin approach, it just feels like she's going to win the point.
Yeah. When she follows
4-6.
it up and she, you know, even though she's a slight figure, she's so athletic and she seems to dominate the net. Yes. And what did we see? She went in, took her chance, and took the point. Took the rally, rather.
6-4.
I would say key moments here. I would love to see her get in on the second ball. Oh, you beauty.
Stunning. So often that ball has gone cross court today.
Yep.
And again, just holding it a little bit later.
You saw Pei uncertain of
7-4.
what was going to happen. Right, in on this second ball. Good.
Oh,
it's the right
hello.
play. It's the
Side
right
out.
play. And it's good play by Pei to find that angle.
And a big come on from Pei after that ball.
4-7.
That might incite the crowd a little bit more.
Short. Very
Side
nice
out.
width. I don't know what you feel, but I feel as though Thadia's targets are better in this match than any match we've seen today.
Definitely. I think they're more varied as well.
Yep.
We've had
7-4.
down the line drive, we've had cross-court drive, we've had cross-court drop, we've had down the line lob,
Point.
cross-court lob. Lots of different spaces for Pei to cover.
Pei just working her left hand because she wasn't happy with the two-hander. But unfortunately, the reinforcement was not positive.
8-4.
Clip the net cord.
Good depth on that serve. Wanted
That's
to
the
see
one.
her go in. She's gone in now, which is great.
Foul,
great.
foul.
Oh, so
Side out.
if you're newish to pickleball, if you don't realise, although she kept her feet outside the kitchen, she touched the kitchen
4-8.
with her paddle in the process of hitting. So that is a foot fault, called by Louis
Good spot.
quite correctly. Now come in, yes. Oh, well played.
Ooh,
Side out.
Oh,
she's down. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh,
we hope there's
Referee
no
timeout.
injury.
Ines has come over to make sure she's okay.
Okay. Time out. Just take a minute. Okay, time out.
Yeah. And solicitously, Thadia coming across to check on her friend and playing opponent.
I think probably best while Pei is recovering, just to have a bit of a chat about what's going on. We've obviously seen a much more dominant Thadia in this second game. Oh, that was quick from first aid. It's like when they run onto the football pitch. So, yeah, more dominant Thadia in this second game. We'd still like to see her approaching a little bit more, though, wouldn't we, on that second ball?
Well, exactly, and of course, what we're seeing is a real-life demonstration of how our personal angels and devils affect our decision-making. I'm sure Thadia knows that she wants to come in and that it's an effective policy. But the fear that she experiences and the devil on her shoulder saying, no, 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 play safe, stay back, stay back. But she's fought that devil, and the angels have taken her to an 8-4 lead. And if you remember, when you asked me at the beginning, what did I think? I said, if it goes to the form we've seen before, it'll be too love to pay, unless Thadia can come in. And wow, has she delivered on that promise.
Perfect. So a medical timeout has been called. Louis just came over to let us know. So we do have a potential 15-minute window for Pei to receive any attention she needs and to sort herself out.
I do hope it's not ligaments that have been stretched, because that is very difficult to come back from.
Absolutely. So I think we may be best to roll over to an advert break from our sponsors. And we'll be back very shortly to hopefully resume what looks like it could make a really enticing and exciting final.
Absolutely.
How is it possible that pros can hit the ball so hard and still keep it in? The answer is topspin.
Here is how the topspin trainer can help you. Oh yeah, see? Feels good. Really nice. Boom, nice. This is a really, really powerful tool. Look how you're making that ball spin. Ah, that's it. Hitting with the topspin 2 minutes a day will completely change your game.
think she's got until the 15 minutes, so she's ready now. Okay. Just give her a quick hit, like a couple of hits.
Okay, so word received. Pei is okay to play. It'll be interesting to see how she copes with her ankle. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the injury was. May have been a roll of the ankle. Hopefully she's okay to continue. Fingers crossed nothing further occurs as a result of that slightly weakened ankle. Making sure our shoelaces are as tight as they can be. So resuming at 8-4 with Thadia, and Louis is just letting us know Pei will have 1 minute to warm up after her medical timeout. While they're doing their warm up,
Quick hit, 1 minute.
shall we do a bit more crowd spotting, Joe? Let's see who we can find in the crowd now.
End of timeout, 1 minute.
Lady on the left, I did some coaching with on Tuesday, Sarah. Very good potential as a player.
1
Good
minute.
tennis background. Fantastic. Aha. Ewan Skillicorn. 15 years old. Young phenom of a player. We'll certainly be seeing him more and more as the years go by. Oh, you've challenged me there, Joe. I believe this lady, I've forgotten her name, but she's from Fleet Aces down in Hampshire. Long way to come. But she's here, she's supporting. The man himself,
Okay, time.
Mr. Harrison Wood. One of the OGs of pickleball. Lovely job once again, Joe.
So Pei has no time match remaining. Thadia has 1. Time back in, 8-4. Side out.
So, Pei very confident on that first point. She's been given the clear. Richard, she's good to go.
Excellent.
4-8.
Resuming at 4-8. And she's playing like she's never...
Had an injury in her life.
Exactly.
Oh, what a great...
Yeah,
Point.
great rally. And I think Pei is definitely going to be maybe playing a bit through the pain here and trying to win this second game
5-8.
as soon as possible.
Right.
I think if Thadia can force a third, we might see Pei just start to break down a little bit as a result of that ankle.
Have a bit of a pay patch.
Pei patch.
Side out.
Now that has happened several times today, that Thadia has hit a ball that's maybe not as good a length as we'd like, but Pei has caught the top of the net. So not sure what's happening
8-5.
there. Now, in the second shot,
Oh,
it was the right
Side
choice, but a little
almost got
hesitant.
Joe on the camera.
Yeah, so that was the right choice, I think, in on the second shot, but because she was a bit hesitant
5-8.
to go, she was late. So you got to commit. It's a very good serve on the line. Pain.
Side out.
Lines. It's a corner phrase.
We've had a few of those today, haven't we?
Yeah.
Pei's name does lend itself quite nicely.
Right, so Thadia's, sometimes it's
8-5.
harder if you're the non-injured person and you've had to wait around while the injured person gets back, to keep your concentration is quite tough.
That's nice.
Side out.
So what did she do differently on that shot? Because obviously the last couple, and we've mentioned it, hit the top of the net. What was different about that last one?
So
5-8.
15% less pace, 10% more topspin. Great stretch there.
Unbelievable play.
That's a beautiful shot. So if you're a Thadia fan, you really want Thadia to, you know, chance her arm and really hit some good returns very, very deep. With
6-8.
actually a little pace. I know we normally say on the return, don't hit pace, but she needs to get there before Pei can do anything to her. And again, the roll with less pace, paying big dividends.
Less pace for Pei.
Okay. I give up.
7-8.
I submit. 7-8. She's come right back. That's a great width.
What an
there
angle.
from Thadia.
Yeah, just long.
Just
Side out.
yeah. So Thadia, I think, has to take her chances now. And we talked about devils and angels. That devil mustn't persuade her to be tentative. You know,
8-7.
fortune favours the brave, and she's got to be brave here, Thadia, if she wants something out of this. It's good width and length, and she's come in. Oh,
Side out.
Don't know if I'm a fan of that slice approach.
No, it probably needed to be the roll, and maybe the steep angle cross-court roll,
Definitely.
which she hits it so well.
Hey, you have 7. You have 7.
And again, sort of not quite able to
7-8.
get the monkey off her back there. Oh, that's short. It's got to be aggressive and long. It's a good ball. Maybe should have come in there.
Point.
And long from Thadia. So Pei from 8-4 and an injury. Back to 8-all.
All right, so I
8-8.
feel as though it's now or never for Thadia. And she's got to take her chances. Oh, that's right on the back of the line. Pays in. Oh, and she's dragged it.
Side out.
Dragged it. So reprieve for Thadia. Can she turn it into an opportunity?
Eight.
Right, in on the second. Yes. Oh dear. Well, that's okay. Oh, very
Point.
well played.
And a very common pattern we've seen from Thadia today in this game. The forehand to the backhand side of Pei.
Yeah.
And again for a second time.
So, carpe diem.
9-8.
And she's seizing the best she can here. It's a good approach. And again in on the second ball.
And again top of the net for Pei.
Yeah. And it was a good approach that she came in on. That inside out. Creating enough of a problem so that
10-8.
you know, she just didn't give Pei free rein. In on the second ball.
Oh.
Side out.
Drops so much, doesn't
yeah.
it?
I mean, you really have to squat low to be able to open the
8-10.
paddle enough to get that over. 8-10. Still in the balance this game. Pei in. Oh my word.
Side
Oh
out.
my word. If there was ever an opportune moment for a net cord, that was it. So game ball to Thadia to take it to an epic third.
10-8.
Short serve, I'm afraid. But not capitalised on at that point by Pei.
Point. Second set.
Oh,
11-8.
so a
2
little
minutes.
uncertainty from Pei towards the end there. And a marvellous win by Thadia. What do you think's going to happen now?
It's anyone's game, I think. I really do. Pei playing like she doesn't even have an injury. Considering she spent 10 minutes on the floor. It's quite a thing to do.
And psychologically tough for Thadia to wait around and then have to get back into the flow that she was in when she was 8-4 up. And she lost the momentum and then dug in. I was so pleased for her that she did seize that opportunity and not shy away from it. So easily done, letting fear get the better of you and going negative. But she was positive when she needed to be positive, but it was controlled positivity, not emotional chancing of the arm.
So both players taking their time here between ends. Giving themselves the rest period, well, that they deserve after those two first games. Do you think it now becomes more a battle of fitness than mechanics?
I don't know. I really do think first and foremost it's about being clear in your mind as to your game plan and really putting the focus into execution.
Switch at 6.
I mean, I feel as though in optimal circumstances, Pei's the better athlete and she's got the better ability to, you know, as we say, paint the lines. But I also feel that Thadia is a very focused, tough competitor, and with the clear picture in her mind, I think her ability to execute is first class. So to me, that sort of evens the scales up a little bit. I think momentum in the first 2-3 points is key.
Point.
Well, there you go. It's a good start, and Thadia came in. I think it's a long way back for Pei if Thadia gets a 3-love lead. Thadia didn't come in. She hasn't come in again, and that was a good length. She hasn't come in again. Oh
Side out.
Dear. She did not seize that opportunity.
I wonder if someone might watch this game back and stat count for us. The person who approached the net first, what percentage of points were won by that person?
Very good point.
Not individually, just all together.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
If either of them approached the net.
1-1.
What percentage of time did either of them win that point? I'd be fascinated.
Side out.
Pei still a little susceptible on the errors, more than I would expect her to be. But again, this is in the balance, and whoever is going to take the opportunity to come in at the right times. Oh, it's a very nice loop. I feel as though Pei sort of incorrectly rewarded Thadia's staying back there.
2-1. Side out.
Kind of a nervy start. Nobody's really settled. Had errors from Pei. Thadia not coming in.
1-2.
She maybe would have come in when she was really in the ascendancy. Again, she hasn't come
Side
in,
out.
but she's got away with it. She plays that inside out so well. Why would she not come in on the back of that?
I think we might see Pei starting to fatigue a little bit here. It may not look like it to the naked eye, but there's a couple of things slightly changing in Pei's game. She's getting a lot less. I better phrase that better. She's not getting as low as she previously has on her ground strokes. The serves are landing a little bit shorter. Oh, she'll take it.
But to counter that, Thadia is no longer coming in on the return.
So 2-2.
She who dares wins, I suspect, at this moment in time.
All to play for. That's nice.
Point.
And it's funny, isn't it? That pattern has worked for both of them, against both of them, so frequently.
Which I think is a proof
3-2.
of the tactical wisdom of it. If you can get the monkey off your back and connect.
Side out.
2-3 down. Protracted period of concentrated play by one or other player, I think,
2-3.
will really command this final game. Just keeping it deep.
Point.
Yeah, that was nice. I much preferred the straight ball to the cross-court loopy, floaty ball. There was a good chop in there.
Yeah. And I think I would have liked Pei to lob that one up, give herself time, recover her position.
If Pei was confident on her drop,
3-3.
it could have been a very different rally. In.
Oh.
What a great lob that was.
Side
What
out.
a great lob that was.
I manifested. And it came true. Fantastic lob. Good initiative from Pei to realise
3-3.
she was under pressure.
Yeah. And in.
Point.
Just didn't stabilise before she executed.
Yeah. That second foot didn't quite get down in time, did it?
Stutter steps are so important for stabilisation and then weight transfer.
4-3.
So Pei takes the lead in game 3. That serve started finding its depth again.
Oh,
Side
that's
out.
a nice choice from Thadia, but she is being reduced to sniping from the back a little bit because she's not coming in as much as she was.
Three, 4.
3-4. In on the second ball.
Point.
And yeah, just again, the physical presence, I think, of Thadia at the net is just distracting Pei enough for her to lose her execution quality.
4-4.
So all square again.
Short serve.
Oh, right
Point.
on the baseline.
So that's a great momentum shift for
5-4.
Thadia. Pei really needs to maintain quality here.
Oh, nice.
Point.
What a great line.
6-4, change ends.
Big support for
1 minute.
Thadia in the crowd. Certainly vocal support.
And I think it's perfectly reasonable for Pei to think that she could come in off of the back of the ball.
Absolutely.
But Thadia just did such a good job of setting up. I think has Thadia taken her time? Oh no, it's change ends, sorry. Apologies.
Ooh.
Third game, change ends, give equal share of each side. Interesting, no timeouts at all in either the men's or the women's finals.
30 seconds.
So,
Can't wear that hat anymore.
will we see more of the same, or is there an opportunity for somebody to change something? Sam, what do you think?
Yeah,
10 seconds.
It's going to be difficult for Pei. I think, similar to what we said yesterday, I'm going to favour whoever wins this first point off the turn. If Thadia can consolidate and keep moving,
6-4.
I don't think I can favour Pei.
What a good width. Thadia's in there. Oh.
Side out.
Right then, that's Pei backed. See if she can come good on it for me.
Are you saying that's payback?
Payback, yeah. You could well do.
It's good length, but she hasn't followed it in.
Point.
Follows it with a short ball.
Yeah, I feel as though Thadia may rue not coming in on a good quality length return.
5-6.
She employed it so well to win the second game. And it could be a little fatigue, you don't know. Oh, what a great cross-court that was.
Outside of the line.
Yeah, I felt as though she was a bit close to the ball, but she ran her paddle in to make space, and she's ended up with a beautiful shot.
6-5.
These are key moments in this 2023 Women's National Final.
Point.
A little mental error. Execution not the same quality.
7-5.
7-5. She's not coming in. Nobody's come in. Oh my word. And for Pei to turn it into a baseline rally, I don't think favours Pei. That's Thaddeus' bread and butter.
No, Pei's had so much success
8-5.
ripping the approach, following it in.
Which she does now.
Wow.
Oh, brilliant shot, Thadia. Work the paddle around the outside of the ball. Gets quite a lot of curve on this ball.
So difficult to direct that ball straight down the line.
Beautiful play.
Especially on the run.
9-5.
So Thadia 2 points away.
In on the second ball. It was a bit
Oh.
short.
Side out.
It was a bit short, and it just gave Pei enough time. She got away with a bit of a streaky one as well.
So 5-9. Obviously, if Thadia was to win, it would
5-9.
retain her English Nationals singles title from last year.
Point.
Okay. So, moments of extremely clear concentration required by either one of these players, both of these players, to get the result they're looking for.
6-9.
Grace under pressure, always required.
Wow.
Point.
Pei's feeling it.
She is. But what can Thadia summon up now in terms of quality?
7-9.
That's what's required. It's a short serve from Pei, but not good enough return by Thadia.
Point.
Yeah, just leant back a little bit, Thadia. So, closes the gap to 1.
And again, Carpe Diem.
8-9.
Where do we go from here?
Really is about taking that initiative. Oh, she's gone in. And oh, well
Side out.
done. Realised that she hadn't gone in for a long time. Went in on the back of a quality return and hit the misdirect behind. So this is a big
9-8.
point. You don't want to be winning the serve back and not taking advantage. Oh, I'd like to see her go in. She's staying back. All short. But Pei didn't come in either. It's turned into a baseline competition. In.
Oh, what a rally.
What a rally. A little bit of disappointment from Thadia there. I think she knew that was a great opportunity.
That would have been a fantastic viewing for Sam Cam that you spoke
8-9.
about earlier.
Yeah. Sam Cam. Looked in.
Oh! I was reminiscing then. Back to MLP English Style 2022. Finals of the Dreambreaker.
Yeah.
Thadia hit that exact shot past Louis.
You have 9-9. You have 9.
Right, so
9-all.
really comes to the crunch now.
9-9.
Momentum shifted in favour of Pei slightly.
Point.
Oh, no.
Thadia. That ball had to go deep, whatever happened.
Pei G'ing herself up here. Taking her time.
So
Championship point.
yeah.
10-9.
Hearts in the mouth.
Oh,
Side out.
And again,
there was a gap.
there was a gap, but Thadia took the initiative. You know, it's so difficult in this kind of pressure to take the initiative. You will yourself to do it, but fear,
9-10.
it's that balance between fear and determination. And whoever can maintain the determination
Side out.
will get the result.
Bit of a slap down the line for Pei.
Mm-hmm.
So second championship
10-9.
point.
Another good return, but a very good, that close, very close ball.
And she's
it's
done
done.
it.
Points. Game match. Pei.
It's a great match. Great match. Commiserations to Thadia, who I thought made a fantastic turnaround there. But also many congratulations to Pei, who had the injury and was really in trouble. Came back 4-8 down, big momentum shift, came back to 8-all. But Thadia got her head back together. Just almost nothing in this match. Couple of decisions, a couple of technical errors, almost nothing. So many congratulations to Pei Truan, English National Champion 2023.
Don't go anywhere, Richard.
Okay, Pei, congratulations. How do you feel about your singles win?
This is a tough game, but I think I do my best, and Sadia is very good. So it's good. Good game. Like,
Happy?
yeah, I'm happy.
Good. And tell us a little bit about your paddle, your sponsors. Who's supporting you at the moment with your pickleball?
My sponsor is Pro XR, and the paddle is very good and more power, and more control. So I can do what I what to.
Some spin,
Yeah,
some power. Fantastic. And last question. Who is your team sponsor in PPL?
Sam Busby. Sam Busby.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Pei. Thank you for doing it in English as well.
Can anyone hear me?
Well, this is a bit of a pleasure for me. You know, you might say that we're a very close-knit game in pickleball. Well, David Youngs, one of my dear friends, who I had the pleasure of teaching to play squash when he was 14 and 15 years old, and with whom I won the English over 50 Open just over a year ago. And then at the other end, Richard Love, wonderful relative newcomer to the game, runs the program in Dereham in Norfolk, so both Norfolk players, who happens to be distantly related to my wife, shares the same great-great-great-grandfather. So, obviously, a pleasure for me. Very rare in my years with David Youngs have I ever had the opportunity to be speaking about him without him answering me back. And so it's obviously going to be an opportunity for me to... no, I'm not going to make fun of him. In all seriousness, David Youngs clearly, for many years, has been the best player of his age in this country, has won many titles, has won doubles and singles, and is one of the great individual racket talents of my lifetime. And I don't think that's too strong to say that. He's a British national champion in the age groups at squash. He can compete at county level in tennis. He's a national champion in pickleball. And of course, the other thing is that he is just a mercurial, jovial, fun person who does nothing but promote our sport and promote the human beings involved with the sport. Richard Love, classic tennis player, has come to pickleball and has rapidly improved.
4-0.
Doesn't have the virtuosity and dexterity of David's hands, but has got tremendous driving ability. So if he gets a loose ball, you'll see that he'll aggressively drive. The problem with David is because he prepares early and hits late, you get almost no reaction time, and he will twist you and turn you in knots, seemingly without effort. You think, well, how can a man who doesn't seem to be trying give me so much trouble?
Out.
Well, it's because he's mentally incredibly astute, but his technical skills are second to none.
0-6.
So obviously he's gone out to a 6-level lead in this first game.
Side out.
And probably this is the first
6-0.
national final that Richard has ever been in pickleball. I don't know what level he achieved on the tennis court. I know he was good, but David has played multiple national championships in both squash and pickleball, and certainly is used to dealing with the pressure of the situation very comfortably.
7-0.
Part of that is that he's had absolute disasters in national championships before, and then come back
8-0.
and live to fight another day, and he's not frightened of those situations.
Side out.
But this is part of Richard's journey as well, you know, going through the process of
0-8.
the nerves of a national championships and learning how to deal with it. And as I've just said to one of my private clients, Liz O'Rourke, who's in the bronze medal match in her first ever national championships. This national championships is simply training for the next national championships.
2-8.
Stepping stones never stop until you decide to hang up your paddle, and you have to get away from the nervousness of this one occasion and realize that it is connected to all future occasions. A little comeback now for Richard. Got himself up to 3-8.
3-8.
And you can see both
Side
these
out.
players sort of hanging out at the baseline. We've seen in the professional competition today those players that can play a very good length and get
Side out.
to the net do very well.
3-8.
But if you don't play an accurate approach shot, then you can't get to net.
Point.
It's a very nice length by Richard. David not expecting it to
4-8.
go in. So David a little tentative on wanting to go up to net. It's not what he's used to. He's quite happy to stay at the back and has won multiple national titles by doing
Side
that.
out.
But at some point, in the over 50s, which this
8-4.
is. Somebody's going to have to make him pay a bit of a price when he stays back. Yeah.
Point.
Richard not hitting his targets very frequently, so you're going to see a lot of short ball, a lot of ball that isn't wide enough,
9-4.
not really picking out those lines in the way that top players do. That's a very half length, and David made a half move to go forwards and then doesn't.
Point.
But funnily enough, loose ball and chaos is
10-4.
David's best zone. He loves
Side out.
ruling in the chaos. It amuses him.
4-10.
4-10 down, Richard. Very short length serve. He really needs to sort out the length of his serve. He's got to put
Point.
David on the back. A little lucky net cord.
5-10.
Steals an extra point here. The one possibility for Richard is that occasionally David has an absolute nightmare, which even that doesn't faze him. He'll be amused by the nightmare. But what will happen is that
6-10.
David will always come back from chaos because he enjoys the chaos, whereas his opponent will
Side
be
out.
confused by chaos.
10-6.
So I've been joined in the commentary box by Coach Rob Williams, just jumped in. And Rob, I was telling folks at home, this is a very close to home match for me because I taught
Side
David
out.
Youngs to play squash from the age of 14 through 16 or 17. And Richard Love from
6-10.
Norfolk is a distant relation of my wife.
Wow.
So it's all incestuous.
Very hard.
Side out.
In some ways, you'll end up winning whatever happens.
This is true. This is true. Now you, I know, have had the pleasure or dubious pleasure of playing David Youngs on occasion.
Yeah, second time today.
10-6.
Certainly, he's not going to miss a lot. He's about getting that ball in, and then only coming in when he really has to. Unfortunately,
Side
that's
out.
one you want to try and come in on, but you've got no chance of getting anywhere near it.
2-1 now.
Well, he's got such dexterity and virtuosity with his paddle that he can pick spots out very, very effectively.
It's like there's a laser sight on the end of that paddle.
And of course, because he has
6-10.
non-traditional technique, he can use his wrist at the last moment to redirect the ball in a very upsetting manner.
Side out.
Richard Love, on the other hand, is a classic tennis player. Lovely chap. Has got
10-6.
fantastic drives, but needs the opening and time to execute those
Side out.
drives.
I mean, my concern for Richard here is that
6-10.
you're not really going to out baseline David. You've got to try and get in where you can. That's where you're going to win the points against him. Here we go.
Point.
Yeah, and as we've been talking in
7-10.
commentary earlier in the pros, fairly well-used MO for the better players is on return hitting a deep ball and coming in immediately.
Point.
And on serve, hitting a serve deep, staying back for the first ball and coming in on the second ball.
Absolutely.
And those players that have used that formula effectively,
8-10.
provided the quality of their width and length has been good, have won the majority of points today.
Point.
Yeah, I think if you can get in those postage stamp corners where you need to be hitting at the higher level, you're straight on the front
9-10.
foot on the rally because you've got the kitchen first. And that is where you will tend to win or lose it at the high level.
Side out.
Oh, there's in a ground strike battle, and it's just whose ground strikes will fail first.
But Richard's done very well to
10-9.
get back
Get to 9 is brilliant.
because he was at 3 at one point,
Point game.
but
11-9.
unfortunately he folds at
2
the
minutes.
last moment.
Commentator's curse, Richard.
Absolutely. Well, as much as it pains me not to take this opportunity to say nasty things about David Youngs without him being able to answer me back for the first time in 40 years. I can only say that he is a marvellous advocate of the game. He's a great coach. He promotes our sport and all the sports he's involved with. And he's one of those Pied Pipers without whom sports like ours would never be the same.
And just a lovely, honourable man. He will play a ball that he's not sure on. He will play it, and if he's not 100% sure it's out, it's in. Spirit
Absolutely.
of the game, letter of the law, absolutely spot on. And just the loveliest guy to play against. Always helpful after the game, really kind to you. Even when it's hammered you.
I have to take exception there. He has made an absolute business of being unpleasant to me ever since I beat him in the Norfolk Squash Championships, and he has taken every opportunity to make me feel like a fool. So
Side out.
I will grant you with everybody else, but with me, revenge is sweet. Very good width and length there from Richard.
Yeah.
And you can see from his overheads that he is a consummate striker of the ball.
And that first return was real difficult to judge it, so Dave just played. It was so deep. That's one of those you're not quite sure, so you play. Yeah, it's got
very nice, very nice. And that is the danger of just staying back on baseline all the time, as David does. But it also requires the opponent to hit the passing shot with accuracy.
Yeah, and a lot of them, because you're not going to break him down quickly.
Point.
We didn't get that one, did we? No.
So Richard's got into the early parts of this second game.
Yeah, and he's definitely changed his quality of targeting. He's finding the angles, he's finding the deep and wide targets.
It's a very different style of pickle than you'll see certainly the next couple of days, isn't it?
Absolutely. And of course, as we get into the age groups, the physical capacity of people to cover the court changes, and so their shot selections change.
Point.
So Richard, they're just trying to move David around a little bit, going a little bit shorter and wider. But obviously it's a little bit of a risky strategy because you're going over that shorter angle.
Yeah, and this is where any deficiencies in technical skill will really find you out.
Side out.
And why, Rob? It's really important for people to come and spend time with professional coaches like yourself and work on repetition and quality technical work so that in competition it doesn't let them down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing. You need to have a fatter balance of drilling to playing. And I'd imagine that most people here are playing almost all the time and drilling hardly any of it.
And yet Ben Johns, the top player of the last few years, says that he barely plays, but he does drill 7 hours a day.
Yeah. Because again, it won't fail under pressure. And that's what you're playing, isn't it?
You don't want to be thinking about technical aspects of your game during a competitive game. You want to reserve any thinking that you do for tactical notions. You don't want to be thinking about technique, you want to feel technique. It's the subconscious power versus the conscious weakness.
I think the other thing you can also do in that, Richard there just unable to get the ball over the net and coming in behind it, is that you can actually practice the match play patterns as well when you groove what is your game, in this, particularly in this format.
Well, of course, that's what we call progressions. And so we go from simple learning of the basic techniques to multiple feeds, to competitive feeds, to patterns. And so constantly building up progressions, but only when we've demonstrated our capacity to be proficient in the previous progression.
Oh, that was an unlucky net call there, but David able to handle that and just get it on Richard there. See, that is going to throw anybody. Obviously, using the championship court net, that's going to have a true
3-5.
net cord, unlike on some of the side courts here with the portable nets.
But also, you saw Richard, who's relatively
Side
new
out.
to the
That's a
sport,
great drive there. That's a lovely
standing
passer shot.
up very, very tall. If you see Freddie Powell in the same situation, you'll see his eye level almost at the same level as the paddle and the striking point. And getting low
5-3.
when you're up to the net, so important, especially if you're going to try and hit a roll, a gentle roll to get it over the top.
Point.
There's never a problem having your knees bent on a pickleball court.
Staying low
6-3.
will reward you time after time.
Oh,
Side
that's
out.
a bit big.
But he loves that shot, but if you notice just beforehand, he didn't do the stutter steps required to get perfect setup.
He wasn't
just
kind of
tried
in
to
it, was
do
he? He was
Reset.
just he was forcing it.
It's a lot of short ball here from David.
Oh, unlucky, Richard.
Point.
The problem was when Richard came to net, that instead of really making sure that his first ball from net went wide and deep, it was short enough for David to simply half volley and redirect.
Yeah.
Oh, David doesn't like
Oh,
that.
that's a nasty one to get.
Well, and
That's almost in the side fence.
David is actually in the process of waiting for a hip replacement,
6-4.
and I can tell you his hip will not like that.
Which hip is it, Richard?
I'm not entirely sure. I know he has problems turning,
Side
let's
out.
see, from his backhand to his forehand. So it may actually be his left hip. But either way, when you're
4-6.
extended like that, neither hip is going to be very happy. Nice little inside out slice, and again.
Point.
Yeah, Long just didn't quite get on it, did he? Just came up a little early and pulled up on it.
5-6.
Yeah, and if you haven't practiced enough, if you haven't done the repetitions, timing
Oh,
that
3-1.
shot is very, very difficult. So Richard doing very well in this second game. He's got himself a little lead. He was 5-1 up,
6-5.
David came back, but he's still in the driving seat now, 6-5. There's that inside out again, more methodically played by Richard.
Side out.
yeah, just Long. We saw David's hands go up straight away.
5-6.
I wonder if David's aware of how short his serve is bouncing.
Because he's normally really deep.
Side out.
So Richard, this is quite similar to how you watch the more traditional female singles game.
6-5.
We've had a lot more baseline rallies.
Yes.
There's not the run and gun strategy here.
But
Point.
what we've noticed today with Pei and indeed with Molly and with Jess
7-5.
and with Thadia is that almost consistently whoever went in on the back of a good length of turn won the rally, and whoever went in when serving on the second ball in on a good
Side
length
out.
won the rally, and it wasn't
But the
even
key
close.
but the key thing is good length.
Absolutely.
If that positioning's not right, you are literally a sitting target at the net.
And if you were listening earlier, I was saying, if you're
5-7.
not setting up targets and hitting 400-500 balls at targets regularly until you can hit them regularly, then you're not putting yourself in the best position to be the best
Side
pickleball
out.
player you can be.
Good smash there from Richard. Just waiting and setting and not overhitting it, just doing enough.
Yeah, it's well targeted. He's picked a spot and he's gone for
7-5.
it rather than just going for power.
The number of
7-5 up.
smashes you see that are just gone by overhitting.
And they land mid-court.
Yep.
Because people are trying to win by overpowering, and at the higher levels of the game, that's
Side
just
out.
not going to happen. The defence is so good these days.
You win by angles or a really good target. You don't win by power. Or on the smash you don't.
5-7. Point.
Ooh, he knows, you can see his body language currently, he knows he's overcooked it, tried to do too much.
He didn't set up for the shot first.
6-7.
He ran through the shot, and so his movement took the ball long.
Yeah.
Point.
So that's 1 brings 2, so now David's building some momentum. This is dangerous for Richard. You've got to break it on this point, or it's going to start to get away potentially.
That's a good approach. Lovely lob, lovely topspin lob, David. You see David just playing a game of chess.
Point.
Yeah, perfect strategy there. Just waited and came in at the right opportune moment there. And then Richard's only got a choice of lobbing him.
He is the ultimate chess master on the racket sport court. He loves to play that game.
Point.
Yeah, Richard's in his head now. Oh, did he say he's knackered?
Nine, 7.
Oh, it's a lovely. Oh, you beauty.
Oh no! I believe
Lville seriously injured.
Yeah, I believe there is
down and dying.
I think there's a ball interface there, Richard. Let's have a look. Oh!
Is that a default?
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Yeah. Now,
well caught by our replay team.
Wearing a protector while refereeing, not generally recommended. However,
there's Freddie's double spotter coming to rub it better.
None of the women's professionals have come along to assist in this situation. I am at a loss as to why. He doesn't yet have children, I believe, so far as we're aware. One hopes that this doesn't preclude the possibility.
I wonder if there's going to be a slight change in the tone of his voice when he comes to announce the call on the next one.
Code violation for that. Technical. Right. What happened there?
So that was a little bit of a
Side
clanger.
out 7-9. I think it's side out 7-9, I think. 7-9. Code violation. Right, time in. 7-9.
I would say that this game was eye-watering, but not for that reason.
Point.
This may be a momentum
8-9.
change for Richard Love, who was definitely on the wrong end of the game, as much as Louis was on the wrong end.
Yeah,
of the
9-9. It's the injury timeout, but we don't normally have injury timeouts for the referee.
So David seems to have made a bit of the balls up.
Side out.
There we go. So Richard really needs to keep his head here and maintain the quality
9-9.
of his targeting.
Side out.
So very tightly poised here in this second game.
Yeah, it's good reach there by Richard. He gets across
9-9.
to take that volley. 9-9. Inside out again. But well returned by Richard. A little short, but David will not come to net. He just doesn't feel comfortable coming to net, so he just doesn't do it.
Side out.
Yeah, that was there for him, wasn't it? Richard disappointed.
Yeah.
Definitely a Rodley moment
9-9.
for you only Fools and Horses fans out there.
Now Richard's using this slice
Point.
a lot, but you know, when you get that close into the net, you know, very risky using slice.
Well, you've got the topspin you can generate off that slice. It's free
10-9.
spin, so you can really get under it and get like up and down again.
Oh, David
Side out.
cutting it into the net.
So Richard lives to fight another day. Let's see if he can get it back to 10.
9-10.
Is this too clear on this, Richard?
Yes, it is. Oh, it's a very good approach by Richard and well followed.
An even better lob.
Just
Side
again,
out.
the setup didn't quite do the footwork.
Yeah, you
watch
can see
the
he's off
feet
balance.
here. He's a bit late getting back
yeah.
there.
He's almost chest on as he's hitting it.
That's right. And
Just not quite side on, not quite balanced, and that's trouble.
And the weight transfer wasn't going
10-9.
forwards. He was reaching back.
So match point number 2. Nice long.
Side out.
Yeah. Not by much. There's never a long ball with David, is there?
No.
It's pretty much always there or thereabouts.
Good rip there by Richard.
Point.
David, knowing what the fate was there.
Didn't bother to run for it because it's just wasted energy. We always say singles days, battle of the fittest.
10-10, win by 2.
There's a lot of
10-10.
matches you'll be played
Yep.
by this stage.
So pleased I didn't play this year.
Side out.
Oh, that's very close.
That was looking dangerous, wasn't it, as a
It
lead?
was. And strategic position from Richard was very good there as well.
10-10.
10-10. Inside out again. Other way. Good line.
Oh, that's the right shot.
It is, but it played with just a little too much desire to get a result out of it instead of speculatively.
Yeah. If you've got that in, you've opened up the court.
Yeah. That's David inexorably wearing Richard down here.
Side out.
That looked
good to me.
Yeah, look good here. We've got the replay.
10-11.
We didn't actually get the replay.
Foul.
I've been bad again, and
Foul.
Joe's punishing me.
Side out. 11-10.
Apparently just hit the line.
Point. Game match.
Dear, that's
David
it.
Young.
Game match. Played in great
Although you
spirit,
could be
two good friends. And congratulations to David on the win, but congratulations to Richard on reaching, I think, his first ever national final.
Yeah, pushing him hard. Lville looked glad to get off the court and make sure he remained with the rest of his body parts intact.
Yeah.
Do we have another final after this, Richards, I believe?
I'm not sure. I'm probably going to step out for a little while, go and find my wife and see if I can make up to her for not watching many of her matches today. But there are, of course, more matches to come. Look at that. Edward Turney against Michael. No, you say that for me.
Michael
Sisvak?
Sivak?
I'm going to say Sisvak, but I may be wrong. And that's the 4.5, 18 to 35. I don't know if you're staying with us, Rob, but from me, for the rest of today, I'm out. It was a pleasure being with you. Don't forget, share the Facebook post with all your friends. And maybe just before we get to our next final, we could have a little break for our advertisers, whom we are very grateful to.
Thank you, Richard. And we will see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
by 2. 3 games to 11. It might go viral, right?
We might have to make that one of those over and over and over, you know, like you said. Oh, you came in?
I think it was 18 fish, but it was at the...
Did Louis hear that?
He did laugh. No, he wasn't getting fixed on time. Freddie laughed. Ice packs.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 Skechers Pickleball English National Championships. Also sponsored by Franklin, UK Pickleball Shop, Scan Computers, Pickleball Addiction, 501 Fun, Topspin Pro, and SV Pickleball, who are our 8 sponsors for the MLP tournament yesterday. I've been joined for this 18 to 35 plus 4.5 singles final by Julia Stevens. Good afternoon, Julia.
Good afternoon, Rob. How are you?
Very good, thank you. I'm looking forward to be back in the box again.
Yeah, it's actually nice to be back because last time I was back it was the English Open, so it's good to be back listening and watching all that's going on the court. I hear I missed something very entertaining on the last match though.
Yes, it was a dangerous referee's job. I've seen medical timeouts. We saw medical timeout earlier. We haven't seen any medical timeouts for referees until that game. I'm sure there will be a blooper reel on social media at some point.
100%.
I have been discussing it with the head of Pickle England, and it looks like it will probably happen. Sorry, Louis. So we've got on court here Michael Shibak and Edward Turney. So Edward is the brother of Tom Turney, who was playing 5-0 from the Isle of Wight.
He got knocked out by Freddie Powell, I believe, in the quarterfinals. In the open category. And I think that was quite a close match from what I can hear, because they were giving each other a hug at the end and there was a lot of movement and they were very red on court. So.
I'm aware that Michael's just passed his level 2 IPTPA coaching qualification.
That's so exciting. Congratulations for him.
Good to have more of them around.
It's definitely something that I would look to do in the future, Rob.
Yeah, we've got a huge influx of people wanting to coach and grow the game of pickleball. In the last 6 months, it absolutely exploded. Sam and myself, as the MTPs, Master Teaching Professionals for the country, are constantly being asked almost every few days, when's the next course, when's the next course?
It's showing that people don't just want to play, they want to play properly and they want to get better as well, it's showing that the level in this country is just going to get higher and higher, which is just an exciting time for the sport.
I think we've got clubs that are seeing that they need to bring something to it other than just organise sessions and actually have people playing and actually understand how to drill and to get better and to get better. Because if you are just playing and you don't drill or you don't have any sort of guidance, you don't really know how you're meant to play. And certainly, particularly in doubles, you're looking at the importance of dinking and the drop shot, which we don't see so much in singles, which is more of a tennis style game.
Yes. Also, something that when you play recreational play all the time, you don't realise you've got a bad habit until somebody tells you. And some people that you're playing with might have those bad habits as well. So they will just continue to keep doing the same thing. And if they're working against the people you're playing with, you won't change it. And then as soon as you get into a competitive situation, that's when you realise, okay, something needs to change.
Yeah, you often need to experience a few losses. Losses is learning.
100%.
And if you keep getting away with things until you don't get away with it, you don't know there's anything wrong. And that's where the coach comes in. That's where a good club environment comes in, good structure comes in, to have that growth built into it.
I mean, when you look at a tennis structure of a tennis club in the UK, you will fundamentally have a head coach at the heart of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to start to come into pickle. I don't believe we have a referee for this match by the look of it. Maybe they couldn't get any insurance to make sure that our referees are going to remain safe. So, Ed serve. It looks like straight away here we're going to see more of the conventional male pickleball style, so with the younger gentleman than we had in the last game. Able to do a bit more of that run and gun, get to net, hard charging style. So first two serves, very short points we've had so far. So yeah, we're seeing that net play straight away, Julia.
Yeah, that is something that I think at a lower level of the game it's underused. Especially people who come from tennis, they do ground strokes from the back of the court and they don't want to necessarily come forward. But it's nice to see these two players, well, they're in the final. So it's obviously been working for them the whole day and they're continuing to do it.
Oh, that's a bad miss there. Michael kept that a little bit central, so that can be risky by opening up the sidelines. But you do shrink the court a little bit.
The thing is, because the court is so small, you have to hit near lines or on the line a lot of the time. And you have to have a lot of trust in the person that you're playing with that these line calls are correct as well.
Yeah, last year on Championship Court we had the eagle-eyed system that could have been used, which we haven't got this year. Nice backhand roll there from Michael, just hitting it hard enough with some topspin to get it down. No need to hit that ball hard, just get the ball in that empty gap.
It was lovely set up as well because he went to the right-hand corner and then was able to open up for the backhand volley.
Oh, now I would like to see, yeah, you can see Michael there going, why didn't I hit that cross court? Why didn't I hit that cross court? There's strategy to go back to where they came from, but that was a big hole you missed. Still 0-1.
I think we're going to have Freddie doing refs here.
Oh, here we go.
You started?
I hope Freddie's been to the Sportman's Goods store in the... Although they don't do cricket, so probably hasn't got the protector that he requires.
Yes?
You might need what the knights used to use in the medieval times, Rob.
They have started.
There, I'm certainly did consider buying body armour for when I would be playing Freddie and Louis tomorrow lunchtime.
Okay. Time in.
I don't think I would want to be part of that match, Rob, I'll be honest.
We believe, in fact, that will be Andre and I signing off our 49.
2-0. Point.
That was a lovely passing shot.
Great forehand there. Yes, Andre will be signing off our non-50 plus tomorrow. That'll be our last tournament together as youngsters. I love
Start
that
out.
point construction from Michael. He floated that first backhand, took the pace off, came in behind it, got the angle.
0-3.
There's
He
nothing there.
wrapped around the ball. I normally call it. You wrap round to be able to get that tight angle.
Oh, just trying to have a cookie. He knows he's got to lift it a bit more than that.
He was trying to wrap around it again to get the tight angle out wide. I think
3-0.
with singles, it's really important to get those tight angles out because you open an absolutely massive hole on the other side of the court.
Side out.
I'd like to see Michael get a little bit lower. Richard was saying in commentary about how Freddie Powell gets really low at the net, some of those volleys. Oh, that's a big serve there.
A little bit of a miss hit, I think, because I didn't hear a clean contact with the paddle.
Side out. Zero 3.
It'd be good to see if Michael can get one on the board here. Oh,
Side out.
So-
another long serve.
So what do you think, Rob, that Michael needs to change on his serve? Because he is getting the serves, but he's not converting the points.
Point.
It's difficult to know at the moment. There's not anything that's particularly sticking out as he's doing wrong. It's just the execution isn't quite there. I mean, first thing on his serve, land it in the court. Yeah, that's not going to work going down the line there. You've got such a small angle and Ed knows it's there.
I do think there could possibly be a bit of nerves as well, being on top court. They haven't played on top court all day.
Yeah, I don't think Michael's had a top court appearance ever in any of the events. A bit of cat and mouse there.
Point.
But yeah, you've got to go slow in that situation. You can't put any pace on the ball because it's going to go up. Look, here we go. Up it goes. Bang.
6-0. No,
He was already central by the
changed
time
set,
that his opponent was already hitting the ball, and if you put that high, he's going to be covering the net
6-0.
like a blanket.
Point. 7-0.
So Michael definitely needs to get something to turn his fortunes here. There we go. That's it. Good play, Michael.
That was
Coverage
still a
of the net
great
there.
get.
Great
though.
get by Ed.
Oh.
You've always got to make sure you're there for the next one. You see, he's
0-7.
almost not going to be there for that, but just stuck at it, which is really good. So let's see if Michael can get something on the board here. Yeah, there we go. Great shot. That was a particularly short serve as well, but I think it's a surprise. Look, you see how low he's had to get to pick it up.
But then the
Drops it
return
short.
was short as well.
Yeah.
So then that enabled him to get the angle on the ball.
So a slice serve there,
Side out.
which unfortunately gave Ed a lot of topspin to generate on that ball. There's a lot of
7-1.
cut on that, and then that's going to convert to topspin if you hit a topspin on it. Yeah, great shot. Good hustle, Michael. Good play from both players there to see the respect.
I think that was the point of the match so far.
Absolutely. That is a great get there.
8-1.
There's only so many times you can keep running side to side before you're in trouble.
Oh, 100%. That's why I haven't played singles in quite a while, Rob.
It is a demanding part of the game. And of course,
Shut
one
out.
that's not practiced a lot, Jules, because obviously nearly every club is full with people playing doubles all the time.
And
So you don't get a single court to have two people, and it just doesn't seem to
1-8.
occur in the country very much.
Because the clubs are so busy, they need to play the doubles.
Also,
Point.
that second point on the board now for Michael. Let's see if we can build a little run here.
2-8. Side out.
Michael certainly seems to be suffering more physically than Ed on this at the moment.
Yeah, I think there could be a little bit.
8-2.
'Cause how old is Ed? Are you aware?
I'm not sure of the age on him.
Because he seems quite young.
I know
Side out.
Michael, I think, is in his 40s.
Right,
or
okay.
getting to that sort of stage.
Because they've combined the 18 plus and 35 plus categories. So
Makes me very glad to be a 50 plus this year, Jules. I would not fancy being in this category.
Point.
Because you're a young guy in your category now.
I am a young old.
3-8.
Thank you for my birthday present today as well from last week.
No worries.
Side out.
So I'd just like to see Michael get some balls in play there. He's really, I
8-3.
understand strategically, Julia, why he's going hard for it, but it would be good just to get some balls in. Make Ed work
Side
for
out.
those points.
Sometimes it's not about hitting the winner. It's about creating the opportunity
3-8.
to hit the winner. And a lot of that is being patient and consistent in your ground strokes and having the opportunity to come forward and then hit the next winner.
Unlucky Michael. That
Side
looked over from the point he hit that backhand cross court into the kitchen.
That
It looked
was
that
a
was over.
lovely draw.
Such good hustle. Oh, that's gangster. That is just.
That is a Freddie Powell type of shot with that
Yeah.
whip of the
Look
forehand.
at, you can see here, look at the
9-3.
height of that ball and then it dips at the last second.
Most people in doubles would have got out of the way of that.
Side out. 3-9.
So both players using carbon fibre paddles, Jules is starting to enable more power into the game, and also that a lot of spin is coming through there.
Point.
Some of the carbon fibre paddles are a little bit softer, but generally
4-9.
speaking, they're very much about getting as much spin as they can. Oh,
Side out.
Michael. Trying to, if you look at Dave Young's in the previous game, he's not hitting out serves. He's not pushing those balls, he's just getting it in.
It was interesting that I had a conversation with him earlier, and he said a lot about he knows when I just have to get it back in the court and when I can actually go for something, and he knows the difference of when he needs to, and I
4-9.
think that shows why he's in the final of his level of play and winning them.
Point.
Yeah, that's a great passing shot there. Ed was just a little reticent on where they're coming in. If you look here, you can see all, I'm not sure, and then he doesn't get to the kitchen line, which opens up that hole.
5-9.
It was a good pass, and it probably wasn't going to get to it anyway, but certainly gave himself no chance. That's a much better serve there from Michael.
Side out.
Yeah, because he's indicating he got tucked up and didn't get over it.
It's a good thing, though, that Michael's aware of where his mistakes are coming from technically.
You can see the coaching in.
9-5.
Yeah.
But as Richard was saying, you don't want to be doing this on the court.
Point.
You need to be doing that with the basketballs regularly to get that consistency, so you're just triggering the shot,
10-5.
not fixing your problems on court. So game point.
Point. Set.
And that's first game. Michael had it there, just probably overhitting it, and maybe a little bit of panic sitting in there, seeing a golden opportunity
Switch
to
ends.
But I
get the
think
serve back.
I think what you were saying about earlier about how we don't get a lot of singles practice in this country because the amount of people that are playing, you don't want people sat out, so you play doubles. But the shots are different. You are hitting more ground strokes from the back of the court. On a doubles court, most of the ground strokes are either a return or possibly you're going back for a lob and you ground stroke it. That's the only ground strokes that you would hit. In a doubles game, a lot of it is in the at the kitchen line. So people even hitting about 5 shots in a row is just uncommon.
Okay, so we're now starting the second game. Michael to serve. Oh, that's lovely misdirection there. It was a good deep serve though, with a little bit of topspin on it.
Sometimes it's about taking off the power and not putting it on.
Well played, Michael, there. That nice chop, keeping it nice and deep. So first strike in this game to Michael.
Side out.
Lovely angle there. taking the pace off, just getting it in the right location.
I was going to say he didn't.
0-1.
He didn't absolutely put full-on power into that. He just gently placed it.
Oh, that's the right shot there. Just not able to get it over.
1-0.
Oh.
Side out.
That was lovely to see a hands battle though, Rob.
Yeah.
In a singles game, which tends to be quite
Increasingly rare.
It's increasingly rare. We are seeing it creeping back in more to the American pro game, which is lovely to see because both people are getting forward.
Point.
I want to see if we could have a bit more of that. It would be exciting
1-1.
to watch.
It is physically demanding to get both to the net, though. It's not easy to
And not at all.
engender that position. That hustle's insane. What a reward there for Edward. Never give up on the ball, people at home. Never give up on a point.
2-1.
Marcus probably going, why did I hit that? It's probably sailing fairly long, but
I think he just.
never
I think
know.
it was a bit of disbelief that he got it back. He got back up, and then he hit the next ball, and he was like, didn't know how to deal with it.
Side out.
Yeah, a couple of good backhand volleys there. No need to roll those there high enough that you can really swing down hard on them, but a nice compact mechanic there, just
1-2.
all follow through.
Side out.
These sort of games are where you've got to kind of manage the mental side of the game as much as your physicality.
2-1.
There's a lot of ebb and flow in the singles game, more than you'll find in the doubles game.
Side out.
Because obviously you've not got the second server in your team, you're back and forth and you're going for more on your serve,
1-2.
more for your return, so there will be bigger and more regular changes of serve.
Point.
And that's why it's important to try and lower those unforced errors.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those in the last couple of points. They're just
We have.
not really getting into any kind of rally.
Side
Do you
out.
think there's a little bit of fatigue creeping in?
Singles day is a marathon, not a sprint, Julia.
100%. I think some people
2-2.
put in 100% on that first game, and then by the end of the round robin, they're incredibly tired.
Side out.
So we're at 2-2 here. It's anyone's game in the second game. It's very much Michael seems to have come back
2-2.
into it now, finding his sort of feet, not maybe shaking off some of those nerves have been on the show court. And having a net call like that, it's going to really help. What a fantastic one-handed backhand topspin drive that is.
That's what he was trying to find in the first game as well.
3-2.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem going there.
Side out.
It's always going to go, so Ed knows it's going there. So if you don't get that harder, there's too much height on the ball.
2-3.
Also, if you're going to drop there and it's slightly high, it's on their forehand. So
Yeah.
they can just leap right over that.
Oh, good get. Unlucky to get that.
Side
But
out.
really good hustle here.
This is a lovely quality
3-2.
final, Rob.
And you can see that there's a lot of sliding going on here. That certainly you don't see that so much in when we saw the 50s finals. There wasn't so much sliding on court. Well hustled again.
Side
Ed.
out.
Really good resetting there, just staying in the point, taking the pace off, not trying to hit through Michael at the net, just keeping it low, keeping
But
it
we
unattackable.
actually saw a transfer
2-3.
of Ed being at the net, and then the shift of Michael coming forward, and then Ed had to go back.
Yeah, good coverage
Side out.
there from Michael. So
something that when both people are forward, that I think people really underestimate is the power of the dink.
yeah, keeping that ball low, you've got to get it up and over, and if you get it wrong, put away volley.
So somebody, if anyone is interested in an example of somebody who
4-2.
is very good with using the kitchen and dinking, is Ben Johns.
Yeah. So we're now at 4-2. Michael got a bit of an early lead here. And now 5-2. So certainly the momentum has shifted in this second game to Michael. What does Ed need to do to sort of turn it back round in this game with Julia?
Well, Michael's lowered his amount of unforced errors in this game, which is, I think, definitely playing to his strength. But what I think Ed needs to do is he needs to try and utilise when he comes forward, not going in too early and giving the passing shots to Michael.
Yeah.
Like
Classic
that.
example there, Julia.
So Ed needs to be more aware of, okay, I need to stay back, I need to hit another ball, and then I can come forward, or normally go when Michael is off balance.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Net. So that's going to change the momentum here. So Edward Turney back on serve.
I do think, though, even if it didn't hit the net, it probably would have been
Oh, we
a
just missed a
winner.
point there, Judy. Yeah, that was a straight. Was that a botched return?
Time out.
Oh, time out. I think Michael called that timeout.
Yes.
So we're looking here at a defensive run-breaking timeout, Julia. Would you just kind of explain the strategy between using your timeout in this way?
So if somebody's on a run of points, they build a momentum both mentally and physically. They get in a rhythm of how they're hitting, they get an adrenaline rush, and basically their opponent wants to break that up.
No, for each set.
They're very underused, I think, in the UK. I don't think they're used enough. I think American pros use them very well.
Time in.
And that's something that they mentioned to us when they came across.
Oh, great hustle of Med. What a backhand.
Point.
I think it's only in medal matches we use them here because we're so restricted for capacity. We can't be having minutes taken out here. Or there.
Yeah.
We are having games scheduled to the minute today.
Side out.
That's a really good shot. That is painting that baseline.
But that was a good example, actually, of the
7-4.
momentum changing because he got a point off that timeout.
Point.
That's a great forehand drive there. Ed just shading a little bit too much to his left there.
I also
covering
think
his line.
he went in too early.
8-4.
So
it's a bit short, isn't it? Just a little bit short.
Yeah, and I mean, Michael was aware of where the ball was and he was balanced on the shot as well. If Ed's going to come forward, he really needs to wait until he's got Michael off balance. So then what does come back is a high ball. And then it's easier to deal with.
9-4. Point.
Another easy point off the serve there. It's interesting that Michael is doing predominantly slice serves,
10-4.
which you would think with Ed liking to hit topspin that would be beneficial, but it seems to be getting a good angle on these.
Point.
Yep, there we go, 11-4.
Well, this has turned into an exciting last match of the day, Rob, on top court.
Yeah, we're going to be our final match of the broadcast, then back, I think it's 9 o'clock tomorrow morning when we start our gender doubles day. So honours even, certainly momentum is now on Michael's favour.
Switch at 6. One time out again, each of you for this one.
Okay, so on this third game, they'll change at 6.
And they've still got one timeout each, so it'll be where they will be able to use that to their advantage. It'll be very much a case of a rare resource and no
Time
way
in.
to use
0-0.
it.
I mean, pickleball is a game of momentum, and it's a very important thing to utilise if you have them.
Oh!
Point.
Yeah, Edward apologised in there.
Saying that, look at the athleticism to actually do that shot.
Yeah.
1-0.
So obviously our main court net here. generating a lot more of those balls that fly off the tape. Well, that's dangerous.
Point.
Oh, Edward got away with that. You would very risky to drop shots centrally in that location.
I mean, it kind of
2-0.
invites your partner to hit an angle.
Side
Oh,
out.
that's a big miss there.
0-2.
Good
Side
hustle
out.
there. Oh, yeah, just stop before the side fence.
I mean,
2-0.
that was a good example of trying to open up the space when he's off balance and coming forward
It was
when he's
almost
off
pretty
balance.
Powell-esque, wasn't it?
Yes.
Opening the face on his backhand.
I love that.
Side out.
Powell-esque. I think he should definitely copyright that.
0-2.
So let's see if Michael can get something on the board here in this final game.
Point.
Yeah, lovely backhand drive there. Made those little steps to get in perfect position to hit that drive.
I mean, that was a shot which had a very big margin of error, and he was able to
1-2.
hit that very small margin.
Point.
So here we go back to 2-2. Now, how many points do you reckon Michael has to
2-2.
win before Ed uses his timeout to break the momentum, Jules?
I would say 3. If he hit 5, I think that's when he would bring in.
Side out.
Saying that, he's already got his serve back.
2-2.
So I think when any of them hit 5, I think the other person will do a timeout.
Oh. Interesting, they're trying to go back to where he came from rather than into the big open court and controlling that open face shot. It's difficult. It's such a short angle to land it on.
Side out.
Oh, it's getting a little nervy. It's a little tense.
Yeah,
2-3.
tension in the body is something that a lot of athletes have to deal with.
Point.
But then when you have that tension, it's, am I able to try and relax my muscles and relax the motion
3-3.
so then I don't have the tension in my wrist and I'm able to hit a smoother shot.
Lovely control there.
Point.
Beautiful targeting of that first drive that opened up the entire court.
4-3.
And all you got to do is just land it. But that's a really big angle.
I mean, that was a prime example of what I was talking about, getting your opponent off balance and then just placing it into the space.
Oh,
Side out.
Michael knows he's missed a chance there. Possibly trying to do a little bit too much with it.
3-4.
Indicating using two hands, but he's got a one-hander. We haven't really seen the two-hander from Michael at any point today.
Point.
Oh, that's out. Yeah, let's have a look. 4-all. Now, obviously, you wouldn't want to
4-4.
use your timeout at 6 because you've got the turn.
Yep.
Oh, nice try to go back
Side
behind
out.
him. But always hard to control that
I
ball.
don't think we'll see a timeout when it's 4-all. I think if any of them made a run over 3
4-4.
points, I think that's when we would see a timeout. But it depends on how level it becomes during this game.
Yeah, good lead there.
Side out.
It didn't quite come up on that, so it was always going to be going up. Michael not able to really release through that straight. Sort of so much correct in
4-4.
his shots. Oh,
Side out.
go wide.
I don't quite know if that went wide or not because Michael was stood in the way of the shot.
Yeah, there's
4-4.
no weakness. 4-4.
Point.
That's a cheap return. That's a cheap point given there.
5-4.
Oh.
Side out.
It's
I
getting
think-
a bit nervy and tense.
yes.
They're starting to overhit things.
I think if Ed is able to
4-5.
get to 5-5 here, or even possibly 6-5, and we get a change of ends,
Point.
we're going to have another exciting
Oh, here we go.
Time
Look,
out.
half. Yeah.
a 5-5 timeout now. I would be questioning that when you've got the turn in 1
Yes.
point.
Yes. I
get the
think
momentum
they've forgot
breaking
about
here.
it. I think they've forgotten about it.
Yeah,
because
they're not aware of the turn.
It hasn't happened in the other games. But
Although all day they would have been playing with a turn.
yeah, that is true. That is true. I just wouldn't have called it at 5-5.
But then again, we are not used in this country to using timeouts.
Yes, so it's when do you use them? I
Time
mean,
in,
I would
5-5.
use it more at, say, 8-5 if someone made a run.
Yeah, that serve was
Side
so
out.
short. Michael didn't have to come in very far to get to the net.
It's the importance of the deep serve in singles.
Again, another short serve.
Another
So
short
again,
serve.
allowing your opponent in.
I mean, I think there's a little
5-5.
bit of, oh, I've just got to get it in, but where you get it in is more important in singles than doubles.
Side
Just
out.
wide. So we got an exchange of serves here. And no one's really getting into more than 2 or 3 shots in the rally.
5-5.
That's a
Point.
lovely
6-5,
inside out
change
backhand
sides.
there.
He did actually change his shot at the very last moment
Yeah.
as well. He was going to go
Cross court.
court, and then he saw the gap, and then he went down the line. I thought that was
6-5.
very good
So
adjustment.
here's the mini timeout turn.
Side out.
So if I was Ed, because does Ed have the timeout, or was it Michael that took the timeout?
5-6.
Yeah, Edward's still got a timeout.
Ed's still got a timeout. If Michael got, I would say, another couple of points, I would call a timeout.
Side out.
It's very tight in this last game. It's very back and forth. We've only seen one way, one the other way. It's not. No one's getting a break
6-5.
and sort of getting ahead.
It's very physically exerting and mentally that nothing's happening as well.
Point.
So that was the first kind of topspin serve I'd seen Michael do for a while. That
7-5.
variation, even though it was very short, was exactly what he was not doing for most of the game. There's another serve over by looks of it. It's an error, but still playing on. Yeah,
Side out.
overhit that.
That was well left. Yeah, so as you can see, Ed isn't
5-7.
calling the timeout when it's 5-7, but I think if he hit that point, he would have called one.
Another short serve there.
Side out.
Yeah, again, you're not going to get much of it
7-5.
if your serve is that short. You've got to get it deeper.
But you've got to do something on the return as well.
Point.
That's a lovely volley there from Michael. Going back behind Red has come in. Not accessing the open court where he thinks it's going to go.
8-5.
Good dynamic move there. You could hear it off the paddle how hard he hit it.
Point.
And back behind him again. Really nice play.
I would
now.
definitely call a timeout.
This is timeout time here.
This is definitely timeout time.
9-5.
But he isn't calling one.
And he jumped over the kitchen. Well done. No foot
Side
there.
out. Five 9. Point.
Here we go. Let's see if we can build a run. 6-9, a cheap
6-9.
I
point
think
on your
it's
serve.
I think it's important for Ed to at least get to 9-all at this point in time.
Point.
Oh, and he got a lucky net call that flicks it away. Michael was there, but
And Michael's used his time out. So if the momentum run goes Ed's way, he can't change that.
7-9. Point.
That's the first lob that we've
Yeah.
seen today, Rob.
8-9. So now we are on that momentum run. So
8-9.
now it's shifting again.
Point.
Oh, and that's in. What a lovely curve and topspin on that shot. So we're now at 9-all, Jules. Win by 2.
So for those people at home, I just said that he needed to get to 9-9, and he has done it. So let's see if he can get another
9-9.
couple of points and win this gold medal.
Side out.
Yeah, it's a great shot. There's a couple of balls right on the lines there. These are the margins you're working at this level.
Yep.
Oh, that's nervy.
I think at this time, any mistakes like that could cost you.
Yeah.
So we've got a match ball
10-9.
on the hands of Edward Turney.
Good deep serve there. Yeah, well saved there by Michael. Well saved. That's a tense rally there. You've got to get this perfect.
So it's actually lovely to see that Ed's dominated the first game, Michael dominated the second one, and we now got a close game in the third.
Side out.
So
second chance here.
10-9.
Let's see any difference in what Ed's going to serve here, which is going to be.
I think he's going to go for the safe serve.
Oh, and that is
Point
a horrible
match.
way to lose it. Unlucky, Michael. Well played, Edward. 11-9 in the third game to Edward Turney.
Congratulations to Ed.
That was a great
Congratulations to Michael for getting silver as well, because I'm sure it was definitely a tough field considering what we just saw on display.
And I'm sure Freddie is satisfied that he's come back intact and in one piece after Lville's incident in the previous game.
Yeah,
so
I think we'd say thank you to Freddie for doing the refereeing and stepping in as well.
And obviously this is our last match for the day, so it's important to thank Julie that's been working with me today, and obviously Richard Millman and Sam Basford, who are your main commentators for the majority of the day. This is the last sort of broadcast from today, so thank you everyone for watching the Pickleball England Skechers Pickleball English Nationals 2023, and thanks to our sponsors Skechers Pickleball, Franklin, the UK Pickleball Shop, Scan Computers, Pickleball Addiction, 501 Fun, Topspin Pro and SB Pickleball. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 AM on the live stream on YouTube and Facebook. Thanks from Rob Williams here, and we'll see you tomorrow.